Global Anarchy. Prologue. A day just like any other. Building blocks covered in vines as far as the eye could see. A true biome, born from decades of the neglect of what once stood as a civilization. Some of these buildings even had trees on their roofs, proof of Mother Nature's welcoming this restitution. Sidewalks were a rare sight, as turf was now ubiquitous. There were rare spots of concrete, but they were few and far between. The overwhelming majority of fencing was now made up of hedge. Completing this picture were feral herbivores, grazing as though these previously urban locations had always been their home. And yet not all buildings were abandoned. Not fully, anyway. Certain partitions of these remains of civilization were visibly populated. In fact, they were easy to spot. They had transparent windows. Not many buildings had these features, and among these, there were even fewer that contained more than a row that showed signs of life. Yet, in some of these lived what one could describe as families. One of these consisted of a woman past her prime and a young boy, too small to understand what was happening around him. They had a TV, and when the boy had no access to it, he would go to his room and play with toy soldiers, or he would read. Often, the passage of time would slow to a crawl. Despite the circumstances, most still living in these ruins would form communities and could stay alive. Unlike in times past, there were no schools, no shops, no workplaces, and while utilities still existed in a purely technical sense, they were more of a last resort than a truly reliable outlet. Survival was the order of the day, and with rumors that there were deliberate efforts to depopulate what was left in these old cities, fear was at the order of the day. But most, including the few children, thought nothing of these circumstances. They were simply living the moment. Chapter 1. Separation. For our little family, most days blended together. The young boy would wake up, and after doing his morning routine, he would head for his mother's room. If she was nowhere in sight, which was a common occurrence, it wouldn't bother him, as inside that room there were several bookcases stacked with books and films. Each day the young boy would watch a movie, or read a bit from a random book. It made the hours pass by more easily, as he was not let outside often, as it wasn't safe. He saw wondrous sights and incredible feats on the television, and thought that one day he would accomplish something similar himself. One day in particular, as his mother arrived, the boy was watching an adventure movie. He saw a gruff man traveling the world in search of treasure, not for personal gain, but for the sake of adventure and the preservation of the unique artifacts he encountered. The boy's mother stumbles onto his viewing and asks, "How much longer, darling? I'm tired." "Not long, Mom. The bad guys are doing bad things now, but Jones'll beat 'em." "Okay, honey." She leaves the room. Minutes later, the film ends, and the boy, like a good little Boy Scout, turns off the TV and exits the room, announcing to his mother that he's finished watching TV. "All done now, Mom." She immediately heads for the main bedroom and collapses on the bed. The boy follows her, worried of her condition. "Mom, are you all right?" "Yeah, just a bit tired." He heads for her and puts himself next to her, grabbing her in his arms to the extent he could. She reciprocates. He then kisses her on the cheek. It's going to be okay, Mom. We've gotten through so far, right? Yeah, by the way, what do you see in those movies? Oh, Mom, how to be a good guy, and how to beat the bad guys, and the world. And where do you want to go in the world? I want to go to France, and China, and America. Maybe, Pumpkin. Maybe one day. She falls asleep. The boy notices, kisses her on the forehead, and goes to his room to play with the toy soldiers. His mother's words were reassuring, and he would be sure to remember them. The days kept passing with few surprises. The boy would enjoy entertainment, and cooked food, and even the occasional run outside. Outside, he would play various games like hide-and-seek with the few children in the neighborhood, and occasionally deliver things to his sweet old lady next door upon return. But as the days go by, less and less of the outside is accessible, blocked off by fencing. The few shops close, and eventually there would be fewer and fewer children outside until none are left. But then, one day, his mother simply didn't return. The boy didn't think about it much. There was food in the refrigerator, and he didn't think much of this occasion as it wasn't the first time. But the next day was the same. No sign. He was still all right, but didn't like the predicament. The third day, however, he decided to wander outside the apartment. He would venture outside. He took the keys and left his home, locking the door clumsily, as he wasn't accustomed to the action, and then walked the corridors until he would reach the front entrance. Once outside, he noticed one of the neighboring old women being hit by a suited man with the butt of his gun. "Stay put!" the enforcer said. She would then try to get up and run, but the guard immediately stunned her with his sidearm, making her fall to the ground. The boy was shocked by the sight, and then the man noticed him. Sam would fall on his behind and try to crawl backward as the guard was approaching. The moment seemed to last an eternity, especially as the enforcer had no issue reaching the boy. He then talked to the child in a fatherly, reassuring voice. Also, despite wearing a helmet, his face could be somewhat made out. "Easy, boy. That lady you saw being immobilized, she broke the rules. As long as you behave, you won't be treated the same," the enforcer says. Sam loses his look of dread, and the guard notices. "Look, the situation right now is complicated. Just go back home and stay inside for a few days. Food and laundry will be provided as usual. It's dangerous outside. Do you understand me?" Sam nods his head. "Good on you. Now be a good boy and go back home." As he extends his arm, "I'll escort you all the way." Sam grabs his arm to get up, but then shakes his head. "What, you think you can make it back alone?" the enforcer asked. Sam nods. "Oh, okay then. Makes my job easier. Go, stay inside. You'll be safe." Sam nods again. "Good luck, kid." The days pass, and the boy makes do with the entertainment he had available and the food left at his door every few days. But within a week, he wanted more, so he decided to leave his house. There was no one outside, not a single soul. He would walk for a few minutes, only to be greeted by another armed soldier once he turned a corner. "Go back home, kid. There's nothing for you here, and it isn't safe." Out of fear, the boy complies. He goes back home. Then, after a few more weeks of living in a vegetative state, he decides to take the chance again. He unlocks the door, looks around for soldiers, and starts walking for the exit, watching for guards. He descends the stairwell, heading for the front doors, but just as he reaches the end of the stairwell, he receives a hit to the head with the butt of a rifle and then writhes in pain. "What do you think you're doing? You were told nicely several times, do not leave the premises." Sam then looks at the soldier. His helmet simply displays 2 dots where the eyes would be located. "I have permission to open fire on anyone attempting to breach martial law. You are to stay inside until further notice. Is that clear?" Sam nods his head in fear. "Not good enough, boy. I'm coming with you, just to be sure you aren't fucking me." Sam heads back home with the guard following. He then unlocks the door and goes back inside as the guard points his weapon at him and scolds him. "Do not leave the premises until further notice. Is that clear?" Sam nods his head and simply says, "Yes, yes." The days then pass slowly as Sam is forced to endure nothing but confinement for weeks, even months on end. The boy starts wondering if this is how he will spend the rest of his days, as at one point he was certain years had passed. Chapter 2: The Great Outdoors. Sam wakes one particular morning only to hear a woman's voice through a loudspeaker. "It is now safe to proceed outdoors." Sam takes a shower and eats the last thing still in his refrigerator, a rice pudding with cherry jam. He changes his clothes and leaves the house, locking the door on the way out. Once outside, he is approached by a soldier. "We've been waiting for you. Take this," he says as he hands Sam a ticket. "Get in that vehicle." "What? Where am I going?" "A safe place. Just get in." Seeing the heavily armed soldier, Sam decides not to press the issue and just climbs in. As soon as he enters, the vehicle starts running. The inside was clean and simple. Just 2 seats and a few displays. It was a self-driving car. There was no wheel in sight, so it was either a fully autonomous model or one with a retractable steering wheel. Either way, Sam had no control over the vehicle, but at least one of the displays showed a rather well-looking building labeled Iowa, International Office for Workplace Assignment. He was worried, given that as far as he knew, an education preceded any entry into the workforce. He thought the situation was particularly dire for him, as all his life up until that point was one of pure survival, albeit in somewhat civilized conditions. As the vehicle raced to its destination, Sam couldn't help but look outside, seeing endless rows of derelict blocks. Then he heard a large bang and turned his head to see an isolated old building being demolished, to the point where he voiced his thoughts out loud. "Oh God, my home might be next." The car continued its journey regardless. But as the drive carried on, Sam would notice newer buildings appearing in front of him. They looked clean, and some were even visibly lived in, with people talking, eating, and working inside them. Sam thought that was beautiful, and it rekindled his excitement to carry on and try to adapt to this new world. Even better, as the drive came to a close, he was essentially surrounded by these new buildings. He was excited to step out and enter this Iowa building. At the same moment, the car stopped not too far from it. He didn't have to walk much to reach the front entrance. Once he reaches the building, he is impressed. Unlike the others, it actually looks maintained and reasonably clean. He approaches the main door, where he is greeted by an automatic message. Please scan invite. Sam scans the card he received from the mysterious young man and enters the building. There is a young woman at the front desk. She greets him. Welcome to Ein. I'm Lucy, and I will be your guide today. What brings you here today? I heard you're looking for personnel and I need work, so I'm here. We've been expecting new registrations today. Please head right into the briefing room and follow the coordinator's instructions. Okay, thank you. Sam walks down the corridor and enters the briefing room. Once inside, he is hit by a warm, fuzzy feeling of familiarity. The space in question is arranged just like a cinema of old, only a bit smaller. There are a few rows of seats from the back end to the center and a fairly large screen facing the seats. In the corner to the left of the screen is a square desk with two seats facing each other. In one of them, Sam sees another young woman. She catches sight of him and calls him. Hey, over here! Sam approaches nervously until he reaches the desk. Hello. Hey, you must be one of the new recruits. Have a seat. Sam sits down. We only have half an hour left. You're the last new face. Everyone else already submitted their registration. We have no choice but to fast-track it. I would like your invite card, please. Sam simply hands her the card. Very good. Now I have the necessary form with me, but since time is against us, I'll fill it up myself. First question, do you prefer staying in the shadows or being out in the open, or do you have no preference? Sam replies with, no preference. Second, do you prefer being stocked up as though the apocalypse was around the corner, going so far as to burn yourself just in case it could happen at any moment? Or packing light and staying mobile? Or maybe just being ready for anything? Sam responds with, third option. Okay then, and the final question. What do you feel is your primary goal? One sentence. I want to save the world, Sam replies. The answer stuns the young woman for whatever reason. In fact, it becomes clear she is struggling to process this particular answer and is even holding back tears. Moments later, she recovers from the state of shock and subtly smiles. Cute, but keep in mind, being an Ein agent implies persistent training, recurring displays of loyalty, and most importantly, exceptional self-control. As I'm sure you've noticed, previously bustling streets are now empty. Human life, at least in Europe, is at an all-time low, and we must preserve what little there is left, to the extent we can. We don't even endorse the elimination of our rivals. Instead, we prefer their immobilization. Think you're still up for it? Sam responds enthusiastically. Yes! Alright then, further processing will take place in the following days. In the meanwhile, take this. She hands Sam a pair of glasses and a card. With this card, you can acquire basic necessities for a short while. The glasses will help you navigate the world. As for your occupational status, you will be contacted in due time as we process your request. A good day to you. Sam responds in kind. A good day to you too. As Sam walks out, a rather dark-looking young woman approaches him. Hello, young man. Hi. Looking for adventure, are we? Did you know there are other options available? I know now. Direct, perceptive. You may very well be suitable for our organization. And how will I find you? How long will this take? Not much longer than the processing of your request. How did you... We know many things. To find us, all you need to do is follow the light. Wait a minute. The young woman disappears instantly from his sight. Sam looks left and right, but sees no sign of her. He then rubs his eyes and wonders, was that real? Chapter 3, First Encounter. Sam walks around the derelict town for a while, but the only sights in his view are endless, derelict buildings. There are signs of life here and there, but not many. After a few minutes, he notices a train station. He stands still for a few moments and notices a train is coming. As it stops, its light blinks. He decides to get on the moment the doors open. He waves his card on what appears to be a scanner, and thankfully, it seems to be accepted. He then takes a seat, and the ride begins. The sights he sees are no different than what he saw during his walk, so he decides to simply relax. Young man. Huh? Yeah? I think this might be your stop. I'm not sure. He then looks outside and sees blinking neon signs. It had become dusk. Wait a minute, you're right, thank you, sir. Following the light. How did you... You're not the first one nor the last one. I've lost count of many youngsters I've had to put back on track. Now go, the train leaves in a few seconds, and getting lost in this day and age is a death sentence. Thank you, I have to go now. Goodbye. The man nods, and Sam goes on his way. He walks around. There are shops everywhere, but he decides against entering any of them, until he notices a particular building that looks highly run down, yet is the most brightly lit of them all. He decides to head in. As he enters, an unassuming hallway enters his sight. It is empty and unlit. Yet there seems to be an active light source to the right of this hallway. He walks in, and once inside the hallway, he notices spacious rows and columns of desks, each housing a visible monitor. Some were lit. He enters this room, and once inside, he notices a massive television showing world events. Whoa. A fit, middle-aged man approaches him. Welcome, friend. Hello, sir. It seems you have found us. That alone entitles you to becoming part of light. I'm simply here based on a recommendation. Does the light stand for anything in particular? A curious one, too. I might as well honor you with a brief introduction. Light stands for leveraging information, transforming Earth. We chronicle what is happening to people, what is happening around the world, and by extension, what is happening to people around the world. I didn't doubt that, Sam says. We have a complete neutrality policy. All our contributors only provide raw footage. We leave agenda for our clients. What about the raw footage? Isn't anyone interested? We have our own channels. But even when they were fully open and easily accessible by the public, the audience was limited. So now you simply work for hire? Now, that is perhaps taking things too far. We enable perspective on the world, but these things take time to understand. You seem rather energetic, so, if I may, I will propose a task if you are interested. Go ahead. Not far from here, there is a battle taking place. Historically, it was the border between Poland and Russia. Thankfully, there is an abandoned building just half a kilometer from an engagement zone. Your mission: film at least 10 minutes of fighting with at least 1 minute of highlight-worthy footage. Sounds simple enough. Be warned though, There might be homeless people in that building. Despite fighting having taken place for days now, reports suggest some remain in place, likely a result of severe drug addiction. What am I supposed to do if one gets his hands on me? I imagine you'd prefer uninterrupted footage. You will be given a chameleon suit, a taser, and electronic organizer. You should be prepared for everything. Sounds great. When do I get started? Whenever you wish. But the faster you become mobile, the faster you can rest. Right now, as an inexperienced initiate, you only have access to our most basic accommodation. Which is? A bed and a toilet. We only ensure the most basic provisions in the beginning to filter out undesirables. Isn't the first trial enough to weed those out? You have competition, you know. We've had unfortunate experiences with talented hopefuls that simply refuse to work further, using the same arguments you just did. We had no choice but to gradually lower the standards until eventually 99% of those with rare or no contributions would leave of their own accord. So I'd best get going, huh? That's the kind of attitude we're looking for. Go to the cafeteria. Sam heads there and finds a table. His iron visor then highlights a certain spot, and despite finding this odd, he decides to sit down there. Testing. Don't worry about being contacted. You can take off your visor when you must rest. But during a mission, you may be spectated, both for your safety and performance measurement. You should also eat something. The trip was long and you're probably hungry. Sam walks to the cafeteria. He scans his card and the machine dispenses a burger with fries and soda. Wasn't this unhealthy? I can assure you the raw materials are carefully selected. That, and you'll need the energy. Sam eats, then heads off to the building. As he progresses from the light bunker to the designated building, the surroundings become increasingly derelict. Once he reaches the building, he is greeted by the sight of a homeless alcoholic. Beautiful, Sam says. He then activates the suit's cloak and enters inside. Be aware that you were given a passive model. This means it is not very effective while moving, nor is the camouflage very convincing. But if you stand still in just the right place, you are effectively invisible. Sam enters the building. Some doors are open while others are barred, so he decides to take advantage of the situation and enter the first apartment he can. He walks slowly, which is a good decision, as in one of the corners of the room, a homeless man is sleeping loudly. He reaches the balcony, and lucky for him, the fighting is in full swing, with bullets and explosions whizzing about. Far enough for him to be safe, but close enough that he can record the happenings. The fighting seemed to be a never-ending stalemate, in which the odd soldier from either side fell, with the bodies from both sides being recovered within reason, although one side would leave them in the open air, while the other would drag them all the way into tents. Several minutes had probably passed, but Sam was determined to record as much of the action as possible, both to please Light and to learn from this event, and his dedication would not go unnoticed, as he would receive a message not too long into his mission. Not bad, you've already met your quota. From this point on, any extra footage is rewarded exponentially. By the way, you're a natural. Usually it takes weeks for a beginner to learn to focus so precisely on the important events, but you nailed it in your first run. Sam whispering, Thanks. Maybe try from a different angle. Is that necessary? I feel I have a good view. But just as he says that, smoke grenades are thrown about, and one of them lands right in front of the barred balcony he sits in. Oh, never mind, I'll go up a floor or two. Sam walks up the stairs, one floor, but on the first there are no open doors. On the second, he sees a single open door, but just as he exits the stairway, he is grabbed by what appears to be a gibbering homeless person. Sent by Satan! The world is ending! No one is safe, not even you, demon! Let go! With all his strength, Sam grabs the bum and throws him into the stairwell, where he tumbles all the way down, all while Sam himself barely avoids falling down. He takes a look down the stairwell and doesn't see or hear anything, so he then goes back to his mission, hoping he won't face such an encounter again. He enters the room and watches again from the balcony. The fighting had intensified. The death toll was rising by the minute, and the human toll was getting worse. Heads destroyed by bullets, bodies torn apart by explosions. Every kill seemed intentional now, and Sam struggled to keep looking. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, the coordinator spoke to him. You've sent more than enough footage. You can return. Sam doesn't hesitate for a moment. He turns off his visor's recording function and sprints out of the building. To his surprise, he isn't attacked again along the way. Once back at the light base, he's greeted enthusiastically by the members. Speak of the devil, here he is, our new associate, back from action. Gentlemen, ladies, with results like these, we can say clearly and unequivocally that we have a new top collaborator. Oh, why thank you. Now, we get back to our own business. Son, you now have permanent access to the Tier 2 rooms. I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Thank you, if I may. Tim points and Sam walks in that direction. The young man enters a nicely decorated room with a desk, mini fridge, bed, and a small dedicated bathroom. However, he decides to sleep after everything that happened. Sam manages to sleep peacefully, and on the way to the cafeteria, everyone greets him with smiles. He takes his food and sits down, and immediately after, a young lady addresses him. Is this seat free? Sam gestures for her to sit down quietly, his mouth being full. You're the new talent, aren't you? Yeah. I'm Mary. I've worked with light for a few years now, and I have a special proposal for you. Yeah? Somewhere on the outskirts of town, there's an archive. Among them, one of the most important guides to conduct in wartime, the Geneva Convention. Okay, so how important can it be? If we find this document, we can expose Ein and the rest of the criminals, lowering their support. I don't know. Anyway, with you being a veteran, what stopped you from going after it? I'm afraid to go alone. You have experience in dangerous areas. I didn't need to travel through such places. I only had one mission in such conditions. Don't be so humble. Didn't you grow up in a zero zone? Is my life really that well known? Fine, I'm coming. When are we leaving? Finish eating, stay a bit, so you feel rested, and we can go. Agreed. Sam eats, and after a short break to catch his breath, he leaves the building and meets Mary. Right on time. I didn't wait long for you. I also have maps, so it shouldn't be too hard to find the archives. The two set off on their journey. At first, they are surrounded by populated buildings, but along the way, they are increasingly confronted by ruin and eventually nature. Did you know that in the past this city was inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people? Today, the little data we have about it estimates the numbers to be around just a few hundred. The population explosion of the 20th century, followed by the total collapse the following century, is that what you mean? The endless war is just one aspect of the massive population decline. It's speculated that somewhere in this area, none other than the founder of the Black Brigades was born. I've never heard of them. Also known as ETA. That doesn't mean anything to me. Pray it stays that way. I'm afraid we might run into them. And what were they doing again? Things so horrific it's best not to mention them. Wait, do you see what I see too? I see... the archive? Yes, we were so caught up chatting that before you know it, here we are, come on! Mary runs and Sam follows her. The entrance to the building is wide open. Come on! Once inside, they are greeted by dozens of rooms full of documents and endless cobwebs. Documents are scattered around, demonstrating a serious level of abandonment. Now the fun begins, but if we succeed, we could change the very trajectory of the world we live in. Ein and the Black Brigades could finally be brought to justice. And yet, how will this help us? I have unfinished business with them. I'll tell you about it one day, but for now let's focus on what's ahead. If you help me, you'll definitely get first-class accommodation while you're here. Fine, let's have a look. I just hope it doesn't take all day. We'll leave before it gets completely dark, I promise. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Each with their side. The two searched the rooms one by one. Many documents disintegrate in their hands, and the few that are vaguely intact don't seem to be what they're looking for. The Magna Carta, the United States Declaration of Independence, and many others that are in good condition are displayed on the visors of the two as available. The search takes several hours, and yet, before nightfall, Mary shouts, I found it! The convention? Really? Yes, and it's in good condition. In that case, we can go... Straight to the chief. I bet we'll both get promoted. You found the Magna Carta at some point, right? Take it just in case. Okay. The two take the documents and start heading back. I can't wait. We're gonna be heroes. It's gonna be an event. And just as she finishes her sentence, they smell smoke. They turn their heads and notice the archive building burning. I hope they won't blame us. If we get moving, we shouldn't be. The two hurry back and go straight into the head office. Without saying anything, they hand the documents to the chief. He looks at them, puts them in a drawer in his desk, and says nothing. Wait a second. What? Shouldn't we be like... Tim, the coordinator, simply shrugs. We took a massive chance to retrieve those documents. We should be promoted, even celebrated. What's going on? Those documents are useless at the moment. What? Light has a very explicit policy of neutrality. Implementing the principles mentioned in those documents is contrary to our mission. No reward awaits you. Mary starts crying. Spare me the crocodile tears. She then bursts into tears and runs out of the office outright. Was that really necessary? We made sacrifices, you know. You can shut up. She should have known better, and she will be sanctioned as such. Be glad you won't be punished, being a newcomer. I don't agree with what you just did. Then leave. You may return when you understand the organization's purpose and genuinely wish to support it. Sam leaves in disgust, walking right out of the building. He doesn't see Mary again on the way. He heads downtown to think about his next move, and while walking around town, he meets a funny young man. Hi. Hi. Don't you want to attend a big event? Or maybe join a community that's a 10 out of 10? An honest and humble one? Maybe. But perfect! This flyer has all the information you need. The event is tonight, and I'll be waiting for you personally. In fact, I'm waiting for everyone, and making sure everyone starts in their place. Okay then, but if you don't mind me asking, what's it gonna be like? Who's organizing it? Who's the star of the show? Best you come and see for yourself. Sam looks around back and forth. From what I can see, it looks like some sort of religious convention. I'm not sure I'm the right person. There is no such thing as a wrong person. We are all children of God. Are you of another faith? Or God of none? That's not the case, but then come on. You will be expected. I'm sure that especially the priest himself will want to see you. Okay, greetings. God be with you. Sam leaves the stage and looks worriedly over the leaflet at the same time. He walks aimlessly for a while and then reaches the church. A small group of believers are taking part in a service. Sam enters the church and is noticed by Eddie. He breaks away from the rest of the believers as subtly as possible and scolds him gently while leading him to his seat. You should have come sooner. We are in the middle of the service. Come on, sit down and join us. Prayers are held for a few minutes. Then the priest turns to the faithful and addresses them. Dearest believers, with all the good things that God has given us, a good harvest, healthy animals and consecrated houses, we also seem to have a few bad things. One of us has become possessed. Poor Elena is no longer capable of anything. She can only rage and outpour on us. But today is a special day, because with the grace of God this evening, she will be freed of this unclean burden. The priest's helper appears out of nowhere, holding the young woman by the arm, together with another man. She can only resist by jerking her body, not wanting to take part in this process. Two believers carry one of the benches to the priest. Then Elena is immobilized by being tied to the bench, continuing to resist. Let's start. I believe in one God. Meanwhile, the helper brings a pot of hot water from behind. While the priest chants, the assistant throws the water over the poor girl. She starts screaming at the top of her lungs. Sam can't help but react empathetically. He stands up and shouts, "Stop!" Everyone turns to him, amazed. The priest himself can't believe it. Even Elena is no longer very vocal. But the very next moment, he is grabbed from behind by none other than Eddie and taken face to face with the priest. Son, what are you doing? Sam is fueled by adrenaline. I'm helping a soul. How? At least we banished the demons out of her. Not like that. That's not how it should be done. What you did is an aberration. The priest becomes slightly frustrated. Son, your tone is not that of a believer. Your actions are not that of a believer. The priest is angered, downright triggered by the last line. No, don't you see? This world has become so corrupt that there is no place for easy action. We are already at the level of Sodom and Gomorrah, but those like you don't notice this. They even sabotage the last breath of faith." The priest thinks for a few seconds. "Maybe you are possessed." "I was baptized. I am a believer, but I can't endorse what you've done." "I saved the soul." "No!" "Get out, false believer, and don't ever set foot again on sacred ground." Eddie moves him towards the exit by force. Sam is thrown out forcefully. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this, but I had no choice. God forgives us all, but maybe one day His will bring us together. But until then, God be with you." Sam walks a little and sits on the first bench. He puts his hands on his head and sighs. Not long after, a young man appears and sits next to him. "A cigarette?" "No, thanks. I heard you put on a show at the church." "Yes, you could say that. I think I should go." He tries to get up. "Wait!" Sam decides to give him a chance. "I didn't come here to condemn you. I came to offer a proposal." That's exactly what got me in my last predicament. How about no?" "Listen, there are people close to us who appreciate those with a good heart, with a propensity towards truth and justice." "Okay, and?" "They would be interested in recruiting and even compensating those like you." "Really?" "I understand your hesitation, but I suggest you give this opportunity a chance. What do you say?" "What does it involve?" The young man pulls out a business card. "Think of a location you like and connect with the contact listed here. You can do this at any comm station. I promise it'll be worth it." "I'll think about it." The young man leaves, and shortly after Sam is notified to return to the Ein base as soon as possible, which he does, and is boarded right at the entrance. "We've run a few background checks. You're clear to continue building your membership." "What do I need to do?" "You're in luck. One of our grand wizards is visiting the city tonight to give a speech." Sam heads to his room and remembers the conditions offered by Light, being now confined to a bed and a desk. But at the same time, he also remembers how Mary was treated. He takes a nap, and fortunately for him, he wakes up long enough before the speech so that he is not late. He turns on his visor and adjusts it to show him the route to the conference room where the event is taking place, and sets off. Although it is evening, the streets are empty, and the walk seems pleasant, even if it is slightly gloomy in light of the emptiness of the streets. Once there, he takes a seat further back without neighbors, most of the seats being occupied by what appeared to be members of the Ein organization. Not long after he sits down, the speaker seems to take over. He was a gray-haired gentleman, about 60 years old, and yet in exemplary health. He doesn't hesitate for a moment to begin his speech, and speaks in a slow and jerky fashion so that the images on the display behind him can be observed, and although he doesn't speak much, his words seem to make time pass more slowly, but not in an unpleasant way. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 26th Annual Ein Summit. As we all know, the world as we know it is in distress. The human population plunged from several billions to just tens of millions. Cities and towns all over the world are left to decay, while outside, The new disciples, led by Father Petros Mihail Christoforou, also known as Father Peter, are trying to put an end to civilization as we know it, and replace it with a backward theocracy that would see humanity enter a dark age it would never escape. In other words, they are hell-bent on plunging the entire world as we know it into global anarchy. But there is hope for the world. The Extraordinary Individual Network fights day in, day out to prevent such a calamity. Our operatives ensure not just the safeguard of science and technology, but also of civilization itself. The good news is our input is being noticed, and our following missions look to ensure we have a place in this new, challenging world. Although it doesn't last long, the speech seems to have had a significant and even positive impact on the attendees. Sam himself grows more confident about joining Ein. He goes outside and sits on a bench where he sees Ed again. "God bless you, brother. I am happy to see you again. God truly does guide the worthy into the light, and those who have strayed back into it." "Are you sure I'm still welcome?" "There are few acts that one cannot redeem himself from, and besides, today there is but a sermon, nothing else." "Sounds good." "Just sit down, pray, and listen to the Father. Your presence is enough. Repeated attendance is rewarded both by God and our fellowship. Even those you have wronged will eventually embrace you once more. Time heals all scars." "But your heart was in the right place, but the high priests have earned their positions through faith and acts in accordance to God. What you saw that day was just Father Christian's approach, one which is being gradually phased out. But the elder the priest, the higher he is regarded. Respecting authority is necessary for those who wish to reach greater enlightenment." "I understand." "Show patience, and you will be rewarded." In the distance, the bells ring, and Sam turns toward the church. He notices, however, that Ed is facing the opposite direction. "Wait, aren't you coming?" "I have other responsibilities to attend to, higher priority. Go. You will be welcome, just like any other brother." "Oh, all right then. Goodbye, brother." "Go with God, brother." People walk in slowly inside. Dozens of people of all ages are attending. Sam is caught up in the crowd, but no one is pushing, and in fact, the few people that make eye contact with Sam smile and nod. He returns their gesture. Finally, Sam is inside the church. There are 4 divisions based on age and gender. The young and old sit in the front, while those in between in the back. Women sit down to the left, while men sit to the right. An older gentleman and Sam make eye contact, and the old man points next to himself for Sam to sit down. He does so. A few moments later, the doors close, and the priest arrives. All stand up as he reaches his platform. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the Day of Peter." Yes, the same name held by our greatest father and current faith leader. The name Peter is telling of great acts, of resistance against corruption, of dedication to the brotherhood, of unwavering faith. We must all be ready at any moment to show the same conviction. As we are all but flesh, we may be tempted to disobey the 5 laws, but... Boom! Suddenly, the back rows are obliterated by a blast. But it wouldn't be the only one. Several more would effectively blast the building. Boom, boom, boom. The majority of the crowd dies on the spot. A large wooden support hits Sam, knocking him down and immobilizing him. As he tries to move the support, he hears gunfire. A man clad in dark armor comes in and shoots everyone still moving. He reaches Sam and points the gun at him. "You folk just don't get the message, do you? Time to meet your maker." But as he pulls the trigger, nothing happens. The gun is out. "Well, today is your lucky day. Spread the word. We're coming for you. ETA as soon as possible." Then the soldier walks away from Sam. The building continues to collapse and Sam pushes the beam with all his strength, escaping not long before the entire roof collapses. He was the only one left alive. As he walks away from the now destroyed church, he can't help but wonder whether it was chance that saved Ed, or if he was somehow involved in the destruction of the congregation, despite his friendly outward appearance. Either way, he decided to head back to INHQ for the moment, if only because he had a feeling they might help him receive medical attention, as his body was scarred and burned. Except, just as he reached the center of town, things would take a completely different turn. "Oh my God, what happened to you, brother?" "The church was bombed, then fired upon. I'm the only one left." "My God, it must have been the Black Brigades. I'll take you to our settlement. You'll get better there."
"But Ein is waiting for me. I can't disappoint them."
Sam then collapses. Chapter 4. Overwhelm. Sam wakes up in a shack, without a visor. He looks around and sees dozens of people, all unkempt. But he doesn't have time to think about the situation, because in a few moments, 2 men come to wake everyone up.
"Good morning. Everyone knows their job, so it's time to go to work."
The man then looks at Sam and says,
"You're young and fit, so you've been assigned to work with the animals. Don't be afraid, it's not hard. First, you stop by the cafeteria and eat something. You'll find it on the way."
Sam complies. He stops by the cafeteria where he is served a tray of food. He sits down and enjoys the bread with jam and tea he received. Then he leaves the building where he is greeted by an older man smelling of alcohol.
"Finally a little help. Make sure the cows don't disappear or get into places they shouldn't. You'll figure out where they should stay. They have no business being behind the fence posts."
"And when is the fence being repaired?"
"At some point. Get to work. They're already wandering."
That day was going to be a total disaster. The cows were completely scattered, and they were running away from our young man exactly where they shouldn't have gone. Later that day, by some miracle, Sam managed to gather them, only for his reward to be a reprimand.
"They were walking where they shouldn't have. Go eat, maybe you'll do a better job afterward."
Sam doesn't say anything and goes to eat. After he eats, he goes outside and chases the cows away again with the same result. Once it gets dark, he's reprimanded again.
"Weak. At least it's nice weather and they can sleep outdoors. Otherwise it would have been a disaster."
Sam eats and sleeps. The next day would be exactly the same. Early wake up, food, chasing, scolding. The day after, the same. And yet, on the 4th day, in the middle of the day, something special happens. One of the cows looks at her young man as if crying and doesn't want to move. Out of curiosity, Sam approaches her and extends his hand. No reaction. He approaches her until they are very close. Still nothing. He starts to pet her, and the creature responds enthusiastically, as if no one had pet her in a very long time. Sam even speaks to her. "Forgive me, sweetie, I didn't mean to hurt you." The cow then sits down. Sam looks around and notices that the whole herd is resting without any of them being in an inappropriate place. Out of fatigue, he sits down too, right next to the gentle cow. It doesn't bother her at all. But a few minutes later, the old man comes in angrily. "Your job is not to stand idly by. The herd has to move. Go!" The old man hits them with his stick, forcing them to get up. Frustrated, Sam grabs his stick after a few hits and says firmly, "Enough! Who put you in charge here?" Then the geezer hits the boy on the head, enough to stagger him without knocking him out. "I'll teach you a lesson. From now on, in addition to herding, you're cleaning the pens in the evening, and you'll eat and sleep when you're done, no sooner." The next day, the ordeal really begins. Once he eats breakfast, the rest of the day he works almost non-stop, having his lunch thrown at him in disgust while he works, and only managing to eat and sleep in the evening. The next day the same. This time in the pens, he manages to show some affection to some of the more curious critters in a hurry, only managing to rest late at night. The next day almost the same, but he is caught in the act of showing affection to the animals. "Isn't it enough that I bring you food layabout, only for you to do nothing?" This time, instead, a female voice is heard. "Leave them alone for a few minutes. It seems the rumors were true." Yes, ma'am." He leaves, but not before giving our young man the stink eye. The next day is nothing but another ordeal, but this time he doesn't even get his lunch. In the stable, before he can finish, he simply collapses from exhaustion, but remains conscious. Not long after, the old man slams the doors and comes towards him. Once there, he kicks him. "Bum! Parasite! Layabout!" The blows overwhelm Sam, and he falls unconscious. But before he can enter that state, he hears screams, and the blows stop. "Now you've done it." After a while, he wakes up in a bed, but this time in a hospital. The woman from before is next to him, apparently praying. She was wearing a habit, so she seemed to be a nun. "You woke up. The prayers were not in vain, it seems." "Where? What happened?" "Nick's days were already numbered. But after what he did to you, we decided he was no longer welcome in our community. He was the only one with experience with animals, but with how he behaved with them, and with those who tried to help us, we've decided to cut ties." "And what happens now?" "Now you have a choice. You can give us a second chance, or you can leave. We promise that what happened will not happen again, especially since—" But before she can finish her idea, Sam runs for the hills. Without the chance to finish her idea, the nun is startled, a tear running down her cheek. After a few minutes, Sam wakes up in a forest, with no signposts leading to civilization nearby. Luckily, a familiar face appears out of nowhere. "What did you do, brother?" "What anyone would in my shoes." "You won't make it on your own, so I'm giving you a map. Sister Sylvia is crying because of you now, but we can't let the bears get a taste for human flesh either, so we can't leave you helpless." "Wait, bears?" "Yes, in a way we're taking advantage of the situation, letting them serve as guards for our community, a community that you rejected." "Have you any idea what I've been through?" "Yes. What happened was basically an accident. You shouldn't have been subject to Nick. If only you had shown a little more patience. Never mind. Here, take your toy. Eddie throws his visor, and Sam catches it slightly awkwardly. This isn't the time to chat, so we'll leave it for another time. By the way, my boys contacted you. You forgot a calling card in the village. Ours. I'll talk to them, and maybe you'll have better luck with us. Sam just looks at him. In the meantime, I have to go back, and so do you, but each in his own direction. Eddie leaves and disappears into the trees not long after. Sam tries to orient himself and get back to civilization. After a few minutes of wandering, he meets a middle-aged man, already gray but in shape, along with a massive dog. Lost boy? More or less. Where are you from? I grew up in a city, but now I'm trying to assimilate. Just now I was staying in a village and, I didn't like it. Let me guess. Were you among some more modest people? And you worked without pause? How did you know? You're not the first to go through that. Those fanatics have many fugitives. I'm Adam, and I invite you to our community, the next generation. You won't be subject to hard labor, and most importantly, you'll be warmly welcomed by our members. I don't know, and I'm expected anyway. Aren't you supposed to be contacted? I don't think they'll mind if you're not available for a few days. Sam is already starting to develop paranoia about how everyone knows details about him. Okay, fine, let's try. One last question for everyone. Are you sure he won't eat me? He subtly points toward the dog. Adam responds somewhat belligerently. 1. It's a she. And 2. Athena is shy at first, but with time, you'll definitely make friends. You'll see, our community is a bit more special. Okay then, let's go. The three of them set off. After a few minutes, Sam becomes curious. Shouldn't I find out details about your community? Better you see for yourself. We don't have much left. Be patient. Adam was indeed right. Once they arrived, Sam saw various groups of animals, each one sitting and eating unbothered by his presence, plus a few people here and there. What do you think? Not gonna lie, it's not bad. More importantly, they don't seem bothered by your presence. That goes a long way. It means you're a pure soul. Oh, why thank you. We've had individuals who caused panic the moment they appeared on the scene. But you have potential. Rest for a few minutes where you see fit, and then we'll talk. You won't be subjected to anything like your last environment, but a number of tasks are non-negotiable. I understand. I won't be long, I promise. Good. Sam enters a barn and is surprised at how clean it is inside. It smelled like hay, and a few smaller bunks were available for resting. Sam lays down and, without realizing it, falls asleep from the built-up fatigue. About a few hours later, he is awakened by kisses, but those are accompanied by horrible breath. Once he opens his eyes, he notices that he has in fact become the target of a massive dog's affection. Being basically nailed down, he closes his mouth and fortunately manages to redirect the affection to his cheeks. After a few minutes, the dog gets bored, but before it leaves, Sam pats it on the head. Yeah, you're precious. The dog then goes on his way. But goddamn, your breath stinks. Sam then leaves the barn and heads towards Adam, who is not far away nor hard to find. Adam addresses him. Are you ready for your first mission? More or less. Adam hands him a map. You should be fine. Your mission is simple. You just need to check the location. Once you're out of the woods, you'll recognize it. Okay, anything else? You have the option of walking or riding. The decision is yours. Got it. I think I'll walk this time. By the way, is the path safe? I'd rather not get eaten. Oh, don't worry. The risky missions are given along the way. And typically, you can't even choose to go alone on those. Oh, okay. I'll start now then. Good luck. Sam orients himself according to the map. Fortunately, it's not particularly difficult. He simply follows the paths and forks, and in a few minutes, he reaches the point marked on the map. A thick line of trees separates him from his final destination, and once he slips through them, an unforgettable sight awaits him. A crater the size of a city. God almighty! No movement around him, not a single living being around, as if the crater had consumed any life that tried to approach. Sam takes a good look at the landscape and decides to backpedal. Guided by intuition, he arrives back at the NG base in a flash, extremely tired from running. Well? What was that? Adam responds. A perfect example of human behavior. A symbol of everything we oppose. Blind destruction. Not just of human life, but of all life. I agree with the idea, but I have a few objections. All this time, Adam's dog was shoving its butt into him. Can it wait until tomorrow? The lady requires my special attention. Sam feels discomfort and simply says, Okay. Eat something and rest. There's plenty of time. Now, if you'll excuse us. Adam leaves and Sam wanders around for a bit until he finds a pot of cornmeal with cheese. He doesn't see anyone else, so he decides to help himself. Not seeing any utensils, he takes a handful with his bare hands, and after a few, he feels full. However, his hands are full of food. While he's thinking about how to clean himself, a pig appears out of nowhere next to him and cleans them without biting them, as if he's done this many times. Sam scratches it behind the ears in gratitude. Oh, thank you. After the hand wash, Sam nevertheless notices that the pig walks towards the pot and eats directly from it once it reaches it. As permissive as he was now afraid that he might catch some disease, even a mild one, due to the lack of hygiene. The activity, followed by a full stomach, makes him look for the first bed available, which happens to be the same barn he had slept in the previous evening. This time, however, it was colder, but fortunately there were blankets in the barn. He takes one and sits on the coziest pile of hay he can find. But in the middle of the evening, something seems to be bothering our young man. Something around him seems to be exuding some kind of negative energy that unsettles him. He looks around and sees nothing out of the ordinary. He looks again, and this time the barn doors are open, and in the middle of them, a figure that resembles a wolf. He looks at the wolf and tries to remain calm, only for it to then rise and stand up on two legs like a human. This being now stands almost motionless, with its attention on our young man, like a werewolf, preparing to attack its prey. Sam holds back as much as he can, but after a few moments, he lets out a fearful wail. Ah! After which, the figure disappears. After a few more moments, he sees no sign of the figure, and Sam realizes that he is awake and that the sun is beginning to rise. The apparition would haunt him, as he is not sure if he suffered a nightmare or if the werewolf really existed and had him in his sights. This community was beginning to seem like it was not for him, lacking many of the luxuries he had become accustomed to, and after dozing off a little longer to be somewhat rested and for the sun to fully rise, he decides to speak directly to Adam, who fortunately was by the campfire as usual. Ah, good morning.
We need to talk.
Speak, we have all the time in the world.
There are certain missing amenities that I'm not sure I can do without.
Like?
There are no bathrooms, no technology, no communication with the outside world, and don't get me started on hygiene. Even now I shudder at the thought of eating from the same place as the pigs.
Oh, but what would the poor things think if they understood what you just said?
I don't care. For such a welcoming community, I'm not ashamed to talk about what's missing.
You get used to it over time. True, what we offer is not for everyone, but even in the worst case, you can come visit. We have special services that attract more people than you would think. Adam then looks sensually at his own dog. Sam responds with,
I'm afraid to ask.
Of course, we only offer these services to proven allies, or neutrals who offer us something special, worthwhile in return. You still have some way before you're eligible.
I think I'll leave.
As you wish. Here's the map to civilization. If you change your mind, or a drastic change happens in your life, you're still welcome. More than you think tend to come back, often on all fours. For Sam, the alarm signals were already too many and too strong. He doesn't even say goodbye to Adam or the others around him, and yet Adam addresses him one more time. Oh, by the way, before you leave, stop by Madame Agnes's. Normally we only give treatments to those who are suffering, but as a sign of good faith, you will receive a full treatment. Ask, and ye shall receive. Goodbye. On the way, Sam notices a hut with a sign with a pot of herbs on it, and goes inside. Once inside, he is hit by the dizzying miasma of aromatic herbs, to the point where he struggles to stay on his feet, being no longer able to stand fully straight. However, he manages to reach the counter, which he grabs to steady himself.
Right away! You're the young man who only stayed for 2 nights? The one I should give a full package?
Sam simply nods. Agnes gives him a bundle of herbs.
Maybe one day you'll come back and get used to how things work around here. By the way, try not to spit anything out. You're not doing anything unless you swallow everything.
Then a donkey is heard in the distance.
Excuse me now, I have to go back to Henry. We just played a few minutes ago, you bastard. Some other time, lad.
The woman disappears from the counter. Sam puts the herbs in his pocket and wonders,
what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Once out of the pharmacy, he checks his map, and fortunately, in just 10 minutes, he's out of the forest. He even receives a message through his visor.
Where could you have been? We can't afford having our initiates disappear into thin air.
Mary? You? Sorry, just follow the signs, you should be back in no time. Indeed, following the directions on his visor, Sam arrives at an Ein HQ where he is welcomed with much more enthusiasm. Once he enters the building, Mary actually hugs him.
You missed me that much?
Once she lets go, Mary says, We're the only young people around here.
How did you end up here?
I had an old acquaintance in the organization. You?
I've seen a few places, here and there.
Ah, that makes sense. Well, for your loyalty, new equipment is waiting for you in your room. Get ready. Tomorrow you will receive training. And go on a trip somewhere far away.
Like?
Have you heard of China?
No, I don't believe it.
More details tomorrow. In the meantime, take a break. Today is Saturday, after all. Sam enters his room, and indeed, a more advanced visor model was waiting for him on his desk, plus a small remote control. He dedicated that day to games and good food in more humane conditions. He was already starting to get attached to Ein, or at least to what was offered to him while he worked for them. Life was good. Chapter 5. The Middle Kingdom. The next day, he wakes up without complications after a good night's sleep. He also receives a transmission. Wakey, wakey, it's time for your first assignment as an Ein initiate. Report to the briefing room as soon as possible. Sam accidentally dozes off a bit, but the stress means that when he eventually gets off his feet, half an hour later, he doesn't feel that much more rested. He makes a quick round of the cafeteria, eating in a rush, and then he heads for the briefing room. Mary scolds him. Hey, another 10 minutes and you would have been penalized. Try to leave the gaming binges for when there's no critical work to do, young sir.
There's a schedule?
Nothing too strict, but sleeping during daytime is a major faux pas around these parts, especially since you missed the first meeting. Major black mark on your end.
I didn't have a schedule for years.
Look, neither did I, and in fact, a few days ago, I slept until the evening. Even now I'm still trying to figure out how I'm still around. We need to be careful. Ein doesn't screw around. She drinks some water and then continues. Anyway, it's time for your first official assignment. It should be pretty simple. You go in, talk to a representative, and go out.
Sounds simple enough.
You have a plane leaving at 12:30. Here's your ticket. Destination, Guaichao, PRC.
China?
Yeah, one of the few civilized places left on Earth. It's simple, really. All you have to do is go to an office, shake hands, collect some papers. If there are more of them, wash, rinse, repeat. There are open communication channels to China, but sending an actual operative is a sign of good faith.
So all I have to do is pay a few visits?
More or less. Good luck, Tiger. A car is waiting for you outside. Sam looks over the info, but then decides to talk some more to Mary while he still has a chance.
We still have a few minutes, right?
Sure.
How come you don't have a newer visor?
I'm getting it today, but to be honest, I'm still not sure who to stick with.
Sam raises his eyebrow.
I haven't done much for Light, but for now I prefer their modus operandi. Andy is out of the question, though.
What did they do to you?
I'd rather not talk about it. At least not right now. Don't you have a plane to catch? Go and try to build a schedule. You'll be better off for it.
Bye, girl.
Mary winks at him. Sam runs for his car. The trip to Guaichao is rather uneventful. During both the drive and the flight, all he can think of is that he'll finally see another part of the world. He simply stares outside the window in both cases. Surprisingly, the journey doesn't take long. He falls asleep during the flight, but luckily wakes up sometime before the plane lands. The inside of the airport leaves no impression on him, but once he leaves, a bustling city awaits him. Whereas his home was half wild, Guaichao had a tended-to appearance he hadn't seen before. The buildings were imposing and clean, while the parks were just as lively as the ones back home, yet not out of place. The sidewalks weren't full of cracks and grass, and on the streets, cars and carriages drawn by horses somehow both harmonized on the road. Sam carries on slowly, admiring the scenery. Mary interrupts him with a transmission. All the offices are within walking distance. Thanks to the difference in time zone, they're all freshly open until the evening. As long as you manage to visit free, the mission is a success. Sam continues walking, but is accosted by a teamster. Ni hao, Guailo, wanna go somewhere? Mary? Feel free to use their services. Their fees will be paid for automatically, as our location tracking triangulates the intersection between your position and theirs. The teamster presses him. Hurry, Guailo, must move. In plain English? Mary responds to him. You don't have to worry about anything, just go, if you want to. Free CE Co. Ltd? Come, we go. Sam feels weirdly comfortable in the carriage. Once Sam gets out of the carriage, though, a mesh hood is pulled over his head and he is led into an unknown building. Once inside, he is led into an interrogation room where his hood is removed. A Chinese officer greets him. The officer has a stern appearance. Can you tell me for what purpose you are here? To build a partnership. Anything else? Honest, that's all. The Middle Kingdom has had some particularly unpleasant experiences with you Europeans. First, the century of humiliation. Then the start of World War III. Right in the middle of the new Silk Road initiative. And now the century of Eurasian chaos. I'm aware of these events. We are no longer interested in working with you Europeans at this time. The Middle Kingdom builds its prosperity through trade and research, while you build it exclusively through slavery and conquest, often war. For the past 100 years, we have been forced to intervene externally. It has taken extraordinary efforts to ensure a modicum of peace in just a few corners of the world. And we have often been sabotaged by our own organization. I don't know the details. I'm joining just now. Indeed, you give the impression that you are still newcomer. One moment, please. The officer leaves the room for a few minutes. When he returns, he doesn't waste a moment. As a sign of good faith, you will be released and even sent on your next mission. But before you leave, remember this. We, the Middle Kingdom, are not interested in cooperating directly with Ein or any other organization of European origin. Understood. Sam is released and led to an autonomous car that takes him quickly to the airport. There he goes to the information desk where he gets his ticket. Destination, Jerusalem. All that was left of Israel. He boards the first flight and within a few hours arrives in the Holy City. Chapter 6. The Holy Land. The flight doesn't take long, and once he arrives, he is contacted by Mary. Try to stay on schedule. Jews are far less tolerant toward the unpunctual than the Chinese. I'll stay on schedule, I promise. I'm taking the first transport to kick your ass myself if you break that promise. Okay. To Sam's fortune, however, the flight proceeds without a hitch. He arrives in Jerusalem and heads for the nearest facility. He is greeted enthusiastically at the entrance.
"Oh, hello. You are from Ein, correct?"
"Yeah."
"Nice to meet you."
"Hi,
You are the trainee. Yes, we've been expecting you. Your mission is quite simple. You will have to patrol the walls of Jerusalem."
"I'd like to know more about Israel first."
"Israel? Where did you hear that name?"
"Films."
"Ah, you were fortunate enough to be exposed to classical media. Well, that name no longer applies, and it doesn't apply to many parts of the world anymore.
Can you bring me up to speed? The maps and media back home gave me a different impression."
The 20th and 21st centuries employed a very interesting concept, the nation-state. The idea that a territory should be self-governed, and with the help of democracy, through the will of the people.
But that wasn't really the case, was it?
Ah, you're a perceptive one. Indeed, neither ultimately meant anything. Borders were not respected to any extent, and democracy, well, it's hard to enforce the will of the people if they themselves don't know what they want.
Or if there aren't any good options. Or if the average person doesn't actually care about politics. Or if the system is set up in such a way that a leader could simply deploy his golden parachute on his way out, no matter his record.
Ah, you have a strong opinion on the matter. Surprisingly extensive knowledge you're displaying. If you don't mind me asking, where did you find these points?
A light reading of the ancient Greek texts, and some nationalist propaganda. The latter was a bit easier to swallow. I only managed a light reading of the former.
Ah, yes, the simplicity is exactly what made nationalism attractive. Too bad it didn't actually work. No nation-state remained loyal to the principle, no matter how much they tried to project their adherence to the concept.
Mass migration and external economic dependence?
I'm starting to think you won't be staying long here.
Sam looks at him equally sad and confused.
That was meant as a compliment. High-performing trainees are usually sent on more important missions as soon as they appear. Usually it's only the bottom of the barrel that stays here for more than a few days.
Oh, I see.
Now back to the topic at hand. Yes, what you mentioned was the death knell of the modern nation-state experiment. Once the wars began, many small nations were absorbed into neighboring empires or formed commonwealths with their neighbors. Israel being surrounded and its greatest ally collapsing resulted in the immediate end of the once flourishing nation. And now, the little we have left requires constant surveillance. This is where you come in. Several of our PFCs are being promoted, and until conscription is complete, there are a few gaps in our ranks that you will fill in.
Sir?
We expect a surprise attack that could come at any moment, so every side is populated by at least one soldier.
I thought wars were fought purely at the borders of any designated region.
This city is all we have left. Losing it doesn't just mean the end of a historical holy city, but also of all Jews.
Wait, don't you have a diaspora?
Not anymore. You didn't know?
The media I owned plateaued around 2019, I think.
Ah, I see. Well, on the bright side, we haven't been victim to surprise attacks for months now, but it is better to be safe than sorry.
So, all I actually have to do is walk around?
It is a patrol. Keep an eye out. You are not on vacation.
But Israel's so pretty.
Charming, but there's work to be done. It's not often we have uninvited visitors, but when we do, they tend to make a bang.
All right, I'll be on the lookout.
You'll be deployed into the field at 0900 hours. Try to sleep until then instead of playing e-games all night.
Hey, I'm not addicted.
That's what they all say. Look, do what you please, but be ready in the morning. Intel suggests activity around the West Wing, and that is where you will be active.
All right.
Have a nice night.
You too.
Sam heads for his barracks.
They're a bit nicer than the previous ones, as it isn't just a bed with 2 retractable desks, but a proper room with a bed, a desk, and a chair. Above the desk there is a screen, positioned well enough that Sam could enjoy his entertainment regardless where he sat down. He puts himself straight to bed, but finds himself restless. He plays some games for a bit, and then decides to try sleeping again, this time succeeding after a while. In the morning, Sam wakes up agitated and tired at the same time. He immediately heads out, only to be greeted with impatience.
Good morning. Do you know what time it is?
No.
8:58. A bit borderline, but acceptable. Now go.
Sam enters the car just outside. It takes him through the empty streets where it was clear there were once tourist attractions, but now there was nothing but the buildings themselves. However, in a very short time, Sam reaches a checkpoint. The guards wear the same kind of armor he'd seen the church torture wear. Sam was visibly uncomfortable, but decides to just go along with whatever they would ask.
Purpose of excursion?
Routine operation.
Very well, move along.
Sam reaches a guard post. There, another suited guard.
So, you're the eyes and ears for today. Very well, go.
Sam exits towards the outside. For miles on end, nothing but desert. Sam just walks along and looks opposite the imposing walls that guard Jerusalem.
Well, how are things?
Ben asks him.
Pretty quiet. Just the sand and the wind. Good news then. Do a few more rounds, and after that you may return to the guard tower.
But I've barely even started.
The new conscripts are performing better than expected. With any luck, your presence is only necessary today.
Alright, if you say so, I don't mind either way. The conversation ends, however Sam continues walking. After a few rounds, Sam spots something with the corner of his eye. A masked man, wearing a hooded top. HQ, I think I saw something. Check the last 60 seconds of my feed.
Yes, our Arabic friend sent a scout. They are on to something. It's good that you are perceptive. Good work. Carry on then.
Sam walks for another hour or so but notices nothing. He then receives a call.
Well, your rounds are over. You can proceed to HQ at your discretion.
Sam returns to base. He is greeted by Ben.
Well, today is quite eventful, it seems. Tomorrow, even more so. Several recruits become proper privates. We can expect an assault from the Palestinians or Lebanese, and an Ein initiate under our wing leaves with a successful assignment under his belt.
That's me, right?
No, it's just the neighborhood donkey carrying Ein equipment. Evidently it's you. You have passed this test, but be warned. What comes next will be far more demanding.
I could have kept going for a few more days, but if spotting the odd scout is all the excitement the patrols have to offer, I guess I'll be on my way.
Don't get too excited. Your next assignment is in Africa, and transport options are limited from here to, well, everywhere. This isn't the early 5700s, where people would go out of their way to visit. The only flight available for you leaves tomorrow afternoon.
What am I supposed to do in the meanwhile?
Like I was saying previously, in the past, this city was considered a tourist attraction. My grandfather lived to see that. See the town. If you could, it would also be greatly appreciated if you checked in at the barracks tomorrow.
Wait, didn't I finish?
It's optional. Something might go wrong and maybe a new arrival isn't available, or even worse, late. It's also a sign of loyalty towards Ein, extra credit, if you will.
Oh, I see.
Now, if you would excuse me, I would like to tend to the other operatives.
Sure. Sam heads for his quarters, plays some games, and just sleeps. As soon as he wakes up, he grabs a quick snack from the cafeteria and runs towards the security station near the border. There, he is greeted by an irritated captain. Ready for duty, sir. Do you know what time it is? No, sir. We're halfway through the day. Explain yourself. Sir, my apologies for the late arrival. As soon as I was awake, I grabbed something to eat and hurried to the station. Sir. The captain just tilts his head at him. I'm from the old city, sir. No such thing as schedules there. Barely any people, in fact. Sir. Fair enough. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you. Thankfully, all the new recruits occupied their posts today, and there haven't been any attacks. So there was no need for mobilization. Sam sighs in relief. Whew. That said, try to form a schedule. Punctuality is very highly regarded in our organization. Although indeed, loyalty is even more so. Partial credit. Now go on. You're awaited in Africa. Sam exits the guard tower and decides to spend his 3 hours sightseeing. The city was indeed beautiful. Old temples were dotted around, and despite there being almost no one on the streets, it still gave the impression of being lived in. He notices a woman crying alone with her hand on a wall. Sam decides to join in. He places his hand on the wall. The woman talks to him. I have not seen you here before. I'm just passing through. This place has a certain energy to it. Are you Jewish? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Jerusalem was once a beautiful, bustling city. Now there are merely a few hundred of us, even fewer of which remember the good old days. My mother saw the city at its peak. The woman cries some more. Sam says nothing. This is the Wailing Wall, if you did not know. The only Jewish monument left standing. My mother bare witness to the happenings. Most of us were simply slaughtered. But perhaps some new blood can bring back the spark. I'm not staying here much longer, I'm afraid. Then can you promise me something, young stranger? I suppose. Never forget Israel, even if we are no longer. Let our memories stay alive. All right. I have to go now. Safe travels, stranger. Not much further in, Sam stumbles next to a bar. A young man not much older than him is wearing similar attire. Sam approaches. Hey there, comrade. Ah, a fellow soldier. Barman, something for my friend. Any preferences? Surprise me. Heh. The barman approaches and hands Sam a glass of what seems to be orange soda. It's local. Enjoy. Sam grabs the glass and finishes half of it. You stuck in this place too? Not really. I'm leaving soon. Just a few more days and I can finally see the world. Odd. I've only been here for 2 days and now I'm already leaving. That means you're special. I guess you can put it that way. I have a connection to this land. My forefathers lived to see Israel at its peak, but they also saw it collapse in front of their eyes. You can trace that long ago? Yes, my great-grandfather fought for Eretz Israel, but it was a futile battle. With the fall of the United States came a new paradigm, one where everything from the previous order was turned on its head. Israel was attacked from all sides. It never stood a chance, particularly as animosities, old and new alike, persuaded Europe to remain neutral within just a few short months. Several centuries, no, millennia worth of work vanished. Then a new dark age, and now this. We're nothing more than a city-state now, and even that at the mercy of Ain. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. His friend then finishes his glass. What are you talking about? The state disappeared from the maps. It ceased to exist. Our sacrifice, lost to the sands of time, and the great achievement, a minor blip in world history. What, you think you're special? Not many nations left on Earth right now, in case you haven't noticed. You know what? Just leave me alone. Sam gets up from the table, but then tries to pay for his drink. I'm a man of my word. Just go, please. Sam then decides to carry on, taking the first plane to Ethiopia. Despite the exotic destination, literally nothing happens during transit. Even as he takes the train to Somalia, his compartments during both traversals make him wonder whether he's nothing more than cargo, as in both cases, his rooms are shut down. However, once he descends from the last train, things are different. Global Anarchy, Episode 3, Chapter 7, Emancipation. The train stops elegantly in what would otherwise be easily mistaken for an emergency stop. As the door opens, Sam jumps out of the wagon. A scrawny Somali eyeballs him and asks, "Are you from Ain?" "I thought my gear would give me away. Yes, of course I'm Ain." "To help?" "I'm here to provide support for the operation."
"Ah, good, yes, come with me."
Both enter a silver car with tinted windows. Despite its visible age, it seemed to start and work without issue. On the way, the two make small talk.
"We rarely receive any support."
"How come?"
"We are in the position where we can handle everything ourselves. It is only in exceptional cases that we require assistance. And even when we do receive it, it is usually either novices or amateurs."
"To be fair, I haven't been on many missions."
"Have you been to Jerusalem?"
"Quite recently, yeah. How did you know?"
"I told you, my friend, beginners or bums, no exception. Don't worry, it should be easy, especially if you finish the trials."
"That's good news." The rest of the drive is peaceful. The buildings they pass remind Sam of his home. They are all derelict, abandoned, and seemingly being retaken by Mother Earth. The drive, however, proves short as they immediately reach their destination.
"We have arrived."
Sam gets out.
"Just going through the front door. They are expecting you. Accommodation and supplies will be provided for. Enjoy your stay."
Sam nods and heads for the entrance. As he enters, the inside seems to him to bear no difference from his old home. Thankfully, the dark hallways were contrasted by a blinding light coming from the only open door. As Sam walked further into the building, his loud footsteps prompted a large figure to come out the open room.
"Welcome, my friend. Come in."
Sam thinks nothing and enters the room. Inside it, a throne with small tables on the side, one stacked with food, the other with various gadgets. Outside the throne, a large sofa. Between them, to the side, a large display. Before sitting down, the two shake hands.
"Make yourself at home. What would you like? Tea? Coffee?"
"Tea, please."
"Jamila, bring the tea."
Without uttering a word, she comes in with the tea and cups and pours quickly, leaving immediately after she is done.
"Ain rarely delivers support to our region, despite the long-term fruitful collaboration. So, are you ready for today's raid?"
"I suppose so."
"Tell me, what is your specialty?"
"I'm just a humble beginner. Not too long ago I finished basic training."
"Any operations?"
"Israel, right before. What's left of it anyway. In fact, I was still patrolling just yesterday when I was given notice to board the first plane out."
"Ah, correct. Don't worry, boy. It will be easy. All we need is support."
Assad picks up a rod from behind his throne and points it at the display.
"At dawn, we will head for the military base 10 kilometers from here. Once we are within 200 meters, me and my men will storm the base, while you stay behind and ensure no one attacks us from behind."
"That's it?"
"More or less. We expect to find 10 to 15 men at the premises."
"Well, what are we waiting for?"
"No reason to hurry, my friend. We will go at night."
"Why and who are we going after anyway?"
"A gang. Usually during the day, they harass the nearby villages. However, since everyone is armed, they have had no success. Armed looters are nothing new, and they are easily eliminated. But this time an entire family has decided to terrorize innocents thinking they deserve better. Doesn't sound like much to me. Better safe than sorry. How does a place like this become an iron training zone? It is a long story. We have the time. Very well. When the wars began in Europe, the rest of the world took notice. As these wars were not based on race, the large media corporations tried to ignore them, but the end result was the same. Opportunists decided to take advantage of the power vacuum left behind by the now overwhelmed Europeans and organized raids on every single foreign property. Military installations and all their munitions were seized, bank runs were made, and any attempts to reverse this empowerment were halted before they could even begin by the pirates. Now, with foreign involvement reduced to a minimum, the country could truly prosper and become what it is today. Okay, but what's your role in all of this? What's Ein's? I personally architected many of these operations. Most importantly, seemingly by the whims of Allah, I contacted Ein, noticing their rise, and conversed with them about a collaboration that would hopefully ensure both the prosperity of the now fully independent Somalia and trade agreements that would benefit both parties. They would supply the necessary schematics and technical documents, and we would develop on our own. The only catch is that we had to train with Ein and its associates first and foremost. A reasonable request. Well, that sounds simple enough. It wasn't. The old guard of pirates vehemently opposed these developments and did everything in their power to stop this relationship. And they were this close to succeeding. Why? Didn't Ein provide support? Not at first. We didn't agree on all conditions, so direct support was very limited. However, the circumstances forced a reconciliation, especially since their second charter of rights and responsibilities was more reasonable. We accepted as we were mere days away from a horrific defeat that might have forever put an end to the great nation you see today. What were those troublesome conditions? That's a story for another day. For now, rest. Sam leaves and heads for his room. There he sits down on his bed for a few hours. He couldn't help but wonder what happened to his former home, but once he stopped thinking about it, he fell asleep. A few hours later, he wakes up, panicked, and quickly heads for the briefing room. There he finds Assad and a few other men. Right on time, my friend. We were worried you wouldn't show up. My apologies. I guess the trip left me more tired than I expected. It doesn't matter. We leave immediately. The time is right. Are you ready? I suppose so. Remember the plan? We go in, kick ass, and get out. Right? Exactly. Now, hold on. What is it? Aren't you going to introduce me to the rest of the team? Boys, this is our support. That's it? The introductions can continue later. We have no time for pleasantries right now. Alright, let's go then. They leave the building and reach a truck. Everyone arms themselves and gets ready to embark. Right before entering, Assad talks to the men. Keep your eyes peeled. We don't know where they are exactly, so we might bump into them on the road. He and another man climb in the front while Sam and the rest go in the back. The truck starts moving and the driver does not take his foot off the accelerator. Combined with the poor roads, this makes for a bumpy ride. No one can hold on very well, but Sam in particular struggles to keep his place. Assad notices this. There are support beams. Use them. You don't need to keep both your hands on the gun. Also, keep your finger away from the trigger for now. Sam realizes he's doing everything wrong, so he grabs the beam with his left hand and takes hold of the rifle's grip without placing his index finger on the trigger. The ride becomes less bumpy and mercifully, within just a minute, ends, even if a bit suddenly. The truck brakes so quickly Sam barely manages to hold onto the support beam. We have arrived. Everyone dismounts from the truck. All right, men, follow me. Our new friend will watch our backs, and if need be, come to our aid. It is time to put an end to banditry. Yeah! They leave, and Sam remains alone. He sits down on the side of the road and looks around. He then gets a message.
You can get up if you want to. No need to stand stock still, you know.
Have you been tapped in all this time?
No, just checking up on you. I'm supervising other assignments, but most I've had today are either done or uneventful. So I said, hey, maybe you're still alive.
Oh, I feel flattered.
As you should. I could get in trouble for this.
Then don't. Thanks for keeping an eye out, but I'll be fine. Made it so far, right?
Overconfident much? Suit yourself. Gotta go now. Bye. Sam smiles and looks to the road. He gets up and starts walking slowly away from the truck. Dusk creeps in, leaving him unable to see much. He then stops, realizing he hadn't heard anything since Assad left. No weapon fire, no orders, nothing. Deafening silence. However, within seconds, he hears music coming from the main road. Screaming and engine noises accompany it, and he realizes he is alone with the bandits. He hits the ground and calls for help.
Assad, do you read?
Yes, we haven't found our targets.
I think I heard them. They're coming for me.
Keep them busy until we arrive. Suppress them.
Sam readies his weapon. The jeep approaches. It stops several hundred meters away. Sam hears them shouting and readying their weapons. He then starts firing at them in short bursts. They fire back. Bullets are flying from both sides, but Sam feels particularly vulnerable as he is only equipped with 3 clips in total. Just as the first clip runs out, Sam does hear some good news.
Are you still there? If you can hear me, we're at the halfway point. We should be there in a few minutes. Out! Sam breathes a sigh of relief, but it's short-lived. Once he reloads, it's back to the cacophony of angry shouting and bullets whizzing through the air. One of his shots results in a sharp scream of pain from the other side, making him feel slightly safer. But within moments, he is down to his last clip. He hears another scream of pain while reloading. It might be a soldier accidentally shooting himself or friendly fire. Either way, a good sign. After the reload, he looks around, but sees no sign of Assad and his men. He then looks towards the jeep and says to himself,
well, here goes nothing.
But then he hears gunfire from behind him and a soldier hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. And again. And again. And he sees Assad and his men coming up from behind. Sam is saved. Assad himself notices him and extends his arm. Good job, young man. We made it. Sam takes his hand and gets up. The rest of the soldiers continue their sweep. The men will handle the cleanup. In the meanwhile, I have arranged for transport. We will have to walk around half a kilometer to the nearest main road.
Why not have it arrive right here?
There are no indicators for the car to be able to navigate effectively. That, and we have to do a check on the nearby forest. Besides, walking is good for you.
All right then.
Keep your eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
The two walk and walk for several minutes. Night falls, and visibility is truly meager. Sam then notices a subtle light from what appears to be a cabin.
Assad, do you see that?
As he points towards the light. Yes, here, take this night vision. Assad installs his goggles. Sam takes the goggles and installs them. Then they approach the house carefully. Then, as they reach the door, Assad kicks it and draws his weapon. Inside, a thin, sickly woman and a few malnourished children. 2 sitting curled up on a makeshift bed, and another seemingly struggling to even breathe in a crib.
By Allah, help us!
So this is where you are hiding, ah?
No, please, leave us alone. We have done nothing wrong.
Assad grabs the woman by her arm and throws her out. The woman falls over from the throw.
No, my children!
Assad then shoots her in the legs, ensuring she doesn't get up. She screams in pain as her attempt to get up is foiled. Sam is still from the shock. Assad looks at the children and then gets out, only to admonish the woman. These children are unfit to feed the ground. You and the fanatics are all the same, pretending to cherish life
while mocking it to a sickening degree. But don't worry, today justice will be done. He equips an explosive and throws it into the cabin. Boom. The explosion is small, but the cabin erupts into fire violently. Not being very close to other trees, the fire thankfully remains localized. The woman bursts into strong tears as this happens. No! Why? You should be relieved. They are now no longer in pain, and neither will you. Stop! Assad turns his head toward Sam for a second, but then immediately returns his attention toward the woman and fires several shots into her head. What was that? Ein Charter, Chapter 2, Responsible Reproductive Practices. What does it say? Any who shall reproduce without consideration for their material situation and cause suffering on this earth are to be put to death immediately. But the children, unsalvageable, even carrion eaters would see little reason to bother with so little substance. Predators might even get sick, and the woman's body would lay as a warning to the others. But why? Africa has seen enough suffering in its history. People like her are the reason we failed to develop. While Europe and Asia gave birth to large empires, we finally have the opportunity to move on and catch up to the rest of the world, and I will not allow anything to put a stop to that. They then resume their walk. Neither of them starts another conversation. Not even when they arrive and walk to their living quarters. Sam just collapses into his bed when he arrives. He fails to catch sleep initially, thinking of the woman and the children that were executed. But in the end, he stopped paying it mind and finally fell asleep. Upon waking up, he hears a familiar voice. Good morning, how are you today? I'm good, I guess. Your operational report finally came in. Not bad. It seems you can hold your own. You ready for your next assignment? Yeah. An old collaborator is facing difficulties in keeping his base of operations safe. He's been promised help for a long time, but due to resource constraints, we're only now able to finally send some. You've proven yourself. And you're the closest operative to his location, so we're sending you. That was uncharacteristically vague. I'm used to being given slightly more details. We would rather keep this secret and have as few people as possible involved. Lately, some missions have been compromised. We suspect we have a mole, or worse, several. As such, we're taking extra precaution. Multiple recent assignments have been conducted like this, and the success rate has been 100%. It seems that when every individual is assigned a limited number of tasks and is tracked, there's far fewer loopholes. Anyway, don't worry about directions and objectives. You have a boat ready at the docks and another vehicle ready once you reach the general area. Just follow the trail and you'll be fine, Tiger. Sam gets up and gets ready to leave. He passes by the main room and sees Assad there. Goodbye. Safe travels, my friend. He goes to the docks on foot, taking in the sights on the way, while the surroundings were unkempt. They possessed a certain vibrancy he had never before seen in his life. It made him wonder whether the actions he was witness to last night were truly disagreeable, given that Somalia was lush and vibrant. But he had little time to ponder the dilemma, as soon he would reach the docks. An operative in a full bodysuit would wave to him, and Sam would approach. Your transport is ready. Follow the markers on its display. You should be able to figure out the final destination. Once you land, walk 1 kilometer along the shoreline, and you'll find the necessary equipment to progress. Sorry for being super vague, but HQ is paranoid about ND eavesdropping, so they aren't taking any chances. Any questions? Yeah, aren't you hot in that? I'm good. Ein's bodysuits protect against the elements, among others. One perk of being part of the organization. Thanks for asking, but you'd better go. Time is of the essence. The faster you make it there, the smoother everything will run.
Sam gets in the boat and follows the orders. It's a long trip, but he stays awake during all of it. Upon reaching the final point, he notices he's fairly close to the Australian continent. He decides to head straight for it. After another hour, he finally makes it to the nearest docks. Upon arrival, he is directed to leave the boat in a specific area. He does so and then leaves it. As he tries leaving the docks, he is met by a large gate guarded by several soldiers armed to the teeth. One of them approaches Sam. "Identification, please." "I'm an IN trainee." The soldier inspects him in an instant and then personally opens the gate to let him through. "Take the civilian train and disembark at the first stop. That'll be all. Have a nice day." Sam does as instructed and boards the train. Chapter 8: Atlantis. Our hero descends from the train, being faced with a beautiful image of a mostly empty shore. After a 10-minute walk along the beach, he reaches a rock formation. Right beneath one of them, the equipment for his next mission. He opens the supply crate. Inside, a custom diving suit with neural input gloves and a personal diving watercraft. He equips the swimsuit and proceeds to mount the torpedo. Once underwater, he receives a message. ND has done several expeditions in the past in the hope of finding Atlantis Station. During these, they have left behind proximity-based turrets and mines, some of which may be cloaked. Your torpedo is equipped with EMP spears and explosive missiles. Additionally, it possesses a high-accuracy radar, but its range is limited and can only work at lower movement speed. And finally, the watercraft can perform evasive side dashes. Good luck! Meanwhile, Sam looks at the main screen and is greeted by sonar pings that guide him slowly but surely to the underwater city. On the way, he is confronted by turrets firing harpoons. Thanks to the aid of his capsule, he eliminates them via his own harpoons and tactical torpedoes. Every other minute he turns on the precision radar to avoid any minefields and make sure he is on the right track. The trek through the depths of the Tasman Sea is long and arduous, and the dozens of twisting and turning waypoints, together with several turrets for each, make everything more arduous. But alas, after a long trip, after passing through a small rock formation, the city can be seen. Atlantis, reborn. From a generation of survivors willing to take their chances on creating a bunker safe from all possible threats. A few moments after the structure is taken in with admiration by our hero, he enters and prepares for a mission nothing else could have. Once inside, he quickly ditches the equipment and heads for the main technology labs. Just moments after exploring the station, he notices the security room and quickly enters. He notices fighters wearing armors bearing religious symbols, and the man in the control room wielding a door shut. He immediately sets to find the man while hopefully avoiding the soldiers. As he moves toward the control room, he looks at the depths of the ocean through the surrounding windows, witnessing life as it thrives in some of the most challenging conditions on Earth. Eels, fish, and squid could be seen swimming. The protagonist, right before reaching the control room, taps the glass twice and thinks to himself, "Man, this wouldn't last if a proper firefight ensued." He then heads back on his way and slowly opens the ajar door. Upon opening, an energy blast strikes, and he only narrowly avoids it as the projectile dissipates just an arm's length away from him. A man stands with an energy weapon on the other end of the room. Our hero tries to reason with him. "Hold your fire! I'm with Ein!" Ein? He takes a good look at Sam just to be sure. "They finally figured to send help, huh? Get up. We don't have that much time. What are you here for?" "I'm here to rescue you." "Just in the nick of time," is what I would have said 10 minutes ago. With both back doors that would lead here welded, it's going to be impossible to stop those ND fanatics and avoid critical structural damage to the dome. Worst case, you can make it back and rebuild in more favorable circumstances. You don't get it, do ya?
This is my life's work. 20 years of non-stop work to create a fully functioning, fully self-sufficient deep-sea housing unit. I asked Ein for years for help, and all I got was scraps. I had an easier time receiving approval and ultimately getting a rejuvenation than I did getting support for this project. Look, I understand, but I have my orders. You have to at least try to get out of here. Alright, let's give it a shot. As he approaches and extends his hand to Sam. Nicholas Hawkes at your service. They leave the room. A few minutes in, a massive explosion is heard. Just as they take it in, water reaches their feet. The dome was starting to flood. We're going back right now! Wait! Nick! Nick! His screaming proved futile, as Nicholas rushed through the doorways as quickly as was humanly possible. Sam tried to keep up, but failed, as it was clear Nick knew the station better and could run faster. Then, just a minute into the run, Sam hears several bursts of gunfire. Then, total silence. Just a minute later, he finally reaches the control room and notices several corpses floating in the now knee-deep water. The back door, despite being subjected to an explosion, was still mostly in place, but its right side was bent enough to easily allow a man right through, and was gushing water through that very moment. Nick was operating a control panel, all while bloody and dripping. After collecting himself, Sam reaches for Nick and grabs his left arm. We need to leave now! After shaking off Sam's hand, Nick says, No! I need to engage the emergency protocol. Atlantis Station will not collapse. We can come back later. You're bleeding out and will soon be flooded. I just need to oversee the structural analysis, activate the emergency protocol. In case anything fails, I can assume manual control and make sure it goes through. Sam tries again to grab Nick, but this time with both arms. We are leaving now! In response, Nick smacks Sam with the butt of his weapon and then resumes his work. I'm not leaving my life's work behind. You're free to leave. You'll figure something to tell your handlers. Now go! Save yourself! Just moments later, the half-destroyed door bursts open, and several cracks in the glass next to it form and gush water. All the water completely floods the room within seconds. Sam is launched all the way to the bay. While there, he manages to grab a portable rebreather the size of a surgical mask from one of his pockets and apply it to his helmet. The station was completely flooded. Sam swims back into the main body of the dome to search for Nick. Not long into the swim, maybe a few minutes, he finds him, blood still flowing out of his twitching body. He contemplates rescuing the body, but when weighing that the man is dead and his own rebreather is only good for a few minutes, he decides to ditch the body and head out as fast as possible. He looks for his torpedo quickly but fails to find it, and decides to slip through the cracks. After several arduous minutes of swimming as fast as possible to get his head out of the water, he finally makes it. The nearest shore, also just minutes away, he heads there, and once on solid ground, he collapses. Not too long after, he wakes up, beaten, but determined to at least keep moving forward. While still on the ground, he contacts his HQ. HQ, mission failed! Damn it! It would seem that ND have access to more intelligence than we initially believed. Your feed came through just as you surfaced. A regrettable conclusion indeed. How come you didn't wake me up? We're not slave drivers. We understand the limits of human biology. That and the fact that your next assignment is still to be determined. Current directive? Find the nearest Ein facility. That was a difficult task. You performed very well, actually, given the circumstances. You should be able to rest for the next few days. HQ out. The nearest facility was close, and the moment he arrives, he collapses, this time on the bed in his room. Chapter 9. System Shock. Sam is woken up by a call. Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. You're on roll call. Sam gets up, does his morning routine, and then heads for the briefing room. You called? It's poor form to sleep all the way into afternoon. I'm simply trying to help you accommodate to a more appropriate schedule. Thanks, but wasn't I supposed to be resting? My last assignment didn't even go particularly well. In fact, from what I recall, there weren't even any critical assignments. Well, that's no longer the case. We recently received a tip about a few high-ranking ND members assembling in West Europe. You and a few others are to go to several large cities and investigate. That's it. For all intents and purposes, yes. Can I or anyone else choose where to deploy? Now, we've chosen who to send where based on past deployments and individual performance. Plain English, please. Fair enough. For the best results, first of all, each operative is sent to a city where he spent little, or ideally no time in. Being recognized would compromise the mission. And having an individual ask around is better suited to someone unfamiliar to the area. It's simply more natural. Second, the higher the likelihood of discovery, the more critical the need to send an experienced and/or talented operative. Sir? No need for flattery. Your performance so far has been satisfactory. So, we're sending you to France. France? Where exactly? Lyon. Interesting. I expected Paris. Let's just say that right now it's best avoided. Actually, now that I think about it, how did you know about Paris? I had old media back home. Fair enough, makes sense. Anyway, one thing to keep in mind is that there isn't a particular time frame for this assignment. You can take your time, handle things at your leisure. Sounds great. With that said, rumors suggest these operatives are highly skilled in unarmed combat. You, by contrast, haven't even had the chance to train in this field. Our simulacrum in this facility has several training programs. We know one of them is female, so perhaps some agility training would also be useful. Are you sure about this? Well, if you can squeeze in a strength session, that would be wonderful, but ultimately insufficient against a veteran male fighter. The assignment primarily revolves around gathering intelligence. We're simply preparing you for any unexpected difficulties, which I'm sure you can agree is for the better. Anyway, the only flight in the area leaves in about 2 hours. Get ready, and good luck. Thank you, sir. Sam heads for the training room. He sits down on the simulacrum and starts it up. He manages to complete both hand-to-hand and agility sessions, and then decides to head back to the briefing room. Is there something you wanted to ask? Can you give me any details about the flight? Yes, it's a charter headed for Cluj, Transylvania. You'll then have to wait another few hours until you can board the train headed for Lyon. In the meanwhile, you can rest in the waiting room or take on a secondary assignment. The choice is yours. Wait, how come I can rest there but not here? Well, pretty simple, there's no waiting room here. Oh. Now that I think about it, maybe it would be best if you looked around. Anyway, you should get going. The flight is leaving soon. Dismissed. Sam leaves the premises, enters the smart car waiting for him, enters the airport, and boards the plane. He rests during the flight, and within a few hours he is awakened automatically as the flight arrives to its destination. As he leaves the airport, he is contacted by an unknown young woman. Welcome to Transylvania. My name is Joan, and I will be your guide for the day. Hi, what is there to see around these parts? Better yet, what is there to do? Already thinking of action? I was told you were a proper Boy Scout. I get bored easily. That and I like to plan ahead. The second part is probably what saves you. Anyway, enough goofing off. Let's get moving. They start walking. The surroundings seem oddly familiar to Sam, as there were basically no people but plenty of old buildings and lush vegetation. There were even semi-feral animals around, but whereas before some would show interest, these would keep their distance. Not long into the walk, Joan sparks up conversation. So, how do you like Transylvania? It seems familiar. In a good way?
Or a bad way. Sam just shrugs. To be honest, I much prefer the comfort of an Ein facility. Oh, so you're a veteran. Far from it. I've only been inducted recently, and only partially. Oh. What about you? I've only started working for them. Been with them for a week. You haven't even been inside an Ein facility? Only to pick up my equipment. Hey, look! One of our city's landmarks. She points towards a statue of a man with long hair holding a lamb flanked by a few sheep. This is the statue of Jesus Christ. The name sounds familiar. A healer and a ventral figure for one of the largest organized religions in history, Christianity. I knew it sounded familiar, but I thought most old relics were destroyed. They were, but in many instances they were left unscathed, particularly if their presence within a region was deemed harmless. And one of the biggest cults in human history is seen that way? No, but if you ask a commoner about the statue, he'll tell you it's an icon of the nation's long-lost founder. They don't know it's Jesus? Even before the collapse of Western-style civilization, the Romanian territories had a literacy rate of barely 50%. After the collapse, it became statistically insignificant. The passage of time was also a factor. We are in the 6th millennium, after all. How could that even happen? Surely there must have been old media laying around. Not in a country where the arts and entertainment were never particularly revered. The digital revolution, as I'm sure you're aware, was another factor, being neither properly grounded in tradition nor advanced enough to join as an equal partner. Romania, quote-unquote, aka EU Region 26, became one of the very first Ein-controlled regions. Interesting. Sam then looks opposite the statue of Christ and notices another statue, this one representing some kind of super soldier. But what about that one? Let's get closer. They cross and reach the second statue. Ah, yes. This statue represents one of our founders. No one truly knows his name, but rumors suggest it might have been Flavius. He reminds me of an ETA grunt. ETA do seem to like the aesthetic, but remember that otherwise, things are done differently. Let's go back a bit. Flavius. A legend, a man dedicated to making planet Earth a better place. Just as the wars began, he decided to take matters into his own hands and cleanse this world. How? He would walk from village to village, ending the lives of countless useless eaters and breeders. Men, women, children, it didn't matter. The earth was hungry for bodies and thirsty for blood, and he satiated that need. Most of these places are now either uninhabited or small paradises. Sounds more like a psycho to me. You're lucky I'm too fresh to report you. Flavius did what was necessary, and he did eventually stop. But not before racking up a massive body count. Estimates range from 100,000 all the way to 1,000,000. Many an Ein view him as an example. That sounds even more like ETA to me. Wherever we go, civilization follows. Wherever ETA goes, paradise follows. Albeit after the place is turned into hell on earth for a month or two. But if a settlement denies us, why extend a hand? I'm not sure how I feel about this, and he values life to the same degree at least. Yeah, miserable lives, starving children, neglected animals, oppressed women. I could go on, and I will. I almost forgot. Cannon fodder men. Sam looks at her. You'd know if you spent any real time among them. Anyway, enough arguing, let's go have a drink. They walk a few blocks until they reach a bar. She gets the drinks and they sit down. Oh, thank you. Don't thank me, it's on Ein's payroll. So, what next? I can take you to the airport, or you could pass by an ND meet and walk to the airport yourself. I'm giving you the coordinates right now.
Could you go into more details, please?
There's an open sermon in the church on the outskirts of town. You should be able to blend in with the citizenry.
Why me?
Because we've only just found out about this specific sermon yesterday, and all local operatives have been engaged in different assignments days ago. ND is starting to slowly go underground. To no one's surprise, we've been hitting them pretty hard after all. So now we take any opportunities presented to us. It's not even mandatory, but it would give us insight into their current operations.
Seems fair to me, but
before you ask, I myself plan to engage in other activities recently. Now I have to go. Bye-bye.
Sam sits down for a few more minutes to check his status, then decides to seize the moment and join the sermon, if only to see what ND is up to and to stay mindful of his choice of affiliation. Sam checks the map and hurries, only to make it in the nick of time. Before arriving, he notices a crowd. Sam thinks he spots his initial interviewer among them, but as he is uncertain and doesn't want to attract attention, he doesn't try to get her attention. Thus, Sam simply joins the sermon. He takes a seat and focuses his attention on the sermon. The father starts speaking. We have gathered here today for a special occasion. We have several new members in our ever-extending family, but before the initiation, we must introduce our brothers and sisters to the fundamentals of our scripture, the 5 laws of the new disciples. You shall be fruitful and multiply. You shall be truthful, no matter your deeds. You shall work and provide for all. You shall keep both your body and soul clean. And finally, you shall place the divine over the earthly and act accordingly. The father takes a short break to drink some water. Our followers are quite familiar with these laws, but as we are about to induct several new members into our kind, this recitation must be realized. It will serve as an introduction to the new blood and a refresher for the old blood. The father takes another sip of water. The first and most obvious law is that we must secure the existence of our people. Therefore, all sexual acts must be made with the endurance of the family in mind. Take pleasure in the act, for that is why God has made it so enjoyable. But may He have mercy on those who waste their seed or energy on degenerate acts. Masturbation, sodomy, and even fornication are punishable by death, lest we devolve into the same kind of society that the godless 2000s enabled. First, there was the Weimar Republic, where one could satiate his promiscuity simply by exiting his home. Then, in the 21st century, this was taken to its logical extreme. The final taboos were broken. Children and animals alike could be sought, and those that committed such acts were hailed as heroes. Heroes! And in case anyone wonders why that is wrong, I will detail the counters only once, so pay attention. Children are not ready either in soul or mind for such acts. Let them keep their innocence. Animals, however domestic, are simply additional to us. Lowering oneself to that level is ground for expulsion. Not to mention that too much affection for an animal will bring about abominations. However, it must be noted that once a girl develops enough, she is to become a woman by immediate pairing. At 14 years of age, they are typically ready, and from that point on, will harbor children until their bodies collapse or simply run out. Such is a woman's lot. The father takes another short break. The second law demands that one must be truthful, even if he has committed mistake or even sin. Deception is the devil's tongue. Those who delude and mislead are to lose rank until they are outcast. Those who cheat and swindle are to repay double what they've wronged someone, but not before physical correction. Repeat offenders likewise face demotion and eventually expulsion.
and thieves are to be left without hands and cast into the wilderness, for without trust we are lower than animals. The father drinks some more water. The third law pertains to one's duties within our family. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Those too pathetic or too weak to keep up can still keep their place by being more modest, living in the basic quarters, eating less than the workers proper, having slightly fewer young. A small mention here: any woman that is no longer capable or does not want more children must therefore provide work. She is free to choose between the field and the indoors. There is no shame in living a more simple life, but those who refuse without justification are to be cast away. On the opposite end, gluttony, no matter the contribution, is cause for demotion. And if one makes no efforts to control his urges, he is to be cast into the wilderness like the beast he is. No one in the brotherhood shall be allowed to put his urges above his brothers and sisters. The father takes a deep breath. The penultimate law concerns itself with the condition one finds himself in, for if we forget to purge ourselves from filth, we are no better than pigs and cows who gladly rest in mud and waste. This law is unique in that its breach rarely results in expulsion. The offenders are simply forced to live among livestock. Often, this punishment is enough to deter relapse. Better yet, most often those who refuse to readjust are simply assigned to feeding and waste management and tend to adapt to their newfound conditions. But it must be said, those who still refuse to comply are usually not long for this world, for disease festers in filth, and their exclusion from our healers' quarters means they are short-lived once sick. But it must be mentioned that recently, at least here in Europa, the breeder unions with clerical approval have decided it is best to kick out those who neglect these particular responsibilities for too long, so as to prevent the development and spread of disease. The father takes another long breath. Keeping the soul clean is another matter. It is more simple in that the work one is tasked with will typically keep his mind clear of impure thoughts. But much as we would like it, man is not a machine. He must rest, and it is in these trying moments that he must keep the spiritually profane at bay. And this is where family comes in. A simple conversation, either with a blood relative or anyone in the family, is often enough. Board games can keep even the most idle away from degeneracy. And if all else fails, the partner must remind the other of his or her duties and ideally engage in procreation. The father finally finishes his glass of water. And last but not least, we have the most fundamental law of all, that to follow our great God. Do not place the earthly, the immediate, before the good of your people and your soul. Do not act, but rather consider what you are about to do and then act. Reason is what separates us from animals and what gives us the ability to live in safety among our loved ones, bearing the respect of our peers, and what allows each and every one of us to leave such enduring legacies on this piece of land that God has allotted to us. The father takes another deep breath. To conclude, there are those that can find salvation as their way of thinking is similar to ours. Those can be inducted. But there are those who are similar to us purely in form, sharing none of our values. They are not human. They are cattle in human form, working on base desire alone. They can never join us. But let us forget such matters now, as today we welcome no less than a dozen new brothers and sisters into our family. The chorus starts chanting. Those outside of our ranks may return to their homes, but we will not drive away those who wish to bear witness to the consecration process. The sermon continues, but Sam loses focus as this time he is certain he sees the woman that first interviewed him at Ain, albeit covered up in a Christian shawl. The interviewer! As he is beginning to be the only one left in the stands, Sam decides to leave. On the way, he hears two boys, one younger than the other, arguing. Chapter 10. Neutrality. So, little bro, wanna be exercised? Wanna have 10 kids, each noisier and hungrier than little Marge? Huh? Fuck you! Now you're in trouble. I'm telling Mom. Well, I'll tell her you're a liar. Sam decides to approach, if only because he feels his ears are starting to bleed. Hey there, young ones. If you keep up, you'll both be in trouble for disturbing the peace. What are you, an enforcer? Something like that. The boy takes a closer look at Sam. He becomes visibly nervous. You're Ein! Quiet! Do you want us both to get into trouble? What's Ein? I'm not very good at explanations, so you should probably ask someone else. Tell you what, little guy, while handing the smaller child a disposable credit. Why don't you go get yourself something nice, while I teach your brother a lesson? Cool! Juice money, yes, sir! The smaller child leaves. Are you going to arrest me? No, I just don't like to hear screaming. I'll let you go if you can answer a question. Okay. What are two boys like you doing out here, just outside the city? Oh, we're getting bored at home since Dad's almost always away working and these lectures are like cool. A bit boring sometimes, but cool. And they are like crazy, shouting about the end of the world and how everyone's going to hell. I didn't see anything like that today. Today sucked, but usually it's way more fun. They talk about demon possession and dying for God and stuff. My retarded little brother fell asleep halfway through, and the last time I left him on his own, Mom slapped me and sent me straight back to get him, only for him to get back like 10 minutes after I left. Surely you must have some friends. They're all like an hour away, and I can't leave Ted out of my sight. I would bike, but he's still learning, so at this point, I might as well wait until he's 10. That's when Dad says he'll be fine alone. Don't you have media? Oh, Dad's brother often comes to visit, especially when Mom has visitors. For a few years now, Dad's like, hey, if you see someone coming over for Mom, message me, and I'll send Uncle Jim to keep you company. Mom always gets angry when he visits, especially since it takes him an hour or two to get anything running on that ancient computer we have. By the time he's done, Dad's back, or the guest leaves, or both. I see. Am I free now? Of course, I have to go myself. Goodbye and take care of yourselves. Sam extends his hand and they shake. He starts walking, but the boy calls for him. Hey, mister! Sam turns toward them. How can I join Ein? You have to grow up first. Sam walks to the airport, as it isn't too far from the church, just 15 minutes away. He boards his plane and upon sitting down, falls asleep. Chapter 10. Ambush. Sam wakes up a few minutes before the plane lands. He prepares and gets out just in time. He exits the airport and sees a beautiful but neglected city in front of him. France. He starts walking only to hear a familiar voice. Welcome to Lyon. How do you like it? It's quite nice. Wait, you're my handler? I'm close enough, and judging by your record, among the few that can handle you. Ha ha, real funny. Look, there's nothing too special about this mission. Just explore the outskirts of the residential area, and if you notice anything stick out, investigate. If you can catch sight of any ND members, notify and get out of Dodge. What's so special about the ND here? Reports say they've acquired, or even worse, developed advanced combat technology on their own. I hope you trained before coming here. I did. Good boy. Sam walks for a few minutes looking at the sights. There are basically no people on the streets, but like in China previously, some spots were retaken by nature. However, not long into his trek, he sees an entire district of completely destroyed buildings with tape surrounding its limits. Hey, you still there? Yeah, ask away. What happened here? Oh, those are the old migrant ghettos. You don't want to know what happened there. Just as an example, midway through the 21st century, Paris had become one half migrant occupied. It's completely condemned these days.
Oh, I see.
Sam moves on, away from the seemingly cursed zone. Not too far, he sees a bar, and an old man sitting alone, shaking, without a drink, on his table. Sam goes inside and buys a beer. He then goes to the man's table.
Bonjour, monsieur. You seem to be having a bad day. Maybe this would make it better.
Call me Allemand. I have German ancestry, and that's what people call me. He then looks at the drink. The French could never master brewing. Mais it's better than nothing. Merci, garçon. And you are?
A man on a mission. Have you seen anything peculiar around these parts these last few days?
I live on the outskirts and see traffic all day, even in a containment zone such as Lyon. The city was so beautiful in my childhood. You could walk alone at night without a worry in the world, even if you were a femme.
Events, please.
Oh, oui. There were a few robed individuals scouting my area and doing some kind of rituals before entering a building's basement. Sometimes they leave it open, but what goes in I haven't seen go out. Just the robed folk.
Where exactly? And do you have any idea where I might find a robe?
If you try to exit the city via the outskirts to the south, my building's on the right side. The basement they were entering belonged to the block opposite mine. The sign signaling the exit is on the same side, and I think I saw one of those cultists throw his robe away yesterday. Today is trash day, and in an hour it's picked up, so I would hurry if I were you. You could also get in without one, but later, and I'm not sure you'd get out after.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Anytime, garçon. Come by some other day, I could tell you stories from when the city wasn't destroyed. Sam hurries up and walks south. He finds the dumpster, and to his fortune, the robe is still there and doesn't smell. He hurries to the basement, only to find the door open. He enters, and drops the robe just inside, not wanting to wear such a garment any longer than necessary. Inside, he finds what appears to be a makeshift gym, with a desk at the far end. He sees a notice board with a few written notes on it. However, it's all in French, and his attempts to make something out of them fails. Then he hears a voice. Qu'est-ce que vous faites ici?
Voyage.
Intéressant, mais nous pas offre visite guidée. They look each other in the eye. Vite, dégagez-vous. Sam just keeps looking at her. Ou vous cherchez quelque chose qui vous pas concerne. Within the blink of an eye, she reaches Sam and she almost kicks him, but he dodges at the last moment. Ah, très bien, un peu de formation. The young woman moves at an almost inhuman speed, with Sam dodging her many kicks and odd punches at the last moment. After several dodges, he grabs her leg during one attempt and slams her body on the hard floor.
Enough is enough!
But she gets up just as fast and almost hits him, as though every movement she makes is a premeditated strike. Va t'enculer, saboteur!
Je fais rien!
Ah oui, tu es ici pour coïncidence! Another one of her kicks leaves her open for a counter, and Sam takes advantage of this and slams her once more. This time the strike affects her balance. Tu es mort! Mort! Being much less elegant, Sam has very little issue grabbing her leg the next time she attempts to strike. With this third slam, the young woman lay on the ground, moaning in pain.
Je suis ici pas pour combat.
Mais suis-je? The next second, a man kicks Sam in the head from behind, knocking him down and off balance, to the extent that Sam feels lucky to be alive. Nous pas apprécions les voleurs ou saboteurs. Lève-toi, j'ai pas fini.
Ah, English, anglais, je sais pas, à une exception.
Sam gets up and looks at the man. He looks to be twice his own size.
Fight!
The man doesn't move particularly fast, but after the previous strike, Sam decides not to take any chances on getting hit again. The first strike misses Sam, but his attempt at a counter falls flat as the man's reflexes push him away. What ensues is a slow and draining fight, wherein no one lands a hit on the other. On the one hand, Sam is glad not to receive any more punishment. On the other, it would seem the fight simply refuses to end. However, at one point the large man starts panting and looking tired, and Sam takes the opportunity to hit him hard. The man falls, and while not dead, doesn't look like he is getting up. Sam looks around, the young woman is still down. The man doesn't look like he's getting up anytime soon, so thinking he is done, he tries to close in on the notice board, only to be hit from behind, and this time, he loses consciousness. At a later time, he wakes up in the ruins. To his fortune, he is alive and well, and doesn't seem to be missing anything. He tries contacting Ein.
Control!
You're conscious. Excellent. It's clear we underestimated the ND presence here, and it's clear they have new methods. And allies. Normally, techs are neutral to our conflicts, yet it seems those here have chosen a different path.
The French are not doing things by the book. Color me surprised.
Your performance has been exceptional. Report to the nearest barracks as soon as you can. Sam walks around. Within a few minutes he finds a bar. There seems to be another patron, but Sam is hopeful this won't be another unpleasant surprise. He sits down tired. The patron notices him and starts a conversation.
You look tired, garçon. I've had a busy day, one I'd rather forget about. Bartender, an energy drink if you have one, please. You are a trainee with Ein, no? I suppose my uniform is a giveaway. I could give you directions to a place where you could clear your mind.
Go on.
First, you must reach Limoniste, by whatever means you see fit. Then take a car to Montverdun. Once you reach the end of the road, walk north until you reach a ravine. Walk along the ravine to its end. There you will find an entrance to a cave. Enter that cave.
I don't like something about this.
All that awaits you there is a device that will bring you peace. Rest assured, Ein makes short work of anyone with ill intent towards its members.
Maybe I'll take a look at one point. Thank you for the tip.
I advise you to go when you have spare time. The trip, while not very perilous, is a long one considering the distance.
Got it.
In the meanwhile, Sam receives his drink and finishes it in 2 short swigs. That was fast.
I've no time to waste. I have to go. A good day to you, sir.
Likewise, mon ami.
Sam starts walking, and in the meanwhile he brings up his menu interface. No mention of any missions or directives to return to base. He decides to seize the opportunity and reserve the nearest personal transport available. After a short walk, he enters it and sets the destination, Montverdun. The car sets off and Sam takes a look at the display, 25 minutes to Montverdun. Having nothing better to do, Sam thinks about what he might find in that cave, and what to do in case Ein starts searching for him, or worse if they find him there. The stress makes a myriad of scenarios go through his mind, and make the journey seem shorter than it actually is. Once he arrives, Sam takes a quick look at his compass and orients himself to the north, turning it off in the hope that the seemingly uninhabited area he is in will not give him away as immediately as usual. He walks to the north and checks the compass a few more times on the way, yet he reaches the mentioned ravine in no more than 15 minutes. Once there, he turns to his right and hopes it's the right way, as the man did not mention in which direction the cave was found. But after no more than 10 minutes, he finds a cave with a door-sized entrance. He enters, and after climbing down a short set of stairs and taking a few steps, Nothing less than an encircling holograph appears with a myriad of smaller pictures lighting the inside enough that the concrete platform inside is visible. Sam takes a closer look at these pictures and realizes he's seeing his memories represented. One of these, where he is almost killed by some form of soldier, is slowly moving to the right of him. Sam touches it and moves it slightly toward him, exiting the circle. Sam then swipes it to the left and it disappears completely. At the same time, in the middle of the platform, a hole opens from it and a chair rises. Sam takes a look at it in disbelief. Could it be that the man was right? That he could rid his mind of his least pleasant memories and move on without so much mental baggage? Sam decided it was worth a shot, and then sits down, closes his eyes, and awaits the cleansing. Yet several minutes passed and nothing happened. Sam opened his eyes to look around, but nothing was different. He decided to close his eyes once more, but this time after a few minutes, he hears a voice. "It doesn't work like that, you know." "Mary?" "You weren't supposed to come here. Not that it matters much, it's your spare time on the line." "You don't understand." "Oh, but I do. Need I remind you I'm the one that's had ties with Ein for more than a year now?" "I just wanted less of a mental burden. Am I asking for too much?" "Yes, you are. Our life experience is what drives our decisions and actions. Without the former, the latter are much more impulsive and thoughtless, and unbefitting of Ein." "So I'm supposed to suffer in silence and leave it at that, huh?" Okay, maybe I should clarify. Even if you could interface with the machine, the you that would leave that chair wouldn't really be the same you. It would essentially be a different person. And that doesn't even account for reports of members receiving complete mind wipes, with their bodies being good for nothing more than rejuvenation material. Being brain dead tends to do that to someone. So then, I and many others of similar rank are not even sure how these machines operate. That's far above our clearance, it seems. Sam then grabs his head, not knowing how to respond or what to do. And that's if you have the necessary interface. And you don't. But that comes later, if you wanted to. Sam then looks at her. "I should, but won't file a report about this time. If only because of the effort required and the end result you would be subject to. But I will ask you to go to the nearest Ein Center ASAP. Command is far less likely to ask questions if you only disappear for a few hours at a time." Sam reaches the Ein HQ fairly quickly, all things considered. He is awaited there. "Ah, hi there. Mary told me you were sightseeing. You sure took your time." "Aye. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll take her word for it. It would be nice, though, if you signed up for side missions from now on. Rather than disappearing for hours, you would be rewarded, too." "That sounds promising. When can I begin?" "Right now? Well, have you heard of Brussels? The capital of the European project?" "Exactly. We have a collaborator there. He asked us for help in promoting a project of his. Nothing too complicated. You go in, find out what he wants, do the work, and you're back. First train." "It leaves in 15 minutes. If you get moving, you can easily catch it. It would have been better if you had been training the whole time you were missing, but you came back so nobody can complain too much. Okay, I'm off. Good luck." Sam quickly arrives at the station, and once on board, he arrives in Brussels in about an hour. He is impressed by the speed with which he arrives, and slightly frustrated he doesn't get to relax for long. Once he heads off, he notices that Brussels has remained relatively intact compared to cities he has previously visited. His visor leads him to the VOP headquarters, and he arrives in a few minutes. In front of the building is a massive sign that reads "Voice of the People" under a megaphone. He enters the building and heads for the main office. He rushes in, only to find the bureaucrat busy with paperwork. Initially, he doesn't even notice our protagonist. "Greetings."
Hi, I'm Guy. Who do I have the honor of meeting? Ein. Ah, perfect. Your mission is simple. You will distribute leaflets in the residential neighborhood. As long as you pass about 10 blocks and 10 houses, the mission will be considered accomplished. Here they are. Sam looks towards the corner of the office with leaflets in it. These read, Voice of the People, for Freedom and Democracy. Sign and send to the address provided to bring back to life the most flexible and progressive political model. Can you give me some details about your initiative? It would be better after you fulfill your mission, but I can give you a bit of context. We, the voice of the people, want to put an end to the current chaos, in which powerful people come and go and the leaders are unclear. Even better, you see, the system we have in mind actually takes into account the voice of the people. No more self-appointed dictators. The time for chosen leaders has come again. Sam remembers the total failure of democracies, but decides to be diplomatic. I don't know, something smells fishy about this. We and Ein are working toward the same goal, eliminating global anarchy. You'll see, I would suggest you get moving. It's starting to get dark, and again, when you're done, I can give you details about our mission. Just let me finish with these documents. Go! Sam starts walking and the visor suggests building where he can leave them. He goes to a few buildings and leaves a dozen flyers, all without much trouble. At the fourth building, an older gentleman comes out just as Sam is leaving and takes all the flyers and tears them up. Then he looks menacingly at Sam and he decides to leave immediately. But the feeling of being an intruder has become palpable. He leaves flyers at a few more buildings, but the thought strikes him that the effort is in vain. That maybe there are still people who will react exactly like the gentleman before did. And when it comes to leaving flyers at homes, the job doesn't really seem any simpler. He leaves some in the mailbox of a few abandoned houses, but again he is struck by doubts despite the fact that his own visor had directed him to those dwellings. He decides to start handing them out to houses that are more likely to be inhabited, and so he refrains from distributing until he sees a house where the owner is right in his own garden. He is greeted by barking in this area, but that does not stop him. He leaves a leaflet at the house where he sees the man in the yard, but 2 seconds later he is approached. Kid. Yeah? Do you know what you're doing? Handing out, flyers. Try spreading propaganda. Stop, before it's too late. Sam nevertheless continues. He has exactly one more leaflet, and he leaves it in the mailbox of a special house, where he sees a Labrador and even a few children playing. He leaves the leaflet, but then a middle-aged lady comes to the gate and approaches him. We are not interested! Don't shoot the messenger. I'm not even affiliated with VOP. Bastards! Scumbags! Please, calm down. The woman is crying, downright hysterical. VOP are nothing but the continuation of the old system. EU, NATO, Rothschild, war makers. I was too young to be recruited, but the rest of my family, my mother, my father, my brothers, even my grandparents. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I can't escape the guilt even now. I could have done something. I only have my grandchildren. I'll go. Sorry to bother you. No, I'm sorry. Sam doesn't push it any longer and walks briskly towards the VOP base, carried by adrenaline. Once in the main office, he storms off. Our recruit, how did the mission go? Too good. Is there a problem? I should have realized how malicious your goal is. Freedom and democracy. Yeah, right. The same excuse the Americans used when they bombed innocents in the name of global homo hegemony. A hegemony that fortunately didn't last more than a few decades. We're not like them. Exactly, you're even more pathetic. You project strength you don't have and then make yourselves look small. You disgust me. I don't want to see you again.
He leaves the headquarters and says to himself, "God, these bastards deserve the worst." He walks around for a minute, only to then hear explosions and screams. The shock immobilizes him, and he sees before his eyes how everyone around him is peppered with bullets. Men, women with children, even the few animals that were around. After witnessing these horrific scenes, he notices a column of soldiers in all black suits in front of him. And a few moments later, he himself is riddled with bullets in the torso, arms, and legs. He falls to the ground. The column continues to move, firing, passing right by him. A lone soldier aims his gun at his head, but pulling the trigger is pointless, with the magazine being empty, the hammering of the mechanism being the only effect. The soldier looks at Sam and says, "Spread the word." Sam falls asleep, and a few hours later, he wakes up in inhuman pain. "It's good that your armor stopped the bullets. A car is coming for you. It will take you to the nearest hospital. You will still have to get up. I'm sorry we can't do more. ETA is still making surprise attacks. This was one of them. Try to hold on." Sam is so exhausted he doesn't respond. After a while, the car comes after him, and somehow he gets into it. The car takes him to the station on a special platform, and he is unloaded directly onto the train with the help of assistants. One of them gives him an injection, and as a result the pain is no longer so bad for the rest of the journey. For some reason, he also gets off in Lyon, the transport being the same as in Brussels but in reverse. Once he reaches the infirmary, he loses consciousness. But fortunately, he eventually recovers. "Amazing that you survived an encounter with the brigades. You're the talk of town." "Okay. Cool. Do you feel ready for the next mission?" "Will it kill me?" "Unlikely. However, maybe you should take some warmer clothes with you." "Where am I going?" "Russia." "You can't be serious." "It's okay. Nothing will happen. You're going to visit a city in the west, not in the middle of Siberia. It's a diplomatic visit just like China." "Okay, then." "You have a plane leaving in 30 minutes. After that, take the first train to Minsk. Try to get ready as quickly as possible, and a piece of advice: only see the city when you know for sure there are no missions. It will make your life easier." "I understand. I'll recommend you, but given your wandering, I can't give you a full mark. If it weren't for Maria, I'm not even sure I would have recommended you." "Fine. Now go." Sam runs to the first Ein car and gets on the plane at the last minute. It doesn't take long, allowing him to enjoy a few games during the journey. Once he lands, he takes the first train to Minsk. Chapter 11. Breakout. Sam is on the train looking outside. Miles and miles of lush vegetation turned into a depressing sight. Rows of old derelict gray apartment blocks, many in worse condition than those he had spent his childhood in. But as soon as he entered the city limits, he received a call. "Welcome to Minsk, West Russia. This should be a fairly simple assignment. A few weeks ago we sent an envoy to communicate the terms and conditions of collaboration with Ein. We haven't received anything from our operatives since. We suspect either sabotage from a third party, or possibly even hostile action on the part of the West Russian administration. As a sign of good faith, we've agreed to send another single operative, but given the radio silence from our previous attempt, we aren't taking our chances this time. If everything goes smoothly, you should simply go in, talk to their representatives, and return. If, however, anything goes wrong, send an SOS, and we'll send the nearest team your way." "Are you sure I'll even be able to send an SOS?" "Com relays are a condition of Ein's NAP. Even if they literally bury you, we should still be able to find you." "That isn't very reassuring." "The closest team is a stone throws away. And our last conversation with the administration was productive. Everything should run smoothly." The train reaches its destination.
I hope you're right.
Go, it's a little late to turn back now. Sam disembarks and starts following the arrow on his heads-up display. However, just as he exits the train station, minutes after the descent, he is accosted by a man twice his size.
Stop!
Let go, sir, I'm on an assignment. The man shouts in Russian and grabs his arm. Let me go. A flash, and Sam is instantly knocked out. Sometime later, he wakes up in a filthy cell. As he gets up, Sam realizes he is in prison. Besides a hole in the corner, there is literally nothing inside. Walls surround him, with the exception of the windows outside and the one on the door, which is covered. He puts his head to his ear, where his visor usually rests, only to feel nothing. And then he gets up and takes a few steps, only to hear more shouting. In Russian. He doesn't understand anything. Moments later, the same man that accosted Sam near the train station, together with another man, grabs Sam by the arms, but not before smacking him. As Sam writhes in pain, he looks around to see conditions unfit for livestock, with cells packed to the brim with inmates, many having seemingly given up and accepted the life. Many single beds were used by 2 and even 3 inmates, and there wasn't a single cell without a paper plate thrown in front of it. Dirt was at the order of the day, with no clean surface in sight. Grime, possibly even blood, stained every single wall. In the meanwhile, Sam is dragged into an interrogation room and cuffed. One of the men wraps barbed wire around Sam's feet. The other man, the one that accosted him at a train station, starts asking Sam questions.
Ты, сука!
He questions him in Russian, but Sam doesn't understand the word. He simply looks at him.
Давай, дай меня!
I don't know! Sam is slapped so hard he is made dizzy. He grabs a few breaths. The barbed wire is removed from his feet, and Sam is dragged and ultimately thrown back into his cell. For several hours he tries sleeping to no avail, as he could not remember when he last ate something. Eventually, though, the fatigue sets in, and he falls asleep on the cold concrete. But just a few hours later he is woken up and dragged again, only this time to be washed. Him and many others are lined up against the wall and blasted with water from a high-pressure hose. The water hit so hard it felt more like being gang-stomped while on the ground. Afterwards, the inmates dress up and go to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. A few graham crackers, margarine, some dodgy jam, and tea. Compared to everything else, it was a godsend. Everyone ate like it was gourmet dining, but it was timed. After 10 minutes, everyone was sent straight back to their cell, whether they finished or not. Sam rests on the concrete, but within a few hours he hears shouting. An old woman pushing a book cart shouts with a raspy voice, "Kniege!" She had just arrived at Sam's cell. She looks at him in disbelief, literally shocked by seeing a young man at his peak in such a place. They make eye contact, and Sam asks nicely, pointing with his index finger, "Пожалуйста." The woman hands him a book. He takes it with a smile to his face, and then the woman carries on. He opens the book, but to no avail. It was in Russian, and his knowledge of the language was completely insufficient. He places it in a corner and then tries to rest again, but in a few hours he is accosted by the guards. They take him to the interrogation chamber and tie him up again, but this time they don't tie his feet to the chair with barbed wire. The main guard starts shouting at Sam. "No, English!" He is then slapped strongly again. "I don't understand!" The guard then lifts his head and punches him with all his strength. Sam is knocked out cold. Later, he wakes up in his cell in the middle of the night. The blinder on the door window is missing, so he has the opportunity to take a look at what is happening outside his cell. In one of the far cells, there's movement under one of the blankets, but that doesn't interest Sam. Instead, as he looks around, he notices a darker colored individual looking toward his cell. The intent was unclear, but what was clear was that something was afoot. Out of sheer fatigue, though, Sam borderline collapses on the hard concrete and falls asleep. The following day, the routine is repeated. Sam is bathed in a way that feels more like a gang-up. He eats a shockingly satiating breakfast, and then he rests on the floor. He tries reading the book he received for a moment, but to no avail. Hours later, after a round of attempted rest, he is grabbed again by the guards. He offers no resistance. He is tied to the chair again, but this time, he notices the guard is equipped with a cattle prod. "No harash, please speak English." The guard puts down the prod, but still punches him several times. "The suka, I don't know." The guard then grabs the prod, and as Sam watches in disbelief, he is electrocuted. The pain was unlike anything else. He is then struck again. He feels as though there isn't much life left in him, and falls into a semi-conscious state. The guards then literally drag him to his cell. The entire day Sam fails to recover, likely owing to the fact that he feels like he is living his last days. He eventually falls asleep, but not long after his cell door is opened and he is grabbed, dragged, and tied up again. This time the guard connects electric jumpers to Sam's shoulders and proceeds to immediately electrocute him. Goodbye! Sam can barely speak anymore. "I don't know!" He is shocked again. He shouts from the top of his lungs. "Please, just let me go!" He is electrocuted again, strongly, but midway through, the lights go out. "Готово!" The guard simply grabs Sam's neck, strangling him, and then punches him again and again with full force. Sam spits out blood, and a minute later spits out another round of blood, and even a tooth. As the beating continues, and more blood together with a few of his teeth are spit out, he can feel his death approaching. But then, suddenly, his throat is no longer held, and the beating stops. All while the sound of some kind of impact begins. A flashlight is turned on, and Sam is initially blinded. Then he notices the guard that was previously assaulting him dead, with his head caved in. The colored individual then shines the light on Sam. He then proceeds to untie him and place his visor on his head. Sam writhes in pain for a moment, then gets back on his feet. His visor warns him, "Condition critical." Then the inmate asks, in Russian, whether he can still move, while also gesturing walking with his fingers. Sam simply says, "Uh-huh." Then he notices the man isn't alone. Two other inmates, who look as intimidating as the guard that beat him within an inch of his life, were accompanying the colored individual. They didn't say a word, however, and let the leader call the shots. He mentions some instructions, and then gestures that Sam should move slowly. Sam understands, and then the lead goes to the door slowly and the rest follow. Sam simply follows suit. The emergency lights in the prison pulse red in and out for a moment, and the alarms blare for a minute, but then the lights stop and the lead signals for everyone to move. Sam is behind the rest, both because he has no better ideas and because he is in a weakened state. Everyone walks slowly, crouched, next to the railing to attract as little attention as possible. Meanwhile, some cell doors are open and some are closed. Many cell doors are either empty or simply occupied by their typical inhabitants. Yet, while walking, Sam notices a dead female guard in one of the cells. She is cut across her throat and from her nether region all the way to her upper abdomen with the word Suka inscribed at the very end of the cut. Meanwhile, as they escape, one guard falls from the upper floor down, probably having been pushed down on purpose. As they close in to the exit door, shouting is heard from one of the cells. A guard's uniform is seen thrown about, and in that same cell, something is moving under the blanket. At a more careful glance, Sam can see a man's hands cuffed to the bed's legs and hear muffled screaming from that same place. But it interests him little, seeing as he is almost at the exit door. The lead fugitive goes through it and climbs up the stairs. They all reach the roof and then proceed to hug each other in elation. But this is cut short by an attack helicopter rising out of nowhere and gunning down the inmates. Sam, being closer to the stairwell, jumps into cover, but the signs of his saviors being simply obliterated saddens him immensely. Someone inside the helicopter then speaks through a megaphone. It's a warning, but it's in Russian. Stay! Moments later, Sam finally hears something he understands. Come out slowly, with hands up, and we will hold fire. Sam decides to listen, but not without berating the man. You could have said that from the beginning. The man in the helicopter looks at him with visible surprise. He orders his fellow guards to lay down their weapons. You are ein operative? What are you doing here? I came on a diplomatic mission. Something somewhere went wrong, and I was received like a terrorist. Because Ein sent spies to sabotage us. You came from nowhere, and then refused to answer questions. I don't know Russian. You all have translators. What translators? What are you talking about? The man then has a visible revelation, one marked by regret. He had probably acted in an unforgivable manner, and the realization was so strong, he was in visible disbelief. You think we're all the same? We all have different equipment sets. Your organization had us set up. No, Sam says as he shakes his head. The man is now split between rage and regret. He talks to the pilot in Russian, then turns towards Sam. Leave and never come back. I have no reason to, don't you worry. The helicopter then flies away. Sam then notices he finally has enough signal to send a distress call. HQ requesting immediate extraction in critical condition. Hold on for just another few minutes. Evac is on the way. Sam collapses, but is still awake. As promised, a helicopter comes for him within minutes. He gathers all his strength and climbs inside. Then the doors close right behind him. The pilot then greets him. Hi. But then he takes a closer look at Sam and is shocked. God, kid, you look like a walking corpse. Sit down properly and activate the medical station. We should reach an Ein facility within 10 minutes. Try not to die until then. Understood. Sam does as instructed. He feels slightly better, but not fully recovered. Thankfully, just as the pilot said, they reach a facility fairly quickly. Sam is still in poor condition and fails to open the doors. The pilot gets out and opens the door for him, all while calling for assistance. Hey, we have casualty over here. Bring stretcher for God's sake. Within a few seconds, a medic arrives, and together with the pilot, Sam is placed on the stretcher. The nurse then takes Sam away and talks to him as they head for the recovery ward.
You'll need a few days off to recover. I've seen worse, but you're in no condition for any assignment for the next 3 days. Possibly even a week. I had nothing planned. Good, you can recover then. He then puts Sam's stretcher next to a bed, and the mechanism moves Sam into place. Relax, enjoy some film, and don't worry too much about work. Okay. The nurse then looks at Sam, and once the results arrive, he asks him a few questions. Assignment gone horribly wrong? How do you know? Usually that's the only reason someone would need to be put in the ward. I'll talk with the administration about an extended recovery package. You need it. With any luck, it will be compensated. What makes you so sure? Ein pays its dues, my friend. Now rest. You need to recover. The nurse leaves and Sam falls asleep knowing he's safe. The next morning, early on, Sam wakes up to the sight of Mary in the ward and is happy to see her. What's the occasion? I did say Ein looks out for its operatives, didn't I? You keep questioning Ein's dedication and you're in trouble, mister. Now, if you can, come with me. Sam gets up but has poor balance. He grabs the walking stick conveniently located right next to his monitor and follows Mary. She takes him to a room at the end of the corridor. Inside, there is a chair with a wire helmet with a conspicuous support for the human denture. Put it on. Sam wobbles his way to the chair and struggles a bit to place the helmet on his head. He then bites the support in the middle and lets it mold to his teeth right inside his mouth. Good. Now wait for it. Then the cast tightens, and Sam can feel needles right over his missing teeth. Immediately he feels a sharp pain, as though the remaining fragments in the stumps are removed within an instant. Then he feels another intense pain, as those same needles were puncturing his gums right where he now had missing teeth, while also inserting something there, as he could hear a hiss. The entire process lasted just a minute. Within a few days you should be good as new. The standard beds should take care of your body's traumas. Meanwhile, your teeth should be right back within a few days. Don't worry about damaging them. They're protected by a nano shield until they grow back. I'll be fine? Like I said, Ein takes care of its own. While you were asleep, you were fitted with our latest interface. The least we could do, considering what you went through for us. Now stay put until you're able to work again. Don't worry. You'll have work to do once you're capable. Sam then leaves the room. He limps back to the beds and finally manages to get some good rest. The thought that he was taken care of was comforting and allowed him to sleep peacefully. Chapter 12. Hope. Sam wakes up and heads for the briefing room. Nothing for today. You're on vacation anyway. Enjoy the next few days. What is there to enjoy? Doesn't one need family and friends for that? Ein is a family. You'll see with time. Now go touch grass or something. The outdoors await. Surely you'll find something. Sam goes out into the world and wanders around. Although he is clearly in a patch of civilization, not seeing any other people around makes him feel rather uncomfortable. He walks around all day, and yet nothing grabs his attention. In the evening, he returns to base and plays and sleeps. The next day he wanders around again, but this time he is noticed by a girl around his age. She looks at him and is attracted by his bad boy aura given off by his Ein armor. She decides to attract his attention. Excuse me? Yeah? I had some errands to do and it took longer than I expected. Can you escort me home? Me? But the girl rushes over to him and grabs his hand. Perfect, let's go! Sam doesn't say anything and lets himself be led. They arrive at her house shortly, and there they are greeted by her parents. Guests? A boy your age, really? Where have you been, Cheryl?
Just outside.
Give me a few minutes with the boy. Martha.
I have work to do anyway, so go ahead. The two leave the room.
On what occasion, young man? I was outside minding my own business, and suddenly your daughter drags me after her. There's something she likes about you. In that case, I have a proposition for you.
Yeah?
Martha and I have been away a lot lately, and we have big plans for our daughter. I know it may seem sudden, but do you think you can watch her for a week or two?
What?
We'll make it up to you at the end, and we don't ask for anything else anyway. You'll have comfort, food, entertainment, all you need. Okay. We'll stay around tomorrow. The rest is up to you. Good.
The rest of the day, he mostly sits around, making himself comfortable. He eats with the family, and in the evening, he gets ready to fall asleep when he realizes that he shares the bedroom with the girl. He gets into bed without saying anything, and the young lady does the same. He likes the extra warmth, but feels something is missing. The next day, he wakes up relatively early and instinctively prepares everything, even the food. He is caught off guard by the parents.
Morning, breakfast? Huh, cute, we'll manage.
Sam finishes eating and goes to his room, but not before he hears, "Could it be him? We'll see in time." Sam starts to doze off, noticing that the young lady hadn't even woken up. After a short while, the father comes.
"Oh, poor Cheryl. You've always been sensitive. We're leaving. We'll be back soon. Farewell."
The next few days go relatively well. The two watch movies together, go out together. They even end up holding hands, and ultimately become strongly attached to one another. Everything seems to be going as it should. A week out of heaven, until the parents return. When they enter the house, they stumble upon Sam and their daughter kissing.
"You had one task, boy, and you pushed your luck. The young lady wasn't reserved for you, and Ein punishes slip-ups severely. So we go back to the original plan, and you go out."
He abruptly snaps at Sam and kicks him out of his house. Sam wanders around the city for the next few days, but doesn't find the girl. He wonders what he did wrong, considering that she wanted him. He knew that girls and boys hook up at some point, but all the movies and books hadn't prepared him for the real thing. Then, one day while wandering around, he finds a massive structure made up of several glass domes. He sees signs on it that say the processing is final and there's no turning back. He sees Cheryl entering. He thinks he's seeing things, but he isn't. She looks dazed and confused. She enters a room visible from the outside, then sits on a chair that's part of a machine. Sam starts knocking on the windows of the building.
"Cheryl, I'm here! Please, stop the procedure!"
But he isn't heard. The machine starts and Sam has a bad feeling.
"No! No!"
The machine's windows turn white. He keeps knocking on the windows, but to no avail. After a few minutes, he sees no sign of her.
"No!"
He then falls into the fetal position and bursts into tears, sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. He is then suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Who do you think you are?" Sam then slowly gets up,
eyes fixed on the ground out of rage. He then tries to slap Mary, but the second he moves his arm to build momentum is the second he receives a shock so strong he immediately is knocked to the ground, leaving him moaning. You made a big mistake. Sam then faints from the shock. Chapter 13. Correction. Sam wakes up effectively naked in a small padded room, populated only by a bed and a button. He presses the button and a hole is revealed in the corner. Sam realizes that this hole stands in for a toilet. He uses the toilet and then presses the button again. He then lays on the bed, wondering what would follow. But he wouldn't have the time to do so, as minutes later the door opened and he could hear a voice say, "Move!" Sam decided to follow the order. Once outside his cell, he saw 2 rows of 5 cells. He was clearly in a dimly lit basement where both the floor and the ceiling were solid concrete. The light at the end of the cells turns green, and the door under it opens. Sam hears the same voice. "Move!" He then enters. The room is dark, with a tired light shining a chair. As he approaches it, he again hears the voice. "Sit down. Pay attention." He follows the instructions. In front of him, a blank projection appears. Seconds later, a picture of a regular young woman appears. Sam doesn't feel anything in particular. Then, a picture of a more scantily clad young woman is presented. Sam feels some attraction to this picture, but the experience is marred by low-intensity electric shocks, from his visor no less. The next picture presents a naked woman in a suggestive pose. Sam feels very excited, but seconds later he is shocked increasingly, to the point where eventually the pain leaves him in the fetal position. Ah! The projector stops after this, and then he hears the voice again. "Go back." The pain makes it difficult for him to recover balance, but he eventually gets back on his feet and makes it back to his cell, guided by the light right above it. Once inside, he almost collapses on the bed. A few minutes later, the door rises just enough so that a bowl of rice pudding can slide under it, closing just as the food enters the room. Sam eats it without thinking too much, and then returns to laying on the bed. He tries to rest but doesn't find much success. He tries looking for something to do, but the room is effectively empty. The passage of time is slow and painful, and Sam just sits on his bed, having irregular sessions of sleep as stress renders him unable to recover effectively. At one point, the door opens again, and he hears the same voice. "Move!" He exits and does the same thing as before, entering the room and sitting down. Only this time, out of nowhere, both his wrists and ankles suddenly become restrained by metal straps, followed by his neck, although in the case of the latter, it was lever restricting his movement. Just like the previous day, Sam was indifferent to the first picture, vaguely interested by the second, and aroused by the third. This time, however, as he was tied to the chair, the pain intensifies, and the shocks he received didn't allow him to close his eyes, no matter how strongly he tried. After a few minutes of pain beyond description, he would shuffle back to the room, collapse on the bed, and try to rest his still twitching body. Just a few minutes after he lay down, the door would open again with food being delivered. It was a large hot dog this time, together with a small bottle of shandy. The combination quenched his hunger and thirst, and he went back to trying to rest. Sometime later, the door opened, only partially this time. It was another meal. Rice pilaf with chicken breast patties and apple juice. He ate and returned to his state of apathy. Sometime later, he would also receive a cup of tea. Eventually, his door would open again,
The voice spoke to him again. "Move!" Sam simply refused. After a minute, the voice once again repeated itself. "Move!" He knew what awaited him. Surprisingly, after just 5 minutes in which the message repeated itself a few times, "Move! Move! Move!" He couldn't hear anything anymore. But sometime later, the door opened and he could hear a new female voice, only this time it came from behind the door. "Come out, dearie." Sam couldn't believe it. He looked out and saw a real human figure outside his cell. "Come out, darling. You can't stay in there forever." Sam got up and approached the figure. It then started walking toward the theater and called him. "Time to get out. Come on, follow me." Sam is weary, but given his situation, he decides to do as told. Once inside, he sees a different chair inside, made of leather and in a reclined position. "Sit down, honey." Sam sits down. However, he is tied up within seconds. Again. "Please, help me." The woman once again speaks to him in a sultry voice. "Now why would I do that?" The woman approaches him and he recognizes her. She is the same woman from the spicy pictures he had seen before. "I heard you have a bit of a problem with impulse control." "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" "Oh, you've been a bad boy. I'm here to correct you, set you down the right path, and maybe, just maybe, if you behave, you'll be out before you know it." I still don't understand." She grabs his chin to enforce eye contact. "You've gotten rowdy over seeing pictures of me, you little pervert." She then lets go and starts walking and looking around. "Last I checked, men are attracted to women, if nothing else, to ensure the survival of our species. Been outside lately?" "Is that your defense? How disrespectful. Times have changed, and so will you." The chair then straightens, and the woman handcuffs his wrists and ankles. The chair then releases him. "On your knees." "You can't be..." Boof. She then kicks his kneecap, and he falls over, just barely managing to break the fall with his arms. "Feisty one, aren't you? That can be taken care of." She then takes a whip and starts cracking it at his back. Sam screams in pain, "Ah!" with every hit and desperately tries to escape, but the door is closed and each crack of the whip prevents him from so much as standing up. "What do you think you're doing? Stand still and take it like a man." Sam takes a few more hits, and then the woman takes a break, wheezing from the effort. "You're a tough nut to crack." The door opens and Sam storms out, handcuffed as he is. The next few days he just eats and sleeps. Eventually the door opens again and he decides to get out of his own initiative. He sits down on the first chair he sees out of sheer tiredness. Of course, the moment he sits down, the restraints apply themselves, and the same woman that tormented him before returns. "So, who's been a bad boy?" She applies CBT to him for no less than half an hour, causing bleeding at one point. Sam tries to escape to the best of his ability, but it's of no use. After being tortured, Sam gets up only to immediately collapse. Another week of eating and sleeping, then the door opens and Sam leaves it again. Despite his fatigue, he doesn't sit down this time. Once inside, the door automatically closes and the lights turn off. The projector once again shows him pictures of men and women in increasingly lascivious poses. Sam almost stays calm throughout, but cannot help get an erection by the end, of course caused by the pictures of sexy women. Luckily for him, The door opens at the end without any other events taking place, surprisingly. Another few days of eating and sleeping, and then the door opens. Sam exits, and in the room the dominatrix from before appears once the door closes. "Still a bad boy, aren't you?" Sam backs away from her, but to no avail. He is cornered. "Don't worry, we'll get those dirty thoughts out of your head." Crack, crack. Sam is whipped until he ends up in the fetal position. Then the woman pauses for a second. "So, still naughty?" Sam doesn't respond. Instead, he gets up, but just as he prepares to hit her, a shock comes from his comm unit and knocks him down. However, this time, he falls headfirst onto the concrete and becomes unconscious. At some point later, he wakes up, albeit only partially, in what seems to be a surgery room. Several minutes later, two soldiers walk around and stop close to him, starting a conversation. "So what did the new guy do?" "Haven't you heard? He tried hooking up with a girl, regular no less." "What a fucking idiot. Who's fixing him?" "Silverman." They then start walking away. Almost feel sorry for the bastard. Then minutes later, a surgeon and a nurse arrive right in front of him, but pay no heed to him, instead simply talking to each other. And here we have patient 140-75857. Oh god, I hate these procedures. Has he been anesthetized? Yes. General or local? Only local, I'm afraid. Do we proceed? Yes. But won't that cause problems? Doesn't affect the procedure in any way. The patient is sedated and restrained. Now, pass me the scalpel. We start with an incision at the lower end of the scrotum. There was a slight tickling feeling at his testicles. It was becoming quite clear at that point he was being castrated. He screamed and screamed and screamed, but nobody seemed to notice, and then he passed out from the shock. Sometime later he awoke in his cell, and this time he was handcuffed. The first thing Sam does after waking up in his cell is to check his nether region. The procedure seemed to have been real. Instead of a scrotum, he only had a smooth, albeit swollen region. He was no longer a real man. He eats and sleeps reflexively for the next few days, trying not to think about his new reality. At least he was no longer being tortured, simply being locked in his cell. But after a week, he notices plaster flakes in his underwear. He tugs on his pubic area, and immediately after, what appears to be a thin cast comes off, revealing that he actually still had his complete male package. A short while later, a guard unlocks the door for him. "You're free, but you should report to the main reception as soon as possible." Sam does as he's told. There are several women at the reception. "Here are your cards. You are a free man now." "Could I see Miss Silverman?" One of the women introduces herself. "That would be me." "Have you had any recent surgeries? I've been in and out of consciousness for the past few weeks." "Not on you, just occasional inspections lately." "Thank you." Then Sam heads to the main reception desk as previously instructed. The sergeant there scolds him as soon as he finishes reading his file. "Well, we've reviewed your conduct. Very disappointing. I'm afraid we have no choice. You're going to Poland. Your suit is in the lockers. Dismissed." Chapter 14. Hell on Earth. Sam gets ready and gets into the truck where he receives his orders. He is the last to get inside. They arrive at their destination in a few minutes. A camp outside an old castle, where a captain awaits them. "Welcome, soldiers. You're all right on time. As we know, the ND base here in Poznan
is a fortress. We could bomb these shitheads back to the Stone Age they so eagerly desire, but intelligence suggests there are women and children in equal, if not higher proportion to the number of armed combatants in the base. We will distract their first line with small arms fire, while the rear softens them up with mortar and artillery fire. Hey you! Yes, sir? I heard you were a smartass. How about using some of those smarts to manage the artillery strikes? But Now, it ain't that hard. You just have to keep one eye on the drone feed and another on the map. Order fire on the right coordinates at the right time, and we'll be done within an hour or two. Fuck it up, it's straight for the front line for you, as the distraction. Am I clear? Sir, yes, sir. Good, here's the map. The feed should be displaying right about now. Sam then receives the feed. He sees the drone on the map and then takes a good look at the feed. He sees dozens of soldiers getting ready. He then immediately orders an attack. And the interactive map makes things easy. Fire on Charlie Echo 6-4. Within a few seconds, the spot is turned into a crater, and a fine mist erupts out of it. No signs of soldiers anymore. Nice, now don't waste time. They might not stay in the open for much longer. The drones move, but nothing in sight for a few seconds. Then Sam sees a hand opening a door on the opposite side of the camp to the one he just fired upon. Without caution, he immediately orders an attack. Fire on Charlie Zulu 2-9. However, he sees a woman getting out of the door, but it's too late. The shell hits and the woman is vaporized. The barracks she tried exiting from does become exposed. Sam is then smacked by the captain. You imbecile! We're supposed to take out the soldiers and avoid the non-combatants. Lucky for you, it at least exposed their positions. Sam then looks some more, but sees nothing of note, just soldiers gradually reinforcing their front lines from somewhere inside. He looks at the other positions for a moment, only to then notice a large sudden influx towards the front. But before he could even think how to react, the captain takes his map away. You know what? Gimme that! Fire on Foxtrot Echo 1-1 and Foxtrot Zulu 5-4. Repeat! The Iron forces attacking the front all take cover, and the front is bombed into oblivion in front of his very eyes. Where once pillboxes and defensive walls stood, now lay nothing. Well, boys, you know what to do now. All men get up and storm the front. Sam himself gets up and tries to go, but is called. Boy! Sam turns his head toward the commander. You tried, I'll give you that. Now go on, scram! As the front of the castle is reached, a miserable sight comes into view. Corpses scattered everywhere, many of them no longer intact. Limbs and various body parts in plain view as well. Many from the Iron forces firing upon the few survivors. A sorry sight. Sam enters the main complex. In it, women and children, and women with small children, looking with sadness, as if they knew it was over. A few armed men were in place making sure nobody moves, and no one did. It was as if they knew standing in place was the least worst option. As Sam walks around, he arrives near one of the side rooms where he is stunned by what he sees. Two soldiers he met on the truck enter, and one of them is immediately attacked by an older woman. He tries to immobilize her while his partner watches the other person, a girl, but the older woman hits him in the head several times with all her strength. It's all for naught, however, as the struggling soldier has enough. Is this what you want? Fine. He then slashes her throat. The girl tries to get up and screams, Mama! The girl is then hit in the head with a rifle butt.
The older woman covers her throat with her hands while struggling to stand for a few minutes, then simply collapses. The girl tries getting up again but is hit again. She then starts crying. Simon is recovering his breath while one of the soldiers reaches into his backpack and pulls out some duct tape. He pulls on the open end, but then another soldier arrives and stops him by grabbing his hand.
Don't. I like hearing them scream.
It kills the mood for some of us, Greg.
Then go outside for a bit. They tend to break after a few rounds.
Walt leaves. Greg then grabs the young girl by the arm. She doesn't even want to look at him. He moves her long hair away to get a better look at her.
You're a pretty one.
She then looks at him and spits on him.
And you have some fight in you, huh?
He then slams her head into the ground. As he tries picking her up again, she tries slapping wildly but to no avail, as he simply grabs one of her arms and breaks it. As she tries to scream, he slaps her so hard she barely remains conscious. He then turns towards Sam.
Hey, you're one of them new kids, aren't you? Wouldn't you like to do the honors? What do you say?
Sam thinks for a moment, remembering what brought him here in the first place. I'm, not in the mood right now.
I ain't asking twice. Your loss.
Sam turns around and walks away. As he leaves, he hears crying. But after what was done to him before this, he has no reaction and simply walks away. After a quick look around, he is contacted by Mary. Well, you're done here. Return to base. Several others are already waiting. Transport is due within 15 minutes. Don't be late. As Sam exits the castle, he sees Ein troops loading bodies into trucks. He even hears some conversation. It's going to be one hell of a harvest this year, huh? At least as good as the last few. He tries not to think too much about it and just keeps walking. He arrives at the camp within 10 minutes. Everyone has their helmets off, with some holding bottles in their hands. A familiar voice greets him. Hey, you were in the first wave as well? Sam nods. Right on time. Here, have a drink. He hands Sam what looks to be a beer. You didn't keep us waiting, so this is the least we can do. While opening his drink, Sam simply says, Thanks. He takes off his helmet and opens the bottle on the spot. After a few long gulps with a few short breaks, he throws the bottle away just in time for the transport to arrive. Everyone gets in, and once comfortable, not a word is spoken. They are all simply trying to recover. As they reach the barracks, they all simply go their own way. Sam is contacted again. Your next batch of assignments will take you to Greece and North America. Change your outfit, clean up, and ideally, get on the first plane to leave from Krakow Airport. You have 1 hour to prepare. Alternatively, you can board one of the next flights several hours later, but the planes for those might have no sleeping compartments. Sam smiles for a moment upon hearing the destination, then heads for his room. Before he could prepare for his next mission, a young woman arrives in his room. And how are we today? I suppose I'm good. Any concerns? This region, it feels familiar. I do wish I could stay in one place every once in a while. The feeling will go away eventually. Don't linger too much on it. One wellness check done. Have a great day. As soon as she leaves, Sam undresses in an instant. He takes slightly more time to wash thoroughly, but is once again done fairly quickly. He prepares in a moment's notice afterward, and with half an hour until the transport to the airport arrives, he decides to head for the entertainment room. In it, he finds many of his temporary brothers in arms. He then hears a raspy voice.
Hey, kid, come here.
Not knowing any better, Sam complies.
Have a drink,
Everyone likes lemon, eh?
I don't really have many spare E-cards.
Don't worry about it.
Sam then sits down and drinks a bit.
Soa brings fresh blood into our ranks. Not many new faces these days, least of all, skilled recruits.
My presence is purely temporary. I've already been reassigned.
Interesting. How did you even get involved in such a rough mission?
I tried dating. Greg Van looks in awe at Sam.
You're lucky, kid. If this were the Ein I knew as a younger man, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
I'm aware.
Damn. Ein is growing soft these days. Must be since most opposition is either in hiding or dead. When I started, even being flirty would mean a few weeks of solitary. Actual coupling was a death sentence.
Lucky me, then.
Hey, lighten up, kiddo. Once you get used to the demands, it's an easy life. I'm a simple man that only really knows how to fight. But Ein treats me well, and there's little work to do. Too little if you ask me, especially these days. And the rare new recruits, they still complain.
Maybe they want something else. I know I would. Greg is getting aggravated.
You don't always get what you want, boy. What, you expect things to just fall out of the sky if you hope enough for it? Like those ND losers? You want something, you have to take it with your own two hands. Like that young slut. And Ein gives you power like that.
Sam becomes visibly uncomfortable. I just do my job.
You can't fight your nature forever, boy. You need a release like everyone else. Why not take one? Do you even have any?
Sam gets up. Look, thank you for the drink, but I really have to get going. A car is waiting for me.
Before you go, please, answer me this. What do you want, boy?
To do good, unlike some in Ein.
What are you saying?
Greg seemingly tries to get up, but ultimately stays seated. Sam exits and seizes transport. Despite being a bit early, he doesn't complain. He gets in and it leaves. Nothing happens on the way. As he arrives at the airport, he sees a few people here and there, but it was clear that the facility was barely at quarter capacity. It doesn't bother him, as it makes reaching the front desk easier. Hello. Oh, you're from Ein. We've been expecting you. A special transport is awaiting you at Bay 14. Have a good trip. Sam simply navigates the airport and reaches the plane within minutes. Upon boarding, he also reaches his room within a moment. A very small compartment containing an adjustable bed and a small table with a food drawer. It's enough for him as he collapses into the bed. Sam dreams of all his loved ones on a cloud, staring down at him. He tries to reach them, but all his jumping just leaves him tired, and with each jump they become more distant. Eventually, he just collapses. At that point, he wakes up and realizes he's almost there. He quickly eats a bar from the drawer, and then just as the plane lands, he leaves his room, leaves the bay, and enters the airport. Once inside, only one thought in his head. America. Chapter 15. Oriental Sensations. Unfortunately for Sam, he is contacted rather suddenly on his comms. Hello, rookie. It seems we have an emergency. Would you be willing to put your current mission on hold? Doing so will net you extra credit. Sure. Excellent. You've redeemed yourself to a degree with your results in Poland, but you're still a few missions short of recovering your previous title. But with your acceptance of this new mission, you might be back on track even faster. What's the mission? An Ein support candidate for our Middle Eastern operations has been compromised and is going to be subject to an honor killing very soon.
Out of sheer audacity, the local ND chapter has announced the exact time and place. Hagia Sophia, 6:30 p.m.
Wait, wasn't that a monument?
It is. Normally, we wouldn't even consider such an operation, but our hands are tied. Supporters are rare in the region, and we need every man or woman we can get our hands on. With any luck, this will be a simple rescue operation. You go in, take out the guards, eliminate the executioner, and save our hopeful.
That's not all, is it?
Be very careful when using your weapons. Restoration, particularly for such an old landmark, is expensive and time-consuming, and it won't help endear us to the locals. Second, time is of the essence. The good news is that even in the worst-case scenario, there's a sniper team half a kilometer away ready to shred everyone inside. But ideally, they shouldn't even have to provide any input. Being faced with brick wall means they have to rely on thermal imaging, which can't provide accurate differentiation at that range. We don't want to risk harming our candidate. We would much rather embarrass ND, make people believe their hubris haunts them. Again, don't waste time. The execution has been planned in advance for weeks now. This again feeds into how the public perceives us.
So don't waste time and don't damage the monument.
Precisely. Now go. More details on the ground.
Sam hops on the first plane to the lawless wasteland that once bare the name Turkey.
On the streets, people look at him with disdain and fear. Fortunately, as usual, the Ain base is not very far from the airport, and he arrives quickly. There he is met by a soldier.
We don't know exactly the day the honor killing will take place, so in the meantime, we highly recommend as much training as possible. You will have a separate room, just like in the other bases. Dismissed.
Sam starts to head towards his room, but is interrupted. By the way, don't worry, soldier. You'll go to America after this, as was originally planned. In the days leading up to the event, Sam trains and sleeps and forgets about anything else. One day, however, he leaves the unit and wanders around. He arrives near a bar and is approached by a few men sitting at a table.
Boy!
Sam doesn't say anything at first. Boy, come on. We won't eat you.
Okay.
We're just curious. Come over here a bit. We'll honor you with a drink.
We see your Ain. We won't hurt you, because we're screwed if we do.
Sam decides to go to their table. One of them brings some tea. Here you go. So Ain continues to try its luck here, on Sultanate territory.
I've only just arrived here. I don't even know what my mission will be, honestly.
Don't you find it pathetic to be ordered around by women, though? You have women as superiors, right?
In some branches, yes.
Wouldn't you rather see what it's like in a group of serious men?
I'm undergoing training. Besides, weren't there certain, rituals necessary to become a member?
Oh no, that isn't the case anymore. We are modern, too, fully into the 59th century. No more ritualistic sacrifices or alterations of the human body.
Tempting in that case, but, I have unfinished business.
Oh, so you guys don't play around when it comes to involvement either. I see.
Thanks for the tea, but they're probably waiting for me. May I go?
Yes, sure.
We're waiting for you too, if you want. Cutie.
Sure.
Sam leaves and decides to stay in the unit during the missions in Turkey, at least long enough so as to avoid other encounters like that. After about 3 days, he is suddenly announced,
Hagia Sophia, now, operatives. The car is waiting for you.
He takes the car, and within minutes, there he is. Hagia Sophia. Sam looks at it in wonder for a minute. Then he takes a deep breath and rushes inside. The gate leading in and the main door are both guarded by soldiers, but thanks to his armor, Sam simply walks in. Inside, there is gunfire on both sides. It seems the fighting started without him. Thankfully, the energy weapons don't seem to affect the frescoes, but Sam has to duck for cover. Immediately, benches are strewn about, providing cover for both sides. Sam decides to charge head first in spite of protests from his fellow enforcers.
"What are you doing?"
"Let him learn on his own." And yet, despite taking a few hits, Sam immobilizes the half-dozen soldiers within a few minutes as they are left stunned by his sheer determination. Seconds later, he bursts in the chapel and immediately takes out the executioner and 2 guards. He then frees the veiled woman. She takes the headscarf off and immediately embraces Sam.
"Thank you, thank you, thank you."
A few moments later, after a pat on the back, Sam decides to detach the young woman from him.
"We're not out of the woods yet. Stay here."
Sam takes a quick peek outside and notices a dozen more fanatics coming at him. Thankfully, his teammates distract them, giving him the opportunity to get ready.
"Don't let them get close, they will shoot me."
Sam nods and decides to spring into action. His concentration abilities come into play, and as the zealots try to rush the chapel, Sam throws an energy explosive at them. Half of them fall to the ground, incapacitated. The other half starts running away. Sam fires at them, but while he hits some, a few escape and jump into a runaway vehicle. The other enforcers retreat, and Sam makes a step back into the chapel.
"Clear."
The woman then runs towards him and hugs his body in gratitude.
"My name is Anita, and I am forever indebted to you. They were about to end my life."
"I know. Iron looks out for its own. Try to stay out of trouble for a while. This place is a powder keg, ready to go off any minute."
"Thank you again."
"Go."
"Perhaps our paths will cross once more under more fortunate circumstances."
The young woman ran away, leaving Sam on his own. He takes a good look inside the Hagia Sophia and notices, much to his fortune, that the building is almost completely intact despite the previous fighting. He sets off to the nearest Ein facility. Upon lying down, he is contacted again by Mike.
"Great work. Another win like that, and you're back in business."
"Nice to see Murphy's Law being averted for once."
"Murphy what?"
"Anything that could go wrong will go wrong."
Interesting. Not sure how much use I'll make of it, but interesting. Back to more important matters. Tomorrow you're taking the first flight to Greece. Details upon arrival. It's going to be big.
Sam goes outside where some soldiers are drinking and smoking. He sits down where he can without making a fuss. Immediately afterwards, everyone's attention is focused on a teenager that reluctantly approaches them. He stops a few meters away from them and decides to throw stones at them.
"Murderers! Bastards!"
The initial group doesn't even notice him. Sam is hit in the leg and the arm, but as soon as one of the stones hits him in the head, he gets up and faces the boy.
"What do you want?"
The group now turns its attention to the 2 of them.
"Father is dead and you killed him!"
"I understand." Sam takes out his stun gun. "Better not leave any loose ends then." He shoots the child in the head and the group decides to question Sam.
"What have you done?"
"I prevented an act of revenge, maybe more. Didn't you know? It's an old trope. The child prepares himself, and once he grows up, he becomes a danger to the people and the organization that harmed him. Now someone will come, pick him up, and problem solved." Sam glances at the horizon, where he sees what appears to be 3 human figures, but since it's late, he can't see clearly and decides to just sleep. The next day he rushes to the airport, but in the waiting room he is approached by several soldiers. One of them addresses him.
"We know what you've done. From now on you are an enemy of the Sultanate. Be careful whenever you are on our territory from now on. If we weren't in public, things would have gone differently."
Then the soldiers disappear on the spot, and Sam focuses on getting on the plane. Once in Greece, he rests a bit, and then heads to the main hall of the base,
where he is expected. And here is our star. You have the opportunity to engage in a special mission. Father Peter will give a speech at the Peter and Paul Monastery on Mount Athos. Your mission is to infiltrate and observe the sermon. Being a mission of the utmost importance, you will only receive details on site. Got it? Success will be rewarded enormously. Good luck. Sam leaves the building towards the boats, where one of them awaits him. The journey takes 15 minutes, during which Sam admires the view and prepares his equipment. Once he reaches the edge of the island by boat, he begins to climb to reach the top. I think I found it. Give me a visual, please. Sam scans the surroundings. That should be it. Now's your chance. I have an idea. Sam rushes in through the back door, and after rushing through the altar, finds Father Peter. He points the gun at him. Don't move! Hear him out. Do not fire until given the signal. Look, my children. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He burns our fields and churches. He steals our children. He kills our brothers and sisters without justification. But what he cannot kill is our conviction. We believe in the great God, and we shall carry our faith with us all the way to the grave. We will never surrender, unlike the heathens that dare propose such preposterous nonsense. So, let him go on. My children, today we will bear witness to a great miracle. It matters not whether we live or die, for we are true believers, and even if we fail to continue our legacy now, on this earthly plane, our defiance of evil will favor us in the next phase. Do your worst, devil. Much obliged. Marianne, hold fire! What? I said hold fire! The congregation, before being visibly nervous, now is simply confused. No! Sam pulls the trigger, only for nothing to happen. Just the click of the trigger. Did you really think this is up to you? Put the weapon down! Sam is in shock, but still lowers his weapon. Behold, my children, the devil is left powerless before our faith. Read this as a sign from the Great One. Those who serve will not be rewarded only in the afterlife, but on the earthly plane as well. Leave immediately. You've completed your mission. Sam is simply stumped. Miracles like this one are not unique even. Head for extraction unless you want to be at their mercy. But it's times like these that we are reminded that those who truly believe are guarded by our Great One, and that perhaps the chapters that weren't spared were too tainted by sin. Sam decides to walk back slowly. See, one moment he appears, the next he disappears. He might not even have been a devil in the flesh, but perhaps a trial. Sam runs for the extraction. To his fortune, there were no ND zealots waiting for him outside. Going down was much faster, and once inside the boat, Sam was safe. The event shook him, however. How could Ein simply let a madman just carry on? Once he finally arrived back at the base, Sam wanted answers. Congratulations, we now possess all the intelligence necessary to keep ND in check, and your little episode actually resulted in ND taking fewer precautions than necessary. Anyone under or around Father Peter now thinks he's a saint proper, and that he has divine powers. Sam just looks at her angrily. However, I have no choice but to document your little episode. Loyalty is the primary complement in our organization, but disobedient conduct cancels out any benefit to that. I have to update High Command to the best of my ability. And what about me? I'm supposed to just keep on blindly walking into the lion's den? I'd like some proper explanations once in a while. You would have received them anyway, were you a bit more patient. Command is apparently going to accept your promotion. You are no longer on a need-to-know basis. I'm not leaving until I receive an explanation. A large part of our soldiers are ND defectors. Our family planning policies often have the unpleasant side effect of leaving us with a shortage of personnel, and to cover the occasional gaps, we accept deserters. Wouldn't it simply be easier to revise the family policies? No, we would end up exactly like ND, or worse, like in the 20th, 21st centuries AD, uncontrolled populations.
And what does the organization do when the opposite happens?
Most of the time, by the time a signal is lost, we have more or less precise positions of ND settlements. And that's if they have capable doctors and the necessary tools to decouple our members.
And why wasn't I told this earlier?
1. There was no need. 2. It was your responsibility to inform yourself. 3. You are on record for disrespecting authority, so you had low priority for non-critical information. Sam is overwhelmed by the revelations.
I have no choice but to give you an average score. Now pack your things and go.
You have missions waiting.
Maybe at least you'll complete those properly.
Pack up and leave already. You're no longer welcome here.
Sam decides to head for his next critical assignment. America. Chapter 16. Land of the Free. As Sam walks through the airport, he notices several large displays. He decides to stop and watch the promotional material on one of them. Tired of never quite reaching your goal? Tired of arbitrary limits stopping you? Want to finally be able to reach your true potential? Well, here at UGNB, we have you covered right now. Real-time nano augmentation. Sprint like a cheetah for marathon long distances. Jump large chasms like a kangaroo. Or make that special night with your missus extra special. With RTNA, the sky's the limit. RTNA is fully compatible with human DNA and is a permanent modification. Within just a few days from introduction, full assimilation is achieved. Your life will be changed forever. For the best. The commercial left him uneasy. But apart from that momentary sentiment, he thought nothing more of it. Once outside the airport, he boards the nearest auto taxi and patiently sits while being taken to his destination. Despite being at what was once called the greatest nation on earth, his fleeting glances saw nothing different from any other formerly civilized region on earth. Just endless rows of abandoned buildings, albeit taller. He reaches his destination, what looks to be a former university campus, and enters. He hears a sharp beep and notices a small light going green above him, but doesn't think much of it and simply goes straight for the briefing room. A bald man is working on the display projector. Sam approaches the man and asks, "Excuse me, is this the Ein facility?" "Yeah, of course. There's a conference scheduled for not much later. I suppose you're here for it." "Yes, actually." "You're early. Make yourself comfortable. The speech should begin in no more than 15 minutes. "Thank you." The man then prepares to leave. "Wait, aren't you staying?" "I'm just a technician, and I've finished my maintenance." Well, now that there was much to work on, Ein seems to have little trouble keeping their equipment working. "I see. Goodbye then, and thank you again." "Yeah, no worries, kid." Sam looks around at the seats and decides to sit down squarely in the middle. He stretches a bit, and then feels his shoulders grabbed by Mary. My, getting comfortable, are we?" She starts massaging him. Yeah, I suppose. How come you didn't join me before?" "I had other errands to attend to. Besides, you seem to handle yourself just fine." "Wouldn't have minded some history on this place." "All in due time." "This was once the greatest nation on earth, huh? Guess that didn't save 'em from downfall like the rest." "They did cling on to that power for as long as humanly possible." She then notices an old man entering the scene and shows this to Sam, switching to a whisper. "That's Constantine, the great elder. They say he's over 100 years old." "Impossible! He doesn't look—" "Shh! It's starting. Be quiet." Several more people enter the room and sit down. In the meanwhile, the old man looks around at the stage, checking around. Just moments later, the conference begins. The lights are turned off,
and the projector displays visual aids. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed colleagues. AIN has been steadily growing, and so too has our area of operations. However, allow me to remind you all that we live in a world on the brink of global anarchy. And unless we expand our operations and take decisive action, this trend will continue. We cannot allow the order and peace we have maintained for decades to simply disappear. Despite our best efforts and the overwhelming success rate of our operations, new pockets of resistance are springing up every day. Most of these groups can be reasoned with, but some require more persuasion, with, thankfully, only a small minority showing no willingness to compromise. In the most extreme cases, containment is required, and has so far proven highly successful, but in others, force is necessary to ensure protection from these unwelcome elements. But I am not here today to disparage your efforts, far from it. I am here to congratulate all of you on your outstanding efforts. With a combined success rate of 92.5%, I see a bright future in front of all of you and AIN itself. Whether it's the African plains or the remnants of Europe, you have all proven exceptional dedication and determination and have completed your objectives. Even in the rare cases where circumstances beyond your control have made your assignments more difficult, task completion has been extremely high. For this, many of you have deservedly received the highest commendations, priority access to rejuvenation, and the ability to advance earlier. Many of you may have noticed that recently an extended retirement package has been offered. This package is indeed conditioned to continued logistical assistance toward AIN. Normally, we wouldn't even have considered such an approach, yet due to the persistent re-enrollment of the overwhelming majority of personnel, we have ultimately decided to enlist the formerly retired into our support units. This was done primarily to avoid, or to at least lessen the injury rate of such personnel, as very many would enlist in actions that involved active combat. After the last statement, Constantine drinks some water. So, to conclude, AIN's success rate has remained high, and essentially increased. Our area of operations continues to expand, and our wonderful operatives, yourselves included, have proven an almost excessive dedication. For that, I would like to thank you all, both for your efforts out in the field, and those displayed here, by traveling long distances for a complete debriefing. Thank you again. Dismissed. End session. The projector turns off, the lights turn back on, and everyone stands up and heads for the exit. Just as Sam is about to exit the room, he hears Constantine. Young man. He turns around and sees Constantine looking right at him and nodding. Mary talks to him. Go, I'll wait for you outside. Sam walks toward the old man and engages him. You wanted to see me, sir. Oh, yes, I've heard great things about you. Your successes are truly inspiring. Yet I have also heard of a few disappointing outbreaks on your part. Be careful, young man. I want to make it clear that AIN respects dissent, but we do not tolerate disrespect. With all that being said, you are on the right path, and most importantly, a dedicated agent. More so than many others in your position. If you could cut down on needless deviation, your standing would be among the very best in our organization. All right, anything else, sir? Nothing. All the best, young man. As the conversation ends, he heads on to his designated room in the facility. He takes the elevator, which takes him to his room. Chapter 17. Thorns. Upon waking up, Sam heads for the debrief room. Upon arrival, he is met by Diana. Mary is also in the room.
Right on time. I just finished debriefing your friend. I'll wait outside.
What's the assignment?
At the south end of the state of Virginia, there's a large family, under the name Howard, that has consistently denied collaborating with AIN. Now, in spite of clear violations of our Responsible Practices Charter, we were willing to turn a blind eye to their fervent persistence on self-sufficiency. However, intelligence suggests they've actually been supporting ND rebels. We find this unacceptable. It's an outright attack on our dignity, and they need to be made an example of, to serve as a reminder that while AIN will allow self-sufficient communities to shape their own destiny, we will not tolerate open defiance. You will be dropped off a few kilometers away from their house, around dawn. This is when the family usually goes hunting. Timing is key, so don't waste time. A stationary machine gun will be airdropped right next to their mill on the pier. You will have a few minutes to prepare. Once they arrive, you should try to convince them to surrender. Should they respond aggressively, however, you are authorized to eliminate the family members until they stop resisting, either by surrender or, if absolutely necessary, their decommission.
Support.
Your friend Mary will be inserted opposite you and will provide suppressive fire if needed. Otherwise, she will inventory the location and coordinate the extraction of valuable assets. We don't believe in scorched earth tactics.
Anything else I should be aware of?
There have been sightings of wild predators inside the woodland you need to walk through. Use your camouflage and try to avoid making a scene before arriving. Timing is key. The faster we put an end to this treachery, the better.
How come you're sending me and Mary when a light combat robot, aerial or terrestrial, could handle this in no time?
We've only recently learned of the activities of the Howard family, and sending in a combat machine would rob us of any element of surprise toward an eventual assault on ND premises in the region. They've been acting much more cautiously and have been succeeding far more frequently recently. You yourself can attest to this, correct?
Fair enough. When do I leave?
In a few hours. Rest or prepare yourself. This assignment should hopefully go smoothly. Most of the family consists of adolescents, so it's highly likely they'll cooperate. We don't intend to wipe them out, just to send the message that we don't accept open mockery. Sam nods, then exits. He receives a message from Mary. I'll give you a heads up when we need to go. In the meanwhile, go wild. Sam decides to train before the mission. He goes to his room, sets up a 2-hour session for the simulator. Then he steps onto it and spends several hours improving his sneaking abilities. As he exits, he receives a message. Good to know we still have some professionals inside AIN. You would be surprised how few operatives spend any time training, but this does help us separate the wheat from the chaff. Even extra favors for your conduit. Bravo, Tiger. Sam doesn't respond, being more focused on getting ready for the mission. He grabs a snack from his mini refrigerator and then heads off outside, eating on the way. He then receives a message from Mary. I'm outside. Had no other obligations, so I decided to prepare early. Where are you? Sam exits the front door.
Right in front of you.
Didn't know you were an early bird.
I simply do my best. Doesn't this mean we have to wait for the transport, though?
Then they both receive a message from Diana. The transport will arrive in a few minutes. With this head start, you won't have to hurry to the location. Take your time and do it right. So far the prospects look promising. Try to keep it that way.
Well, you heard the lady,
as he looks towards Mary. Sam continues to eat while Mary looks at her visor. Within a minute, a 2-seat car arrives. They hop in and it takes off. They enjoy the sights until Just a few minutes later, a light rain begins. So much for that promising start. Could have been worse. Their previous jolliness turns into a slight unease. For a long part of their journey, neither one speaks. Then, halfway into the trek, Mary's figure stops being morose, and she breaks a smile. What are you thinking of? Right before you arrived for debriefing, I was told that I might just be eligible to become a silver tier operative. In fact, I'm hearing some members are rising through the ranks, from bronze all the way to gold within a single year. They say our generation might just be the fastest rising. Anyone else? She only mentioned me. Ayn likes to keep it a surprise, to the extent to which it's possible. So you're doing well. Yeah, within a single year, half of us will be eligible for pensions, and will only have to engage in operations by our own choice. There's rumors that there are some Platinum members that only engaged in support operations. Can you imagine that? A show of loyalty is enough for a lifelong reward, and we're eligible. Now that I think about it, that sounds great. The world is in bad shape and we can fix that. And take care of ourselves at the same time. I'm hopeful. She then looks Sam in the eyes. We're gonna make it. We might very well. Sam then extends his hand trying to get a grip on Mary's left. Initially she is curious, but then she retracts her hand. Look, I know what you're trying, but knock it off. She then turns toward him and looks him right in the eyes. Not now. All right. The rest of the journey goes on without any further events. Once they finally reach their destination, the car stops and Sam gets out. It's still raining, even harder than before. You'll have to continue on foot. Just follow your marker. I'm still some distance away from my drop point. I'll be seeing you later. Sam gets off and adjusts his suit to camo mode. He then walks toward the objective. For several minutes, nothing in sight. He then sees a doe, but not for long, as he steps on some twigs, and the animal runs away as fast as it can. For another minute he walks. He then spots a bear to his right, about 30 meters away. In front of him there's a waist-high stream. HQ. Yes? Is my suit waterproof? Of course. Why do you ask? I have to walk through water. Also, there's a bear in my relative proximity. Just keep walking. You aren't very far anyway. Your suit can release pheromones to drive away wild predators if they get too close, so don't worry about attacks. I would have liked to know that beforehand. We've had many cases of operatives walking straight towards wild animals with intention of interaction. Some were even successful to unbelievable degrees. Ever since, we discourage any attempt at interaction, regardless of the anticipated end results. Positive interactions like what? You don't want to know. Certain operatives with high-level augmentation took advantage of our pheromone banks. Ever since, access has been restricted. That's all you need to know for now. Carry on, Agent. Sam crosses the stream. Once on the other side, he looks towards the bear again. The animal is walking away from Sam, as though it hadn't even noticed his presence. Sam is relieved and continues until he finds a cabin with a watermill and a pier. He was there. He sits down on the pier for a few minutes, resting after the long walk. A bit later, he hears a small aircraft passing by. Looking up, he sees a small package falling down. He waits for it to fall, then opens it. Inside, a machine gun, 2 boxes of ammo, and a stand. He quickly assembles it, grounding it in a small hole right next to the corner of the house. He then points it towards the dirt path leading to the front of the house. He is ready. The anticipation is raising his heartbeat, but thankfully, he wouldn't have to wait too long, as within a few minutes, he starts hearing voices. Come on, guys, I'm starving. Can't wait forever for y'all. Within seconds, about half a dozen young men appear. The first one notices Sam on his machine gun. You've been found guilty of repeated violations of the Iron Charter. You have 10 seconds to comply. Put down your guns and lie down. Fuck you! The teen strikes Sam right in the head. His helmet prevents the pellets from entering his flesh, and the nanokit he had on him prevents him from collapsing.
Had he not kept his hands on the gun, he might even have been blown back across the small pier. Sam gets up, engulfed by rage. "You're gonna be sorry for that. What the fuck?" Sam sees red. Bang, 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 bang. He fires the machine gun in the direction of the young men. The other young boys try to come closer and shoot, but the stress makes them miss. Even as the first one falls down, one of his knees blown off, Sam does not stop firing. One by one they fall as they try to run away, but Sam does not let go of the trigger. The boys are literally torn to shreds. Once he no longer sees any motion, Sam lets go of the trigger. They were all dead. He then checks the magazine. He had spent half the allotted ammunition on that one burst of gunfire. But he had no regrets. Just as he was reaching for the base of the weapon and was getting ready to pack up, he hears screaming, "Billy, Ed, Bob!" The woman then sees Sam. She shoots at him but mostly misses. "Harry, Joe, come here! Help me kill him!" Sam fires a short burst almost reflexively and strikes the woman in the neck and jaw. The woman tries to cover the wounded area, but falls and dies in the process. Then a man comes towards Sam, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Die, you crazy shithead! Die!" Sam takes him out all the same, dismembering his arm. After taking out the man, Sam keeps his eyes towards the forest and his hands on the weapon. But ultimately, after a minute, he decides to let go and slowly head for the pile of bodies. He disassembles the stand, but takes the weapon just in case. With only a fraction of the ammo left, he finds it manageable to carry in his arms, if just barely. Even taking his time, he reaches the bodies within moments. He still keeps his distance from them, however, standing roughly a meter from them. A quick glance reveals a grisly scene. The high-caliber ammunition simply obliterated the family members. It was still raining heavily, and Sam could only sit and contemplate, especially as he hadn't received any communiques. However, within seconds, he could hear twigs snapping and leaves rustling. He points his gun in the direction of the sound. It was a little girl, probably below 10. She doesn't initially notice Sam as she is too shocked by the discovery of her dead family members. "Billy? Ed? Daddy? Mommy?" She then spots Sam. She immediately pulls out a small handgun and fires at Sam. "You monster!" The small caliber rounds barely felt by Sam. He could only stand completely still as the small girl unloads the entire magazine into him. As the clip runs out, her attempts at continuing to fire are only met by the clicks of an empty weapon. She then throws the weapon at Sam, but just after throwing it, she collapses into the fetal position. She then continues to cry for a few minutes. "Mommy! Daddy!" Sam is completely stupefied. Seeing the little girl's reaction had hurt him more than all the bullets he had been hit by. His shock, however, would be interrupted in a few moments with the arrival of Mary. She looks at the scene and plainly says, "The transport is waiting for you. I've marked it." He looks toward her, his face bearing the expression of a man aware of being guilty. She too is in slight shock, but somehow retains her composure. "Go. There's another transport waiting for me once I'm done here. Just go." Sam somehow manages to recover from his state of awe and starts walking. The car is not very far from his position. Sam walks reflexively, as though he were on autopilot. He simply tries not to think about what just happened. On the way, he spots an injured wolf next to a tree several meters away. He looks at it a bit, but the animal scurries away limping. He thinks nothing of it and carries on. Within a few minutes, he reaches the car and climbs in. As the car heads for the destination, he is contacted by headquarters. profoundly disappointing. We had much higher expectations from you.
I followed my orders.
You overreacted and essentially eradicated the family. Were it not for the survival of the youngest of the family, the mission would have been deemed a complete failure. We could have extracted valuable information. Just return to base. Mission over.
Sam returns with his tail between his legs. Once he arrives at the barracks, he seeks nothing more than to rest on his bed. The next day he awakens, does his routine, and heads for the briefing room. Mary awaits him there. Your newest assignment is ready. It might be somewhat more tricky than your last, but at the same time, there shouldn't be any more surprises this time.
Go on.
There's an activist in the city fighting for the return of the 21st century values. He's hacked some of our low-level communication networks and has leaked everything to ND and associated groups. Find him, deliver him, and then search and destroy his relay equipment.
Sounds easy enough.
Note that we haven't been able to pinpoint his exact location. We've narrowed it down somewhat within a block radius, but to ensure its capture, you'll be provided with a grappling hook, a heartbeat sensor, and most importantly, a stun pistol.
Stun?
We would much rather have him alive if possible.
Fair enough.
Go. Try to catch him today if possible. Some of our operatives have spotted him in the area about an hour ago.
Anything else?
He's black.
Oh, I see. I'll be on my way then.
As Sam exits the facility, he is greeted by another operative in a small car.
You're headed for the activist, aren't you?
How did you know? My map notified me that there's someone else heading for 174 Boardwalk.
That's my destination, but why not an automated one?
It's harder to track the movements of a mechanical vehicle. With any luck, this approach will give us the element of surprise.
Oh, I get it. Hop in then.
As he enters the car, the doors shut immediately and the driver kicks it into high gear toward the destination, going full speed.
Whoa! Are we supposed to go this fast? The activist is a high priority target. Besides, the roads here are built to support high speeds and or high traffic. Don't worry too much. If you say so.
Just moments later, the car arrives at the destination.
Whew, thank you.
Don't worry about it. Sam enters the first building he sees and climbs to the top. There, he activates his motion sensor and thermal vision and notices several signals. With the help of his devices, he notices that each of the buildings has several hotspots. He fires a grappling hook towards the first building. He rappels tens of meters above the ground, his adrenaline pumping all the while. He is glad that he manages to get inside without any problems. He moves quickly between the floors, but finds only a few homeless camps. He reaches the second building, only to find 2 more homeless camps, but a few floors down, he also finds a media room. He is already starting to lose hope. He finds nothing in the third building. But just before he gives up, he returns to the media room, where this time, there seems to be activity. He approaches and sees a darker man who matches the activist's description. But just before he grabs his shoulder, he knocks over a trinket, at which point the man who was looking at the screen turns to him.
Hello.
The black man runs away and Sam gives chase. On one of the office floors, Sam sees movement on his devices, but can't hear nor see anything. So he decides on a different approach.
Here, nigger, 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 come out to play. Here, nigger, 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 come out to play. Racist motherfucker. Come on, stop fooling around. We'll just go where you can shuck and jive all day. Don't make me come after you.
The black man gets out of hiding and stands right in front of Sam.
That's right, brother. Come with me.
I ain't going nowhere.
Sam just stares at him in disbelief.
Really?
Go ahead. Do your worst.
We don't have to do this. You can just follow me and we'll simply walk back to the station. We can talk, see the sights, stop and smell the roses even. I won't betray what I stand for. You people are monsters. You might as well just kill me now. Do it, bitch. Just do it.
Sam readies his weapon. Are you sure? I'm not asking again.
Do it now.
Well, if you ask so nicely. Sam locks onto him. Who am I to refuse? An energy blast hits the Negro. He falls down and starts moaning in pain. Sam approaches him. Plot twist, nigger. My gun was loaded with stun ammo. You're still coming with me. They're going to pop your mind open like a piñata and clear it out faster than you can say, bitch.
What? Bitch?
We could have done this the easy way. Don't worry, I'll still be gentle carrying your sorry ass. Sam places a medical hoverboard under his shins and ties the man's hands behind his back. HQ, package secured. Fantastic work. Get out to the front of the building. We'll pick you up and secure the target there. Sam moves fast, as he doesn't know how long the Negro is subdued. He walks down the flights of stairs, carefully so as to not bump him. He reaches the front in just under a few minutes, where a medical transport and a personal vehicle await him. Immediately he is relieved of the hostage. Nice work, a medic says. Sam nods and then enters the car. He reaches HQ within minutes. He goes straight to the briefing room where he is expected. How did you do it? Some of those old color movies inspired me. 70s productions. Great work. You can train in the facility or you could engage a side mission for extra credit. Go on with the mission. There's a young girl, Sarah Miller, in need of safe extraction. She contacted Ein several weeks ago, claiming she would like to help our cause however she can in exchange for better living conditions. We've been interviewing Sarah for a few weeks now and have decided to take her under our wing after standard processing procedures, of course. We need you to go to her current home and take her with you to the facility. Sounds simple enough. I'm marking her position on your map. It's only a slight detour. Be warned that it isn't a friendly neighborhood, so tread carefully. Can't be that bad. Sam walks towards his objective. He takes a turn towards the area where the girl is located in, and with each step, the decay and sense of dread grow exponentially. If the main city was in ruins, the side streets were in shambles. Most buildings were either completely destroyed or mostly destroyed, having large chunks of either their sides or roofing missing. Smashed or completely missing windows were also par for the course. Some buildings had collapsed into the others like a grand-scale domino. More concerningly, the streets were entirely empty, not one sign of life. After a few minutes, Sam is almost at the location. However, he stops when he hears someone approaching from behind one of the buildings. What are you looking for, stranger? Sam turns towards the man. Excuse me. The man then looks at Sam from head to toe. You aren't from around these parts. You looking for something? I'm, looking for someone. No one left, stranger. Everyone ran away. Bad things happen round these parts. I can manage. And why are you still around if this place is so dangerous? Lived here all my life, even before the purges. I was born here and I'm gonna die here. Could have left, never did. This is my home. Alright then, good luck. I have to go back to searching. All the best, stranger. Within a minute, Sam reaches his destination, a house seemingly on the brink of collapse. He double checks if he's at the right place, then knocks on the door. There is no answer. He knocks again, but this time, after a few moments, the door is unlocked and it slowly opens. He walks in and is treated to a sight that he should have become accustomed to, yet it still marks him. Ruin. The hallway's flooring was completely uneven, time having taken its toll on the wooden planks. The living room to the side was host to a broken television and a torn couch. In the dining room to the other side, broken chairs and a counter with missing drawers and broken doors. The table, however,
seemed to have been fixed at one point, as one of the legs was taped at its halfway point. The stairs leading to the upper floor also seemed mostly intact, although some steps were visibly patched together from differently colored pieces of wood. Sam then sees light at the top of the stairs and decides to call. "Sarah! Sarah!" Footsteps are heard. A little girl, probably little more than 8 or 9, walks to him.
"Are you from Ein?"
"Yes, I'm here to escort you to safety."
"They kept their word. I'm going to Auntie Hannah."
"Where?"
"She has a ranch. Just a second, I need to get my bag. I have my things in there."
"Okay, I'll wait." The girl returns to her room while Sam waits patiently. Within a few minutes, she returns with a bag on her back with a large smile on her face.
"Let's go, mister."
"Grab my hand. It's not safe outside," he says as he extends his right hand toward her. As she extends her hand, she asks,
"You came alone?"
"Yes, on the way I met a strange man and he said it's not safe. He said he lived here all his life, so he must know more than we do."
"Okay, you lead the way."
They exit the old house, and immediately Sam looks around. He sees nothing and decides to go. He then walks forward at his regular pace, but the girl has to run to keep up. He turns towards her and says, "We shouldn't stay long. Try to keep up."
"I'm not used to walking fast. Can we just walk, please?"
"Fine." He slows down considerably, and the girl doesn't attract his attention anymore. Just moments later, she decides to converse.
"You're taking me to Auntie Hannah, right?"
"Of course, right after we pass by the Ein facility."
"Oh yeah, they said I need to go there first, but after that, I'll be at the Happy Critter Farm. She's a great woman."
"Go on, I'm listening."
"Well..."
"Hold on." A gun barrel pops out from behind one of the buildings, and with it, the very same man Sam met before picking up Sarah. The strange man was armed and turned toward the two with a displeased look on his face. "Sarah, get behind me." She does so immediately. "What are you doing?" "Where are you taking the little girl?" "Somewhere where she won't be in danger." "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "I'm going with her, just to make sure she's okay." "Liar! You people make child sacrifices. You kill them in satanic rituals. Repent, demon, and you may be spared." Sarah starts crying. "Who's hurting children again? Put that thing down. You're more likely to hit her than you are me." The stranger is still pointing his gun at them. "She's going to a ranch. She'll be surrounded by cuddly critters instead of waiting for the roof to fall on her head." The man's gun is still pointed in their direction, and in an instant, he loses control and fires in their direction. The ground right next to them cracks, and Sarah lets out a scream and collapses on the ground. "Eee! Sarah!" The man finally lowers his weapon, and the look on his face is one of regret. "Sarah, are you alright?"
"I think I'm okay."
Sam then turns towards the stranger. "See what you've done! Leave, please! The poor girl is in shock!" The man then slowly shuffles away from sight. Sam waits a few moments to be sure he is gone, while checking on Sarah every few seconds. Eventually, Sarah tries to get back up, and Sam helps her by giving her a hand. "He's gone now. Let's go." They start walking toward the facility. While the road is long, with each step, their surroundings appear more and more intact, subtly pushing them forward and giving them hope. To distract from the desolation, Sam decides to converse. "So, where were we again?"
"Auntie Hannah."
"Right, so, do you know anything about the ranch? Maybe you've seen it."
"Oh yeah, Auntie has a big yard with all kinds of critters in her care. She has puppies and kittens and even a pony."
"Cute."
"And that's not all. She has goats and sheep, and they're friendly."
"Very nice."
"She says that one day it'll be mine, and I'll take care of them and play with them all day. That sounds good. Hey, we're almost at the facility. Cool, I can't wait. They enter the facility. Once at the front desk, they stop, being called for. Excellent work, Operative. Go to level 6 for processing. All right. They take the elevator to the 6th floor. Once there, they walk all the way to the end of the corridor where the processing room is located. They enter. Inside the room, there's only a small closet, a chair located right in the center with visible circular grooves, and a large wall-mounted display. We're finally here. Thanks, mister. Will you come visit Auntie's? Sure, kiddo. Take care for now. Mary herself enters the room. Ah, you've made it. Excellent. She then turns toward the girl. Sarah, wasn't it? Yeah, that's me. We need to check you up. Standard procedure. Sit down and fasten up. We don't want Auntie's fur babies catching something, do we? No, of course not. Sam then sits down and locks the seatbelt. Mary then turns toward Sam. You're done for now, soldier. You can leave, or, if you really wish, you can sit back and enjoy the show. I like seeing things all the way through to the end. Besides, I'd rather not leave her alone. All kinds of characters these days. Very well, you can join me in the next room, where we'll be overlooking everything. Okay. They enter the room beside. Several displays together with a chair are there at the end of the room, next to the window showing the room itself. Opposite the window is a small row of elevated chairs. Testing, can you hear me? Yes. The chair will soon be sealed by a cylindrical tank to keep out external pollutants. Then you will be pricked in the back of your neck to ensure accurate analysis. All right, honey? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. The chair is sealed from the ground up by a transparent tank. Once the seal is complete, a gas is seen being pumped into the tube. What the? Don't be afraid, the gas is simply cleaning up the air. I feel dizzy. Then a large syringe pops out from behind the chair and places itself right behind the girl's neck. It then injects her. This feels funny. Just another minute, sweetie. We're almost there. Reading's nominal. Yeah, it's good. Then suddenly, the tank is filled with an odd, transparent white liquid. Almost there. Hey, what's going on? Sarah starts tilting herself to the extent she can. Woo, this feels funny. What the fuck is going on here? Mary turns toward Sam for a second. Quiet down. Just one more step. Then 2 metallic half circles pop out from the bottom of the chair stand and start spinning, going faster with each rotation. The liquid becomes increasingly opaque. I'm feeling sleepy. Sarah! Sarah! She then shuts her eyes, and after a few more rotations, a small particle explosion takes place inside the tank. Sarah is no longer visible. Success. Sam is visibly scarred and becomes angry. What did you just do? You don't know? Sam simply tilts his head. Well, I suppose you're entitled to be informed on the rejuvenation procedure. I imagine you've at least heard the term before. Go on. This little girl now serves as regeneration material for anyone in our ranks in need. After being put into a state of unconsciousness, the nanites split and process every single ounce of her, so that one of our operatives can enjoy a much longer life. Or, in desperate situations, be given enough of a lifeline to recover from horrific, life-threatening scenarios, such as dismemberment or serious body mass loss. But Sarah, do you really think she had any chance of leading a healthy, productive life? Out there, she would have been kidnapped, raped, and killed, or have the roof collapse over her. In the very best case scenario, she would be subject to a miserable existence in Stone Age-like conditions with those ND cavemen. Have you forgotten how they treated you. But Ein only recruits the best of the best. We have machines for menial labor. Sam is still bewildered. Any other questions?
Just why?
We need our operatives to be in the best possible condition to complete their tasks. And frankly, some people are only worth harvesting and nothing more. Do you really believe she had any sort of future? We bait individuals like her in the most obvious way, and they don't question a single thing. Besides, the procedure is completely painless. We've come far since the days of rejuvenation via the harvesting of adrenochrome. Now that was a barbaric practice. Ineffective too, since the recipients would barely live a few extra years from a single procedure. But Sarah, she will help someone live as much as 20 more years and feel good as new.
This isn't right.
That isn't for you to say. You're not in the position to be making moral judgments, and frankly, you're overreaching at this point. Now I have other work to attend to, and you should find some if you have none right now. Bye for now.
Sam just stands there and looks at the tank for a minute. While doing that, the madman's words haunt him. Satanic rituals! Chapter 18. Break. Sam awakens once more after a restless night. He heads for his debrief.
I heard you wanted a break from women.
I don't know where you heard that from.
Lighten up. You're headed for Lebanon. You're in for a proper sausage party.
What do you mean?
Oh, you'll see.
Sam takes the train, sleeping on the way. Fortunately, this time the facility lies very close to the station. The brief walk reveals a lush yet populated oasis with seemingly maintained blocks and even a bazaar, as if the great calamity had somehow missed this part of the world. But Sam has little time to stop and smell the roses. He enters the facility and meets the region handler. Hello there, you must be the new arrival. Hi, I didn't expect to be greeted by a man. Here in Lebanon, we do things somewhat differently. Could you elaborate, please? Well, this region was not directly affected by the various calamities that took place in Europe. We have a very strong ETA contingent. How does that change anything? Unlike in some parts of the world, honor killings never truly went away. Any woman that shows the slightest deviation from her family's wishes is quickly disposed of. This is in the West, where there has always been one form or another of woman's rights. And Lebanon is a fortunate scenario. In other places, a woman's life is essentially forfeit the moment she leaves the house. What the fuck? These are troubling times. Danger lurks at every corner, the Black Brigades have a strong presence, and the Sultanate is at our doorstep. I didn't have that impression when I arrived. That's because you are visibly an Ein enforcer. Attacks on us are highly uncommon, owing to the prestige of the organization. Again, why does this mean the Ein here is woman-free? Most of our elite is old guard Christians. They might not openly display their beliefs, but the way they act is unmistakably in keeping with the writings of the Old Testament, with a bit of New Testament in more delicate situations. I thought ND were the religious ones. They are. But like I said, things here are done differently than in the West. You take what you can get. Our job is to maintain some level of peace and order. Last I checked, the Middle East was always a powder keg. You are quite knowledgeable, my friend. Regrettably, that hasn't changed, which is why our input is so important. What's mine going to be? That is not yet known. Given the instability in the region, assignments either pop up at a moment's notice, or there is radio silence for days. As much as we try, we simply cannot predict. What am I supposed to do in the meanwhile? Look around and enjoy yourself. You are mostly safe in this area, in this attire. Mostly. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Words to live by indeed. So, I can just wander around and I'll receive my mission via comlink? Essentially.
Okay, thank you. I'll be off then. Sam turns, but the superior halts him. But be warned that transmissions might be scrambled. Some of our operatives have even reported frequency hijacking, finding themselves involved in assignments not for mine. Wait a minute, you can't be serious. Better to be ready for anything, my friend. You never know. Anything else? No, that is all you need to know. Understood. Later. Sam walks outside and decides to enter the bazaar. To his surprise, the many stands of fresh foods, clothing, and many others have the option for him to pay by scanning the nearby barcode. He walks about and stops at a candy shop. He catches a young woman with the corner of the eye across the row. His height, long red hair, balanced build. She walks by and smiles gently at him. Sam doesn't even know how to react anymore after all the events he's been through. One moment later, he looks again, but she seems to have disappeared. Only the shopkeep jolts Sam from his stupor.
You buy something?
Of course, I'm still just choosing.
Okay, choose.
Sam looks about and notices most items would probably be to his liking. He takes a tropical cream flavor wafer. I think this will be it.
Listen, I make you offer. You take 3, but only pay for 2. What say?
Can I mix and match?
Huh?
Can I choose different things?
Oh, yes, of course.
He then takes a coconut wafer and some strawberry biscuits. That'll be all. Sam then scans the nearby code on the wall.
For child?
No, me.
You are tourist?
Yeah.
Take care, outside city limits, danger.
I should be safe, I'm with Ein.
No matter, attack happen to anyone.
I'll keep that in mind, thank you.
Good day, young sir.
Good day to you too, sir. Not long after he leaves the bazaar, however, he receives a scrambled transmission. New arrival. Essential mission. Coordinates. Northeast. Sam receives a set of coordinates and decides to head there. He scarfs down the candy, but then feels strong first. He returns to the bazaar, but the drinks shop he finds on a moment's notice is mostly spirits. He quickly inspects it and notices some questionable soft drinks and water. The biggest bottle is a mere 33 ounce. You've gotta be fucking kidding. Sam ultimately decides to grab one. He scans the barcode and moves quickly, not wanting to miss out on the assignment. After a solid half hour of walking through the desert, he arrives. There he finds a half-dozen men waiting for him. And here is our new arrival, fresh off the boat. I came as fast as I could. All right, men. Do you see that? He points towards the church. A large group of ND has been frequently holding mass there. Our job is to level the place and purge the fucks. You, new blood, help Ahmed place our landmark while we get ready. Yes, sir. The digger talks to him.
Follow me.
The two walk for a few minutes, climbing the nearby hill. Once at the top, Sam sees several bound women and a few spears. He fears the worst.
Time to put women in their place. 6 feet under. Here, take this,
he says as he hands Sam a machete. Sam takes a good look at it and touches the tip. It's sharp, yet clearly only due to a recent sharpening, as the blade is visibly full of scratches. His inspection is cut short, however.
What are you waiting for? You know what to do.
Sam approaches the nearest woman. She is crying desperately, yet hasn't moved, despite being gagged. She somehow manages to let out a call for help, even if Sam can barely hear it.
S'il vous plaît, no!
Without thinking twice, Sam strikes her neck with all his strength with the machete. She starts gurgling blood, but not for long, as he immediately applies another 2 strikes, severing the head from the body rather effectively. His strength training had paid off. Then moments later, he picks up the head from the hair, and the horror sets in, but not for long, as the digger berates him.
What are you doing?
Sam is shaken and drops the head. What's taking so long? What's wrong with you? I'm not used to this. I prefer killing, from a distance. Oh, right. Fine then. I'll do it myself. We don't have time for accommodation. Actually, you know what? As he hands Sam 2 spears. Hold these. Sam looks at them carefully. Like with the machete, these were handcrafted with care, and possibly not even used previously at all. But he doesn't have the time to admire them, as seconds later, the digger affixes heads to them. Can I rely on you to throw the bodies and cover them once I'm done digging? I can handle that. Good. Bring them closer then. Ahmed starts digging while Sam is dragging the lifeless bodies, one by one, next to the freshly dug graves. Ahmed seems to finish a hole every minute, meaning Sam has no respite, throwing the bodies and covering the holes. He notices the graves are actually quite shallow. All this means they finish quickly. Come on, we're done. Why such shallow graves? We don't have all that much time, and it's not like it matters. If they're found, good. If not, the storms will help ensure death. You're pissing me off with all these questions, New Blood. You should be up to speed at this point. Now move it. We don't want to miss the best part. Best part? Ahmed turns toward him and looks at him menacingly. Stop. Last time. Sam can see the man tightening his grip on the shovel and decides to no longer say a word. They then return to their previous position. You're right on time. Christian here will start firing in a few seconds while we approach the place of worship. After a few solid shells, we head for it. Blast the front door and take care of these rats once and for all. Any questions? No? Good. Remember, we kill 'em good. And most importantly, we kill 'em all. They march toward the church. The shells strike with surgical precision. Not a single one misses. As they approach, the shock waves from the explosions can start being felt, but the shelling ends not long after they close in. The captain looks at one of the operatives and tells him, Do the honors. One of the soldiers throws an explosive charge at the door. Seconds later, the door is no longer, and what seems like dozens of desperate people stampede out, only to be greeted by gunfire. Whee! Woo! The worshippers are simply obliterated by the gunfire. It does stop once there are no more worshippers running out, but the event leaves Sam with a sinking feeling in his stomach, as if something isn't quite right. We just have to inspect the insides now. All right, Lieutenant, want to do the honors? Isn't that usually reserved for the new blood? Sam is looked at but says nothing. Maybe next time. Let him prepare spiritually until then. The lieutenant enters. Moments later, several gunshots are heard. He then returns pridefully. Well, we're done here. All right, good work, everyone. Now we can return to base and enjoy ourselves. New blood, you did all right, but I expected a bit better. Now off to the barracks with you. As they walk to the barracks, Sam finds it odd he's going to a different barracks, but says nothing. Despite the organization's reputation, the ETA barracks were nicely arranged, and the soldiers were upbeat and friendly. Sam eats and takes a quick nap, and once he wakes up, decides to socialize with the boys. He addresses a pudgier one who had been with him yesterday. You seem to be with your head in the clouds. Are you sure you didn't have any trauma from yesterday? I've been traumatized since my youth. Don't get me started. Give me the short version. Maybe it's going to inspire me. I was young. I had my own house, a stable job as a security guard, even a beagle puppy that everyone liked. A young lady had come into my life because, you see, her fiancé was assaulting her. I decided to help her, as the family would represent the final piece of the puzzle. I was horribly wrong. Nothing I did was right. She was ruining the house, and it was all my fault. She kept asking me why I was working so much, when I was actually working overtime for the both of us. Even Charlie became distant. Who knows what she did to him? One day I woke up in my own house, beaten up by a Hulk who told me, get this, I was abusing her. The boss suspended me and put me under investigation. and in the meantime Charlie had disappeared. God almighty! One day she bursts into my house and starts taking my shit. That's when I finally had enough. The Hulk goes to the bathroom. I take advantage of the opportunity. I take a knife, cut the bitch's throat, and leave. A few days later, the authorities find me and give me two options. I hang or join ETA. I think it's pretty clear what I went with. Are you sure you've recovered? No, but the organization is on a never-ending search of people capable of overcoming instinct and doing what's hard, but fair. After you treat a young lady only to discover she's actually the greatest cunt, you're never the same again. I understand. He walks a little further and catches a young gentleman smoking a cigarette, one with the allure of an older brother. You look out of your depth. I'm new to the area. And what kind of environment do you come from? I rotted in an apartment for about 15 years. My only escape was books and movies. You still came out okay. I'm afraid to ask. It's not a long story. I came into this world, had two older sisters, and from the start I was not wanted by the woman who was meant to be my mother. Beltings, food thrown at me, screaming. Until one day I just ran away. Maybe those were just a few overreactions. No, my dad was just as mistreated, until he ran away himself. Last few months I spent at home I wouldn't wish on my enemy. I made up my mind on the spot when I heard her talking to a friend about how to make a lady out of me. I think I'd better leave you then. Thanks for giving me a minute. It helps me get over it. You're welcome. Even if he didn't necessarily agree with what the institution was doing, at least things made a little more sense to our hero now. After what he heard, he decides to go to the conference room in the hope that there is a new mission. Luckily for him, a session is actually taking place in the room. So the current mission is simple. Since the people of Akura refuse to cooperate, we have no choice. We go, clean up, and come back. Simple as that. You recruit, come with us. A bit of practice won't hurt. Sam doesn't even manage to say anything as he is equipped on the spot and the march begins immediately. On the way, no one says anything, with everyone being excited about the chance to destroy an entire village. Once they arrive, the gunfire starts and doesn't stop until there is no sign of movement or any noise from the direction of the village. Sam had stayed behind and tried as much as he could not to get involved. However, the act itself had been so sudden that Sam was in a state of delirium, as if his very soul was in denial about what just happened. But he still came back to Earth once the lieutenant made an assessment. Good work, men. Not a single life sign, yet I find myself disappointed, particularly in the new blood. Sam doesn't respond. Were you not instructed properly? Such missions are usually meant to allow our new recruits to distinguish themselves. What? I don't understand. But before he can finish the sentence, he receives a communique. Yeah, what? He then turns his attention to Sam. Wait just a minute. Who are you really? Sam stands still, but everyone else turns toward him. This isn't what it looks like. They stand still for another moment. Then the captain gives the order. Get him! Everyone immediately raises their weapon and they fire on Sam. Luckily, they simply incapacitate him as he falls to the ground, and while in pain, he remains conscious. The captain then lords over him. You're lucky, Boy Scout. We don't need iron breathing down our neck right now. They should find you still breathing. They assemble and leave. But the captain takes a step back to tell Sam another thing. By the way, not bad work for a beginner. Half our trainees do worse on assignments like this. And they usually pass through several much easier ones. A shame you're really with iron. Sam is left in the scorching heat for what feels like an eternity, but to his fortune, turns out to be a single hour, as the sun sets, and Ein send a medevac around the same time. Medical technician grabs Sam and puts him in the back, administers an anti-paralytic, and returns to the driver's seat. They arrive at base within a few minutes, and during this time, Sam recovers enough that he can walk. Before entering, he thanks the EMT. "Thank you." The EMT simply nods his head. Sam heads straight for the briefing room. "What were you thinking? Do you realize what your involvement means?"
"How was I supposed to know? The assault was effectively no different to how we handle ND. Their armors were also similar to ours. And the disciplinary attitude, again, exact same. What's going on here?"
"You will get your answers, but definitely not now. You should have noticed the differences. You are a disappointment. Leave me alone now. We will talk in the morning." Sam thinks about backtalking, but decides against it and simply heads towards his room and places himself on the bed, but has trouble sleeping out of sheer rage. Eventually, he manages to get some shut-eye, but he wakes up in no better shape than the day before.
Good morning.
I have reviewed the operational report. I must express my sincere apologies. Sam looks at him confused. It seems that this ETA chapter has developed their armors to be very close to ours, or, alternatively, have requisitioned some of our own as to sow the seeds of confusion.
What? Why? How?
It's a strategy of theirs to emulate our appearance. They have been using it in various regions for a few years now. It seems they are using it here as well now. It allows them to enter various facilities in Iron territory without raising suspicion, or becoming our targets. However, on the bright side, it means our operatives can do their work without interference out in the field. In fact, this confusion has led to increased success rates in certain regions.
But doesn't that affect our reputation?
Not really. At least not in a way that matters. ND are rabid fanatics one cannot reason with, so really, who cares?
What about the heads on spikes on elevated positions?
Oh, that's one of their calling cards. The heads of several women. When you see that, you know ETA specifically is coming. Or even worse, that it has already been there.
God almighty! And to what end? Death and destruction from top to bottom?
Officially, they liken themselves to wolves tending the forests and cleaning the carrion. In practice, they are killing machines and nothing more. They usually die in battle, but in the rare cases they retire. They must take a vow of chastity, at least towards women.
How is that even enforced?
It isn't, but it's not like it matters. In most cases, within a short time period, they snap and kill their wives. Every single missing woman or murder of one in simple communities always leads back to former ETA.
I guess they simply can't move on.
But Hasim is interrupted by a transmission. 1 second, please. Ah, yes, Adeline. Please report in immediately.
What was that?
The mission debriefing for you and your partner.
Are you sure it's from our command center?
I've been part of Iron for longer than you've lived. I find your comment rude.
Sorry.
Hasim nods and then continues. Only secure channels can reach our interiors, in no small part thanks to wide connections on proprietary hand-signed protocols. A young girl with long black hair and a build that could rival any man enters the room. I came as fast as I could. She then turns towards Sam. Hi.
Hello.
No worries, darling. It is good to see you. Now that you are both here, I may begin detailing the assignment. Sit down. Hasim stands up and grabs his pointer, while the two enforcers go toward the back of the room to sit down. After many efforts, we have finally penetrated the defenses of the secondary iron facility where our administrator Zaim resides. He has barricaded himself in the hope that he could wait out his potential replacement. Well, no more. The outside weapon emplacements have finally been disabled, allowing us to approach it.
What about the interiors?
Be patient, young man. That's the next bullet point. So, as I was saying before, being rudely interrupted, the exterior defenses are down, but we also have no idea what the situation is like regarding the interior ones. The electronic systems are still online, yet we have no access to them, or any idea who controls them. It is likely multiple of our own operatives are supporting Zaim. Adeline raises her hand. Speak. What will we be equipped with? EMP and explosive pellets. Based on our intelligence, there should be no personnel inside, but the automated security is still online. Sam, while Hasim takes a deep breath.
Isn't there a way to shut it down? Enough, young man! Learn from example, pointing to Adeline.
Back to our mission, the interior defense system would need to be recalibrated from scratch, and the archives could lose precious data. It is a risk we cannot assume, and Zaim was probably aware of this. This is why you will be armed for the assignment. It is far from optimal to damage our own facility, but we have no other option. Any further questions? Sam looks at the debrief screen and notices he is essentially the mule for both the automatic shotgun and most of the ammo.
Why?
Hasim angrily while reaching for his shoe. Sam then raises his hand, and Hasim sighs in relief and nods, returning to his initial position.
Why do I have to carry all the supplies?
I can't believe you're asking that. Do you not know what ranks entail? While she speaks, Hasim is shaken but says nothing. She then turns toward the superior. Am I seriously going to have to babysit this rookie? The young man has a proven track record of loyalty. His success rate is also close enough to yours. Though indeed, the same cannot be said of his respective authorities. Now finally, once you reach the office, try to talk sense into the man. If he becomes belligerent, then immobilize him. Under no circumstance are you to harm him or, God forbid, kill him. If that were to happen, the organization's legitimacy would come into question, and you, both of you, would be subject to termination. Am I understood? Both operatives nod their heads. Good. For this purpose, you will also be provided with tranquilizer rounds of the paralyzing variety. That is all. Time is of the essence. Go now. The two get up and run, but Hasim calls Sam. 1 minute, young man. Sam turns aside towards Hasim. The superior folds his arms and taps his foot. Sorry. Your attitude will get you in trouble eventually, and if that isn't enough, you seem slow to catch on.
I catch on eventually.
True. To be fair, this quirk of mine is an old habit from back when these rooms were full of eager recruits. If I hadn't implemented such a system, I would have no way to keep everything in order. As you should know, Orientals are more hot-blooded. Actually, now that I think about it, did I mention my approach to you previously?
No.
Of course, silly me, my mistake. Move along now. Sam screams internally, but says nothing and leaves the premises. At the front, his partner is waiting for him. Come on, we're walking there. No transport? It's only a short distance away, roughly 10 minutes. Being on foot will also give us the element of surprise, far more than a vehicle ever could, and besides, it's healthy.
All right.
Upon further inspection, Sam realizes that a vehicle would be impractical in the tight city streets. Eventually, while walking, the two strike conversation.
Could you enlighten me as to why we're doing this again? I've never even been given any information on changes in administration.
All right, but pay close attention. I don't like repeating myself. Normally, an Ein administrator must have a deputy in case of unforeseen consequences. Be it an assassination, sudden illness, you name it. If no eligible person is found, then the administrator, regardless of performance, is subject to a yearly debate to ensure full competence and loyalty.
That sounds a lot like constitutional monarchy.
I'm impressed. You haven't made it this far without reason. But back to the topic. Ein has this policy in order to ensure the best possible leadership.
So what did
Zaim.
So what did Zaim do? Did he fail a few debates? And/or refuse to step down?
There were no debates. Not any deputization done. The man simply took advantage of his position and enforced the status quo without exception. While nepotism and corruption is inherent in Oriental societies, that simply isn't the Ein way.
What if the people like it that way? What's our say in that? Does it matter if the job is done?
Now you disappoint me again. To a casual observer, yes, that might seem to be the case, but again, that's simply contrary to the way Ain itself functions. You know what? I'll make it simple for you. Just as you made it to your position by proving loyalty and competence, so did I. I just worked harder and faster.
You were in line for the succession?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you sure this isn't your envy speaking? If this operation fails, we'll both be worse for wear.
I have to keep reminding myself you have rebellious tendencies. I've made it this far through hard work, and I don't plan to throw it away because of some obsolete old man, and your job is to make sure that nothing serious happens. This conversation is over.
But...
She then turns towards him with a psychotic look in her eyes. Don't push it! Sam remains silent. Not long after the conversation ends, they make it to the front of the facility. To their fortune, the two massive emplacements in plain view do indeed seem to be disabled. Well, we've made it. Now, as per our debriefing, we will likely have to face automated turrets inside. We might be fortunate enough to not have to defend ourselves against them, but we were equipped for this very scenario for a reason. So, what weapon would you rather wield?
I don't know. Didn't women have better reaction times and better athletic attributes?
What are you trying to say?
That I should take the shotgun, it's heavier, and the same for its ammo. The rifle is lighter, and the EMP charges require less room for an equivalent number of shots. So it would be in better hands if you took it. And finally, ladies first.
Adeline shakes her head. You are unreal, but also completely right. Hand them over, then we're going in. Sam gives her the weapon and ammo, and prepares his own.
30 EMP charges. Is this enough?
As long as you destroy the turrets afterwards, yes it is. Even if you are unable to fire, it only takes 3 EMP rounds to disable a turret. But our operation is meant to be like a lightning strike. Better to hit hard and fast than to risk Zaim escaping. They then position themselves at the front door.
By the way,
how did you know I have athletic aptitudes?
Just a guess.
They kick down both doors. Nothing happens. A few seconds later, they get out of cover and start moving inside. They enter the hallway slowly, only to be greeted by 5 turrets at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Retreat! They quickly return outside and somehow manage to not get hit.
Can you disable any one in particular?
Adeline points her weapon inside. She sees 2 of the turrets. Yes, but you will have to act quickly.
Understood.
Adeline fires on the first turret. Boom, boom. Now! Sam fires upon it twice, destroying it. They advance, little by little, afterward, and Adeline fires upon the other 2 that are to the left and right of the original, then reloads. Sam destroys both in good time. They then take the other 2 out, one by one. Let's go, we don't have much time. I know the way, just follow me. They then take the right path and destroy another turret. They go up the stairwell, where Adeline is almost shot as she tries to enter the first floor, but she disables it herself. Keep up, we don't have time to waste! They then go through the same pattern as the entrance, but Adeline disables the 2 turrets on the opposite ends of the hallway herself. We can't fuck around, come on! They take another right and she disables all the remaining turrets. Then halfway through this 4th hallway, she stops near a large double door. They kick it down and enter with the doors simply closing behind them. Sam and his partner finally reach the main office of Zaim. He is still sitting down. He greets them. So, you made it past my defenses. Sit down, you must be exhausted. We're here to assume command. Then do what? Adeline draws her weapon, aiming at him. Sam follows suit. Bring the region to the gold standard, instead of keeping it in the Stone Age. You bastard. She then pulls the trigger, but nothing happens. Oh, woman, you were made from the rib of a man, not his brain. Did you really think I wasn't expecting you? Maybe you haven't noticed upon entering,
but this room is equipped with a passive EMP field.
The realization strikes both of them as they look left and right. There were indeed small field generators at the opposite ends of the room.
You can put down your weapons, they won't work.
Your position is illegitimate. As an Ein subcommander, I order you to resign immediately from your desk and allow the succession to take place.
It is true I have neglected certain obligations, but that's purely because I focused on others, like ensuring Ein remains relevant in the region, building defenses, inspecting supply chains. Nothing too important according to you.
You are unfit for duty. Take leave now!
Pot calling the kettle. I'll tell you what, I'm feeling generous today, and will gladly entertain a debate with your lackey as an impartial observer.
Adeline angrily whispering,
I don't think you can afford that, as you're not long, not only for this position, but for this world.
Excuse me? Let's go.
But...
Fine, I'll do it myself then.
Ah! We're not supposed to lay a finger on him.
But Zaim swings his elbow toward her face as she almost reaches him, knocking her out immediately. Sam tries to move, but is warned, in a rather more unsettling tone.
You try anything. I won't be anywhere near as restrained, boy.
Sam stops moving and decides to simply pay attention to the man.
Behold the might of women. What was that protocol you were talking about before?
Fuck you.
Quaint.
Zaim approaches Sam and pats him on the shoulder.
You've made a good call, young man. Perhaps our paths will intersect again in the future. Unless, of course, you are an enemy of the Sultanate. In which case, I would make a run for it if I were you.
Zaim walks out like nothing had happened. Sam recovers from the mental shake-up and extends a hand towards Adeline, who is still on her hands and knees. She turns her head towards his hand and spits on it. Sam retracts his hand and walks away. He returns to the facility alone. He then enters the briefing room.
So you have chosen the rigid conservative leadership. I don't think I made any choice.
I am indifferent. Zaim is a competent leader and a strategic mastermind. Rigid perhaps, but far from terrible.
What does this mean for me?
A promotion from Ein. For as long as this branch still exists anyway. Adeline's etiquette was below our most pessimistic prediction. Everyone in Ein is tested and she failed. You, on the other hand, have proven remarkable control. In fact, you have far exceeded expectation. You overcame your regular rebellious instinct and conducted yourself flawlessly.
Sir,
I, Hasim Al-Qaid, promote you to a gold rank. You may now access long-distance transport at your leisure. You are given access to our second highest tier of equipment, and finally you will now answer to no one as a lead operative.
Oh, I'm honored.
For the best results, you should wait a few days for confirmation from others. Your history factors in how recognized your rank is, but my endorsement should be strong enough for your new designation to stand.
Thank you, sir.
You may now return to previous locations in case you haven't completed certain secondary assignments. Alternatively, you can focus your attention on new ones to improve your standing with Ein. But I don't think that's necessary, based on your current record. Feel free to simply enjoy yourself, or if you insist, partake in more training.
Understood.
One last mention. I've heard murmurs of something big taking place in Germany. Were our roles reversed? That is where I would go.
Good to know.
I must now leave these premises and ensure a successful reconfirmation of our leader. Sam starts looking distressed. Don't worry, you've done nothing wrong. This would have been necessary regardless of your choice. Take care, son, and may we meet again. He extends his hand.
It was my honor, sir.
As they shake hands. Sam is on his way, but is interrupted. One last question before you leave, if I may.
Of course.
Not much of a white knight, are you? Sam thinks for a second.
I have my reasons.
Sam then leaves and takes the first flight to Germany. Chapter 19. The Great New World. Once in Germany, Sam notices that he's being directed to a proper military base. He goes inside and is greeted by soldiers. "Come with us." He arrives directly at the dormitories. "From today on, you will work in a team. The boys will join you soon enough. Your code name will be Samson. That's your bed. Entertainment is provided by the programs that should be downloading for you right now. Good luck." The soldier leaves, and Sam even notices that some programs for his visor have started downloading. But he doesn't even have time to pay attention to them, as 3 boys come into the dormitory immediately. They all introduce themselves. "Samson." "David." "Olaf." "Vlad." David looks at Sam. "Aren't you the survivor, the one who was in the middle of multiple ETA purges and still lived?" "Yeah." "I don't think you'll be around for long. A star like that only passes through iron bases and won't stay." "Whatever, I suggest we rest a bit. I have the feeling that we'll be given our first mission right away." The guys sit down for a few minutes, and indeed, they're called in a few minutes. "Move, you all have work to do." They walk into a cramped room, and the instructions are given briefly. "Hello, darlings, here in Frankfurt things are done a little differently. It's a neutral zone, and you'd better behave yourselves. The first mission in the group will be to escort an ND deserter. You meet him, form a cross around him, and wreck anything that looks like it could hurt him. Okay?" "Understood, sir." "Equip yourselves and head straight for him. I've received a signal that he's already waiting for you. Don't give any advance warning. The man is a target, and the less information the potential assassins have, the better." "Understood, sir."
"Good. Run."
The guys go to the warehouse where they are properly equipped. Then they go to the meeting point. The city is semi-populated. After a few minutes, a typical man approaches them. "Ein?" Sam nods. "Yes, yes." "I understand that I should get to the Ein base. We can take the shortest route directly, but we risk ND getting me that way. Or we can take a detour. It takes longer, but the odds are better I make it back alive."
"I vote for the detour."
"Me too."
"Fine. It's decided. We'll take the detour."
The group moves at a brisk pace, walking in an irregular pattern, still maintaining a cross formation as much as possible. They sound alerts all the way, and halfway through, their motion sensors pick up something.
"Watch out! Behind you! David!"
The deserter hits the ground. David rolls and turns and shoots the would-be assassin. Olaf and David turn and shoot several shadowy figures. And Sam sees David shooting at him, when he's actually shooting at a fanatic behind him.
"Oh, thanks."
David nods and smiles. The hostage stands up. "Can we hurry?" The boys say nothing and pick up the pace. Fortunately, they are not met by anything else along the way and arrive at the base safely. "Thanks, guys. All the best." He runs toward the main building. The boys receive a transmission.
"Dismissed for the day."
The boys eat. Then, when they reach the dormitory, each one lies on his own bed and starts simulations. They do not start any discussions. The evening passes without any major problems. The next day, they are called into the same cramped room for a briefing. "Today you will patrol a former coal-based power plant while a group of specialists, both ours and civilians, will inspect the site. Just make sure no one bothers and or kills them while they're working. Understood? Good. Get to work." The boys are equipped and rush to the location. There, the group seems to be waiting for them.
"At least we didn't have to escort them. It wasn't that bad with the deserter." "Speak for yourself."
They reach the group, where they're greeted with enthusiasm. "So Ein really are serious about restarting the infrastructure. Brilliant. You guys know what you have to do, right? Make sure we get out of the building alive, guarding the outside, okay?" The guys all nod. "Perfect. We'll try not to stay too long, but we can't promise anything." The engineers go inside. The guys patrol for a whole hour, then, out of boredom, gather in pairs at opposite corners of the building to take a breather.
Sam is with David.
You don't get to spend time with a legend every day.
Me? A legend?
Besides surviving several purges by the Black Brigades, ETA, they also say you're a historian.
When I was younger, I had access to media from the 20th, 21st centuries. Big deal.
You have to know something that I had no way of learning, being a neutral zone boy. Come on, at least tell me something about the previous society, from the first social era.
What can I say? It's like now, but things worked. There was civilization on a large scale in peace. But eventually the cracks caused by widespread abuse and corruption put an end to that era. I can talk about it all day, but I just tire us out.
Okay, then tell me something. What are you fighting for?
Sam doesn't say anything at first. He barely improvises an answer. For Ein?
You can answer me another time if you're not sure.
The last statement only made the situation worse. Everyone gets up at the same time. They patrol for another hour, take a break, and patrol some more until the chief engineer comes out. He transmits data through a dedicated device resembling a phone, and then addresses the boys.
Thanks, boys. Dismissed.
They head toward the base. They eat and then return to their beds. They get into them, but this time David tries to start a conversation.
So, boys, aren't we doing something special? Ideally as soon as possible. The legend next to us may not be around for long.
If he has any idea how to circumvent family restriction, I'm listening. No. If, on the other hand, you want to go through hell, just go near a young lady.
Rules are rules, and that's it. I, for one, intend to fulfill my quota, and maybe then I'll try, even if I'm 35 by then. I have relatives everywhere. I could handle it.
Then what are you doing here?
My folks said the service would make me stronger. Do you have a problem with my presence?
As long as you do your job, no. Things suddenly cool down, and everyone goes back to their simulations. In the evening, they eat and shower and sleep, as per usual. The next day, they get a more interesting mission. Boys, today you have a more sensitive mission. I got a tip that a Christian monk is on a pilgrimage and is passing through the area. Sam and David, you have previous experience with religious people, so your presence is mandatory. Vlad and Olaf, you can join as a contingency or you can rest. It's up to you. Your mission is to spot him, then stop and immobilize him. You bring him to the first road, and from there an automatic vehicle picks him up. Hurry, you'll have to walk and orient yourselves according to a dedicated map. We can't risk being intercepted and discovered. It's a unique opportunity, and we don't want to miss it. Get to work. The boys are equipped, but this time Sam is given an electronic map. It shows him his position and destination. Can you handle it? I've used something like this before. The boys walk at a brisk pace. They quickly pass through the city and end up right in the forest. They have no choice but to enter and walk through it. They see various animals, but fortunately, these avoid them or even run away from them. After 10 minutes, they come across a small wooden church. We'll watch over you. David opens the door. Inside rows of benches and a compact altar, a man in robes was praying. He was their man. David walks up to him and points the gun at his head. Get up. The monk doesn't move. I said get up. Again nothing. David hits him in the head with the butt of the gun. The monk is knocked down for a moment, but he actually gets up. Do as you wish. I've already won. David has the gun pointed at him. David, enough. Let's at least try the peaceful option. How about no? He electrocutes the monk, who then falls to the ground. But David shoots a few more times until the monk actually twitches uncontrollably. This makes David grin until Sam, irritated, pushes him by the shoulder. What do you think you're doing? For centuries, Christians have discriminated against us and attacked us, both me and my people. Sam is still looking at him with a frown. It's true, I was never told why, just that we were their enemies.
But for me, that's enough. Vlad comes in and checks on the monk.
He's unconscious. You've given us work.
He's still breathing, right?
He looks critical. We'll need to take extra special care of him until we get there, thanks to you in particular.
We'll manage.
You mind your own business, or rather, watch over us. Ivan, Star, help me put him on the stretcher. Thanks for the baptism. I won't even get mad this time.
The three of them lift the monk's body and put it on the floating stretcher, then trudge toward civilization. Fortunately, they reach the road in just a few minutes. Once they load him into the vehicle, they are suddenly reprimanded.
We asked for him unharmed and you give him to us in critical condition. Agent David, the fact that you're Jewish isn't worth jack shit here. Especially since now it will take at least twice as long to extract the information from him. You yourself will receive additional penalties, but the damage is done. Back to base with you lot.
The other three glare at David. They return to base without saying a word. The rest of the day, the group takes care of basic necessities and nothing more. The next day, they are called to check the area. They walk robotically towards the church, where they come across two girls about their age right outside it.
Oh no, these look like devils. Don't be afraid, little sister. We will pray, and the Lord will protect us.
The two get on their knees and start praying. David walks past them and shoots a paralyzing pulse in the head of both of them. Bang, bang. The girls fall and can barely breathe.
Alright, now this is blind hatred.
An eye for an eye.
The rest of the day passes without any further events.
For a few days, the boys train, as no missions are available. But one day, as Sam walks through the city, where he sees what seem to be several dogs, on two legs, sitting down at a terrace, a shepherd, a Rottweiler, and a hound. Sam freezes for a few moments, catching the dog's attention, and, as they stare, he decides to make a run for it. Once back to base, he is greeted by his team, which notice his panic.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Dogs! On two legs!
Oh yeah, hybrids. They've been around for a while and they walk about. Did they hound you or something?
Hybrids? How do you know that?
I've been out and about in western cities and kept seeing them. Nobody's sure where they came from, but thankfully, they generally mind their own. From what I've heard, they were created to ease exploration and research in extreme conditions.
But most have a different occupation now, don't they?
Yeah, the results of their expeditions have been subpar. Either they would go feral or die of various diseases, or they would make it but their equipment would break. And ultimately I needed a release valve for their agents' needs, so now most of them are on lists.
As escorts.
So if you really want to, you can fuck an animal. Hey, they're pretty human. They can talk, say yes or no emphatically. Besides, they're not going anywhere, despite rarely breeding successfully from what I know.
I would rather not catch some exotic illness. Who knows what kinds of disease they can spread. They're immune to BP2I, blood poisoning-induced immunodeficiency. How do you know that? I've been around and slept around.
Back in the kibbutz we had sheep and goats. They were darlings, but I was too little to know to take advantage of them. Still, I wouldn't mind playing with a doe. To defile something so innocent.
The talk ends abruptly, and the rest of the evening goes on as usual. But not for Sam, as the revelation leaves him sleeping poorly. Human-animal hybrids were real. One of the next days, they are called to another conference room, more spacious and equipped. Nice to meet you, my dears. Today we have a special mission. A group of electrical engineers are preparing to join ND. This act must be prevented at all cost. One of you will be armed with ballistic ammunition. We hope that this will be the only time it will be necessary to take such a risk. But the engineers can be permanently eliminated if they refuse to cooperate with us. Takers?" The boys say nothing. "Olaf, you seem to be the most professional of the lot. What do you think?" "If fate is such, so be it. Go to the outskirts of the city near the electronics factory. Keep a certain distance, and when you see them gathering, introduce yourselves." "Understood." "Good luck, we're counting on you." The guys arrive quickly, having been taken by car from the base to a building in the outskirts. While waiting, they chat. "How are you, comrade? Especially since you're holding a tool that can put permanent end to someone, not simple stun gun." "I don't know." "I would have ended those Christian bastards." "Oh, shut it." "There are enemies, but oh well. Whatever, we could." "So, any idea when they'll show up?" "None." "I suggested to the leadership to go east to solve the problem, but they ignored me because of excuses like, you have no status, you're drunk." "Where did you manage to get booze from? Actually, I'd rather not know." "Let's focus on the mission. Everyone on one side, and focus." They take positions and look. At least an hour passes, but no one is around. As they begin to lose their patience, Olaf sees something. "Motion, let's go." They all exit the building and enter the factory. Lights are on and pointed towards the center. There, about a dozen people are talking, but not loud enough to be understood. The boys manage to sneak in, but just before they get there, more lights are turned on, which expose them. One of the people, an engineer, snaps his fingers, and a pulse shakes the room. The boys' electronic devices are deactivated. "You thought we didn't know what was going to happen, even without leaks, hacks, or jams. Ein has become really predictable." Several of the meeting participants appear to be armed with classic rifles and pistols. "You can leave peacefully, or you can become a warning to the others. It's up to you." The boys are frozen except for Olaf, who looks at the engineer. "Uncle Otto?" "What?" Olaf takes a step towards the group. They don't seem bothered. "Olaf, what are you doing?" The engineer looks at Olaf. "I'm glad you have come to your senses, son." "What?" "I was getting tired of fighting against my people and my ancestral faith, but I was waiting for the right moment." "You fucking traitor!" Olaf pulls out his gun and points it at Sam. "I hoped it wouldn't have to come to this, but it wasn't to be." "The Romans should have finished the job with you." "The Romans should have finished many jobs," he says as he looks at David. "But it wasn't to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen." Olaf and the targets suddenly leave. Sam stays put. Vlad leaves alone, and David pats him on the shoulder and talks to him a little. "You didn't do anything wrong. We had no way of knowing." David then leaves. Sam remains shaken for a while longer and then returns alone. At base, he is called by himself. "It seems the gang is breaking up. Olaf was an unpleasant surprise. Vlad is returning to the east, and David received a special exemption from full internship. So, you did your duty to us, for the moment. A mission has come up in South Africa if you dare. If you want to take a break, you won't be penalized. Can I go now?" "Yes, soldier, good luck." Sam decides to board the first plane and arrives in South Africa relatively quickly. He arrives at his first base without much fuss. Chapter 20. Eden. Sam is greeted by friendly faces in the South African HQ and chats them up. They seem to have heard good things about him, so they mention he has their full support. Sam thanks them and heads to sleep. Sam then finds himself in the desert. In the distance, he sees a city. But when he turns, he sees an ETA commando with a remote trigger. It's over. He presses the button, then a missile hits the city. The explosion obliterates the city, and shakes the ground, and then a shockwave extends, reaching Sam in a few moments. He starts losing his sight and screams in pain. Sam wakes up breathing heavily. It was just a nightmare. He does his routine and heads for his debrief. "Good morning, sunshine. You're on roll call." "Go on." "One of our oldest collaborators, Eden, has been subject to several murders perpetrated by what is believed to be an elite ND operative. Your task is to go there and help set up a defensive perimeter." "That's not all, is it?" "You will be combat ready if the need arises. Their settlement is attacked once every few days, and we suspect another is likely to happen very soon. If we were to catch this assassin, dead or alive, it doesn't matter. We would surely be rewarded handsomely." "Can you tell me more about this Eden?" "Eden is a small community focused on taming and training animal companions and livestock. Only the best specimens and most dedicated trainers are allowed to settle." "Is the name a reference to the biblical Garden of Eden by chance?" "Very good. You've done your homework. Indeed it is, but justifiably so. Despite being populated by predators and prey alike, very few hunts have ever taken place in the center of the settlement." "What happens to the animals when they get old? They all croak eventually." "They are baited to the outskirts where the course of nature is once again allowed to take place. There are points of no return bridging the outskirts and the center. Any animal that is too old or fully returns to its primal instincts is left to its own devices." "I understand. I'll prepare and get going." "A few mentions before you leave. We've ensured accommodation for a few days if necessary, whether it's so that the defenses can be finalized or if there are clear signs that the assassin is in proximity." "Okay." "One last thing, however. Eden very rarely accepts visitors, especially if housing is necessary. Please, for once, do not backtalk as you usually do. You've become downright infamous for that." "I'll try." "Good enough, I suppose. Dismissed." Sam heads for Eden. Unlike other destinations, he is forced to walk through the savannah to get there. Fortunately, there are no wild animals on the road, and the entrance to Eden is surrounded by a fence. A guard awaits him at the checkpoint.
"Ein?"
"Yeah."
"Come in, you are expected."
Sam enters and heads for the main building. Along the way, he notices more or less naked men and women, either sleeping next to or playing with various animals. He has a feeling of unease similar to the one he had when he was in the Next Generation camp. But he tries to ignore it and enters the main building. He is greeted by what he assumes is the leader of the settlement, Eve. "Greetings, soldier. I am Eve. Time is not on our side, so the debrief will be quick. Our perimeter is fully fenced, but we have recently discovered numerous holes and even tunnels. There are also rumors that ND are planning an attack on us. Your task is simple. Guard the workers while they carry out inspections and make any repairs."
"Seems simple enough."
"Not really. You see, you'll have to demonstrate exemplary self-control. Many animals here tend to have a bad habit of, suddenly paying attention to guests. You'll have to keep your cool and ignore them, or satisfy their curiosity. Either or. On the other hand, don't show any signs of weakness to the expelled ones. It could upset the entire harmony of the settlement."
"Why aren't the expelled ones marked in some way or another?"
"Because they typically don't survive long on their own. But the current situation is an emergency. If there were no signs that the ND were planning an attack, we would have managed. As it stands, we need additional measures. You'll be equipped with a shotgun. You shouldn't need more than that. The room is ready for you. You'll find it easily when you need it. You can go now to rest, or you can start your mission right now. It won't take more than a few days anyway."
"Then I'll start now."
Sam goes to the first site.
"Are you the helper?"
"Yes, you can begin." The day goes smoothly. The workers patch and fill in the gaps, and they cover miles that day. Finally, before they head inland, a lion approaches them. "Simba! Any advice?" "Don't look him in the eye and stay calm. He'll put his scent on you to recognize you and then leave you alone." Sam doesn't look at the cat at all and just stands there. Luckily, the workers were right. The young lion plays for a while, then leaves. Isn't a roaming lion a bit dangerous? Every individual has its own territory, and if they suddenly become violent, they are tranquilized and expelled. Don't remind me. The third worker suddenly leaves in frustration. What's up with him? His favorite lost her temper. They were very attached. He hasn't recovered yet. The next day starts off just as promising, but after a few hours, they notice a massive hole in the fence. It's going to take a while. If you can get outside the perimeter while we're making preparations, we wouldn't mind. Sam goes out and leans against the tree. His gun is ready. In a few moments, he notices movement and hears lion roars. Gentlemen, something's moving. You can shoot if it's outside. Sam sees a lioness. You sure? Yeah, no one seems to have escaped. Sam takes aim and fires. Bang! The first shot only wounds the animal, so he keeps firing until it stops moving. Bang! 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 But then he hears a scream. No! One of the workers runs toward the lifeless body and falls next to it. He cries out, Forgive me, honey. I couldn't protect you. Another worker approaches Sam and puts his hand on his shoulder. Take a break. We'll manage for the day. Sam decides to go to the main building. He feels uneasy and decides to go to the main office, hoping to find someone who can enlighten him about what's happening in Eden. Luckily, he finds Eve herself. Shouldn't you be guarding the men? They asked me to leave them. I just shot a wild lioness, and one of the men had a breakdown. What's going on here? Would the short version be enough for you? It's risky for people to be left unguarded. Go on. Eden is a special settlement. We deal with the taming and training of animals. I've observed domesticated and, less domesticated animals. Shouldn't they be separated? The tamed ones are gradually exposed to prey animals specifically to test their control. And the results of their mating ensures continuity and eventual complete domestication. Classic domestic animals also have their place. When farms and households need guaranteed tame animals, we are ready to give them. In addition, predators need a source of food. Any domesticated animal that falls below a certain standard is sacrificed, and that's how we maintain balance. Only those with exceptional temperaments make it to old age. The lady I killed, what's her story? Cleo, a special case. She was never very social, but we tolerated her, being the esteemed daughter of Simba and Kali. We had visitors once and she couldn't help herself. The moment she saw the back of a young woman, she attacked. And the guests' panic only made things worse. We have a zero-tolerance policy for instinctive behavior. We wouldn't be famous otherwise. Anything that doesn't behave anymore is tranquilized and thrown out, left to the mercy of the ruthless outdoors. We have no choice. Makes sense to me. In that case, I wouldn't rush back. No, there's no point in prolonging matters. The faster I get back, the more incidents I can potentially prevent. Stop! But Sam doesn't listen and practically leaves on the spot. In about 10 minutes, he gets back to the workers. They had just finished putting up the missing fence segment. One of them looks at Sam angrily. You! He rushes at Sam, but thanks to his previous training and experience, plus the concentration module, Sam not only manages to defend himself, but even immobilize the worker. Come to your senses. It was a wild animal. There was nothing more that could be done. Cleo, my love. Sam lets go of him reflexively. and goes into a state of disgust.
Love? I told you to keep away for a bit. Leave the guarding until tomorrow. We're done for the day anyway.
Sam goes to his room. He gets into bed, but can't sleep. Just as he's trying to sleep, he feels a rather large animal crawling up to his feet. He doesn't even pay attention to it and falls asleep. In the morning, he wakes up and sees the animal right next to him. A cheetah blocking his path. He leaves it alone until it wakes up on its own, and the animal rewards him by licking his face. Its tongue feels like a brush, and thus Sam tries, and luckily succeeds, in offering his hair.
Yes, big kitty, you're precious.
There you were, Niall. I was afraid you were doing something stupid. Come back.
Yeah, he was, cute.
You never know how they'll treat guests, no matter how gentle they are. I congratulate you on your unwavering calm, son.
Oh, thank you.
Then Eve comes to his room. The work has progressed quickly, and you've shown exemplary self-control, so you'll be equipped with an automatic weapon. Plus, I have a bad feeling, but that's just a small detail. Sam nods and grabs his equipment after a morning routine. A Western ballistic weapon, complete with a few magazines. An automatic, no less. Then he goes to supervise the work. No one speaks, they just do their job. They reach a massive hole which requires several segments. As the workers do their job, they hear several bursts of gunfire, some almost striking their feet.
I'll go check, just keep going.
Sam gets out and looks around, but all he sees is the savannah. Moments later, he's hit on the body armor by a burst, then a second, but luckily his visor eventually manages to find the culprit. The ND assassin, dressed in their unmistakable armor. A long fight to the death ensues, each firing as hard as they can at the other, some bullets hitting, most missing. In the end, Sam stays on his feet and the commando is down. Sam decides to expose the assassin.
Now let's see who you really are.
Good idea. It might be useful to identify who attacked, and by extension, who is leaving the scene. Sam goes and takes off the assassin's helmet, only to be greeted by something impossible to predict. His own face.
No, impossible!
But the more he looked, the stronger the confirmation. Sam had killed himself.
I don't believe it. I don't.
Sam froze up and falls unconscious. Sometime later, he wakes up and the assassin's body is gone. He stands up with difficulty, being in a weakened state from both the struggle and the shock. Then he slowly turns around, staggering, but is stopped in his tracks by a half-naked man. "Thank you for your sacrifice." Out of sheer rage, Sam immediately brings up his weapon and aims at the man.
"You have some nerve coming up to me, you sick bastard!"
"What do you mean?"
"You think I didn't see what you and your ilk do? You fucking disgust me!"
"I fail to see the problem, young man. All that's here is creatures living in harmony, loving one another."
"Yeah, loving their bodies."
"In that case, all I can say is, this is the world we live in. Get used to it." Sam then storms the central building and confronts Eve. "Fantastic work. What's the problem?"
"This is your idea of paradise? Men fucking animals?"
"Look, I understand how you feel, but it was that or nothing," she says to Sam as she fidgets and turns. "The animals are tended to and everyone is content." She then turns back to Sam. "I assure you it wasn't an easy choice."
"Oh yeah, life of sex slavery. Until they're no longer fit for purpose, then they're ditched like garbage."
"You don't understand, do you? Choice means nothing if it doesn't leave an impact. I myself would have loved to live a free life, but circumstances left me without a say in the matter. She turns her head towards Sam and reveals her Ein link.
So then, this is all it boils down to? Living for the sake of living?
Don't act the saint. You're doing the exact same. Eden and ultimately its inhabitants are property of Ein. The alternative, I assure you, was far worse.
I don't know what to say anymore.
You've done your part to the extent I'm willing to give you a commendation, even given our differences. Perhaps it's best you carried on and returned to your duties. I'll return to mine. Sam leaves and heads for the nearest Ein HQ. He is distraught, and yet, when he looks around, he notices a familiar face. Derek. They notice each other and wave, both breaking a smile. Derek then walks to Sam. Hey, you alright?
My last mission.
They can't all be successful. Lighten up. You win some, lose some.
No, not that. I completed it. Just... Ever been to Eden?
No, but I heard about it.
This is what Ein does. Look out for the lowest of the low.
What do you mean?
Eden is a collection of degenerates. Absolute degenerates.
Oh, you mean the human-animal relationships under their umbrella? Works for them, I guess.
How can you even say that?
The overwhelming majority of pets and livestock alive today branch to some extent from there. Usually they're either direct or partial descendants. Before, the vast majority of domestic animals were exclusively beaten into submission, with expectedly erratic results. It's why ND is still scattered.
And how is this okay? We're supposed to guide animals, not fuck them. Or beat them.
You can't argue with the results. I expected someone like you to understand that we're in an age where we've gone beyond religious morality or traditional ethics. Ein and its affiliates are a direct result of a purely ration-driven society.
You sure you've left light? You talk just like you did when you were under their umbrella.
Yes, I've simply decided to take matters into my own hands, rather than just be a distant observer. It's more satisfying.
If you say so.
Look, try to get over it, alright?
If it were that easy.
Is there something else?
I'm a clone.
Derek had become distraught himself. Oh, I'm afraid I can't help you there. I really need to go. See you around. Sam wanders around the base and just so happens to find Constantine in one of the rooms.
I was just looking for you, hoping you had a few minutes.
Yes, young man?
I just killed myself. What's going on here?
Are you sure you want to hear this? Sam says nothing and just keeps staring at him. Very well. You seem to have made up your mind. Your mother was a rebel, a saboteur against Ein, since she was young. We still don't know her motivation, but we speculate that it had to do with her personal dedication to freedom and independence. Lofty in a way, but against our values.
What does that have to do with me?
Be patient. I'm getting there. You see, once we caught her, after she sabotaged numerous facilities, we gave her a choice: the death penalty, or becoming a surrogate mother for one of our organization's co-founders, Flavius II. She chose the latter, obviously, but she wasn't the only one. Your father impregnated a handful of other women, but 2 didn't even develop a pregnancy, and the rest gave birth to boys, but your father wanted you in particular. He knew you had great potential. The results during the pregnancy were very promising.
So, where is he? And where was he?
Well, a few weeks before she was due to deliver, your mother disappeared from the face of the earth. It seems that her connections with our competition had somehow been preserved, and she managed to vanish. When he found out, your father was devastated. He'd been in poor health for a long time at that point, but combined with his age, the shock was too much. He had a stroke, and our doctors couldn't do anything useful. At most, he would have been brought back to life in a vegetative state. So it was decided to leave things as they were. Those events motivated us even more to find you. We couldn't let an individual of such potential disappear. As a final act of defiance, your mother left you in the hope that we wouldn't find you. Obviously, her plan failed. We now have you, and she was eventually executed.
Wait a minute. That Flavius? I'm a descendant of...
No. Oh, yes. That's why we refused to let go of such an investment. That is what you represent. Our future. Or at least, a model of genetic engineering. An imperfect one, though. Your loyalty is praised in all our branches. But equally, your lack of self-control, and especially your rebellion, are equally well known. Proof that we still have work to do. You inherited your rebellious nature from your mother. In other women it wasn't so strong. Sam looks down and doesn't say anything. Now you know why you don't have a name or parents, and why you basically owe us. Now you can go back to work. Please excuse me. Sam goes to his room. He receives a notification that the next mission, fortunately, has no time limit. He remains upset for a few days, then he heads for his destination, European Russia. His journey goes quickly and without problems. Chapter 21. No Gods or Kings. Sam suddenly found himself in a park, surrounded by lush vegetation. In front of him stands Lucy, the recruiter. She turns her head, looks at him, and smiles. He takes a few steps towards her, only for everything to disappear the moment he intends to open his mouth. It was just a dream. He had fallen asleep on the train. He heads for the unit, then the handler's office. He enters the office to find his superior staring outside the window.
You're early. I've gotten enough sleep, don't worry. What's my assignment? A radical cult has set up camp in an old abandoned church in the Valdai Hills. Every single attempt at communication with this group ended in violence, proving a complete unwillingness to cooperate. Your mission is to incinerate the building. Send a message to this unidentified group. Fight fire with fire? In a sense. Resistance? None. We've been monitoring this group for days, and every day at noon they leave the premises to resupply. At noon? Yes, until then you may do as you please, but at around 1100 hours you will be expected in front of this facility. The church is several kilometers into the forest. As we do not necessarily intend to further antagonize this group necessarily, discretion is key. You will be dropped at a checkpoint several kilometers away from here at a spring. From there you will be on your own. Given the simplicity of the mission, you will simply be provided with an incendiary device and a physical map. Again, we don't want them to believe we are targeting them. How are they even a threat? It's not just Ain being attacked. We've heard reports they've been attacking unaffiliated civilians. Alright then. Sam then takes a quick stroll as a warm-up. The city of St. Petersburg was a shadow of its former self, but otherwise, many if not most buildings were still in fully working order somehow. This had him perplexed, particularly since there weren't many people around,
and the few left would mostly keep to themselves. After the short walk, Sam engages with some simulators inside the station before exiting the building to move on to his next assignment. He gets in the vehicle. It was a self-driver, so all he could do is admire the view on the way. He was out of the city within seconds, and then the forests began extending, seemingly to no end. It was a short ride anyway, as the spring was reached within minutes. He exits the car, picks up the equipment from the trunk, enters the forest. Then once he reaches the point where he can no longer see the road, he proceeds to move on toward the objective. The starting point was clear, but reaching this church would be a challenge, as the forest had multiple intersecting footpaths with few distinguishing landmarks. To accomplish his mission, Sam would have to jog, especially if he got lost at any point. And so he did. For every 2 checkpoints on the map he would reach on his first go, there was one where he would hit a dead end and have to backtrack. And while the trees would let little sunlight break through their stem, it was still a hot day, and his suit could only do so much. But after persevering, he finally made it. After at least 2 kilometers of running, some of which was uphill, he found the church. An old building that was basically a ruin. Its state of disrepair was so strong that Sam thought nothing of readying his explosive and throwing it through one of the open windows. An easy task, and one that wouldn't particularly stick in his mind. He threw the grenade, and the church burst into flame. However, before he could even turn back, a cacophony of shouting erupted. He had either arrived too late, or his handler lied. Sam was in shock and was only able to stand stock still as he witnessed another atrocity done by his own hands. Either way, the shouting gradually diminishes, but someone in the building jumps through one of the windows. It was an adolescent boy, not much younger than Sam. The jump leaves him with glass embedded into his body, and his body, despite the correct response of rolling, is visibly scorched too strongly for his reaction to make a meaningful difference. After a minute of rolling, the burning stops, but so does the boy's movement. Even a casual observer could tell the boy had few chances of recovery. Sam just walks away, shaken and shocked. He reaches the pickup almost reflexively and is driven back to the Ein facility. Chapter 22. Riposte. Upon arrival, Sam heads straight toward the main office. Andrew is busy responding to several calls, but he puts them on hold the moment he sees Sam enter.
Quite the spectacle you've made. I thought the church was supposed to be empty. It was, yet for whatever reason, the constituents decided to spend the day in. Don't worry too much about it. You did your part. Dismissed.
Sam then proceeds to train for the rest of the day. As the sun sets and he heads for his bed, he stops in the corridor to take a look out the window. Fog had set in. Nothing in the distance was visible. Just moments later, an explosion, boom, is heard, and the building itself shakes. Sam is barely able to keep his balance, and then after another explosion, boom, he actually falls. He then quickly gets back up and grabs the nearest solid stationary object. He then sees Andrew running toward him with 2 guns. He throws one of the guns to Sam.
Grab this and come with me.
They run toward the outside, stumbling as the explosions continue. They exit the building but keep running as the upper floors partially collapse, having been left with no support structure.
Fire at will!
They both open fire, using the fully automatic mode in front of them at random. For several seconds, they only hear ricochets, until finally they hear a scream.
Ah! Hold fire!
Complete silence follows for a few moments.
We need an ambulance, fast!
Closest available ambulance is approximately 15 kilometers away. Safeguard the wounded until the arrival. and the pickup until transfer is complete.
You patrol the right flank, I'll patrol the left flank. Don't let them get close.
The two walked back and forth, occasionally firing into the open. However, even when they fought an ND fanatic was approaching, it would always prove to be nothing. The high-capacity medical transport, a vehicle almost twice the size of what was once called an ambulance, arrives and two medics rush out of it, taking one stretcher each. Several life signs, most wounded all below rubble. We'll need a few minutes to clear the debris. We'll need cover.
Go! What does it look like we're doing to you?
The paramedics clear the debris within minutes. They carry off the survivors in pairs of two as they writhe in pain, some commenting on the predicament. An agent in the first round says, "When I get my hands on those indie fanatics, they'll get paid back double." A young girl emerges from the rubble standing, but shaky.
"Young girl, make way. There's people who can't even stand around."
She then approaches Sam.
"Hey." "Hi, keep a lookout. Party isn't over yet."
"What happened?"
"The building was attacked. Half of it collapsed." "Agent Horvat, please stay focused. We're still in the middle of the mission."
"Sorry."
"Actually, we're done."
The three agents left standing approach the medical transport.
"Whoa, hold on there. We don't have room for all of you."
"What?"
"There's only room for one more. The back is reserved for the patients and our nurse."
The three look at each other.
"My dear agents, you'll have to make do. The nearest train station is only a few kilometers away. You'll manage. Having multiple responsibilities, I will go with them."
"But..."
"You're armed, aren't you?"
The girl doesn't say anything.
"See, you'll do. Agent, your efforts during this event will not go without mention. Now go!"
The transport leaves, and they are left stranded.
"Well, we don't have a choice now. Are you sure you're armed?"
She shows him her pistol.
"Ah, good. Looking at the map, we have two options. We can rush through the woods at the cost of safety, or go down the road, which will take twice as long."
"There's fog and we're surrounded. You sure there's a difference?"
"Well, now that you mention it, no, there isn't. Come on."
They walk through the forest for a few minutes, saying nothing. However, both feel like they're being watched, and at points, as though they'd spotted believers along the way. "Maybe we should activate our camouflage. Do you have that module?"
"Yes, I do. Why didn't we think of that before?"
"It's a sticky situation. We must have both gotten overwhelmed and forgotten."
"Makes sense."
"Just don't turn it up all the way. Low intensity should be enough."
"If you say so."
They both turn on their camouflage modules. Their suits now blend in with the trees better. The sightings end, and better yet, within just a few more minutes, they make it to the train station. They still approach slowly, watching out for anything out of the ordinary. Much to their joy, there is nothing of the sort. Just a mostly empty platform, with a car that seemed as though it was waiting for them. "We've made it! We've made it! We're home free! Get in!" The girl rushes toward the car, but just seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion occurs, knocking Sam back and the young lady flying. Sam, being less affected, gets up fairly easily and heads for the girl.
"Free from the bounds of gravity, more like. Grab my hand,"
he says as he extends his arm. "I can get up on my own just fine."
"Yeah, didn't think so."
Sam tries once more to get her up but fails miserably. Sam then simply grabs her upper body with both hands. Then Sam takes off his helmet.
These fucking things fail when you most need them. Take yours off too. You're simply frying your brain with that on, given our situation.
"How are we gonna get to safety now?" she says after taking her helmet off.
"Hold on. Dispatch, are you seeing what I'm seeing?"
"God, yes I am. We were expecting resistance in the region, but not to that extent."
"Evac!"
"Right. The closest safe spot is 20 kilometers away."
20 kilometers?
"Let me finish. The good news is that there's several cabins in the nearby woods. Go north. I'll try to get a hold of some form of transport faster than that, but I don't know how quickly they can reach you. Just find a cabin, slip in, and wait. That's all you can do for now.
Got it.
Oh, and do try to keep your helmets on you. Hook them to your belt. They can very easily be fixed, and it would be much preferable if you simply hold on to them.
Got it. Out.
Sam then turns towards the girl.
Well, you heard the lady. Let's get moving.
I'm in no shape to run.
We don't need to. I'll scout ahead. You just stay within view, alright?
She nods her head, and the two walk beyond the destroyed platform, straight into the forest. The fog starts to subside, but is still present. With only a basic multi-tool at hand, they manage to get their bearings, but are left feeling vulnerable. The young lady's limp doesn't help matters, as Sam has to frequently stop just for her to catch up. At one point, they reach a steep incline, and Sam goes first, leaving her behind a bit. However, he notices a cabin just a dozen meters from him. He then turns toward her.
Come on, we're almost there. Just a little bit more. You can make it.
However, just as he speaks to her, he notices a look of terror on her face. Behind you! Sam turns quickly, but is hit in the neck by a blade. Smack! The blade stops halfway through and becomes stuck, despite the grunt trying to wiggle it out. Sam then whips out his rifle and fires at full auto into his attacker. He is showered with blood as this occurs. Once he finishes with his attacker, he fires onto the other one attacking his partner, killing him instantly with a burst, but running out of bullets in the meanwhile. He walks toward her, holding his head in place, only to find her partially dismembered. Luckily, the missing arm is just nearby. Sam searches his nano kit and finds a metal ring. He then grabs the arm and warns the girl. This might hurt. He then positions the arm, then places and activates the ring. The girl screams at the top of her lungs. Ah! God damn it! Quiet down! They'll swarm us! Can you move? Blood loss. Sam then simply grabs her by the intact arm. His voice also recovers somewhat. Can you hang on to me? I suppose. He then climbs the incline as fast as he can and enters the cabin. Footsteps are heard, but nothing in sight. Sam gets in, closes the door, and places the girl on the makeshift bench found inside the cabin. I'll keep a lookout. You stay put. We're safe here. We won't make it, will we? Not with that attitude. Come on, we've made it this far. You just need to hang on a little longer. All the training and equipment, all to be cut down by savages. There's no hope. Hey, he says as he heads towards her and raises her head. Look at me. Cut that out. We'll be okay. You think so? Sam then lets her go. I'm sure. Oh, okay. By the way, I never got to ask. What's your name? Natalia. I'm Sam. You can call me Natty. All my friends... Quiet! I see movement! Multiple silhouettes arrive. Upon their arrival, gunshots start being heard. Give me your gun! They're coming! Natty extends her arms and hands him the weapon. Sam then looks around and heads to the side of the door. The gunfire continues all the while. A few moments later, it stops. Sam readies his gun. The door opens. Operatives in sight. Recovery in progress. Sam then goes out of hiding. Hold fire! Hold fire! Operatives recovered. En route to nearest facility. Good work, everyone. Both Sam and Natty are placed on stretchers and sedated. The ordeal was over. Chapter 23. Revelations. Just as Sam wakes up in the hospital, he sees an old man sitting near his bed. Finally up, rookie. You were in pretty bad shape when they brought you here. How long have I been out? 2 weeks. Oh God, I need to get back to work. Thanks for the heads up. Sam then runs towards the main office. This is delayed by the need for the translator to display the sections in English. After a few minutes of running around, Sam finally finds the main office. A proud old man was looking outside. "I'm sorry, sir. I came as fast as I could. Quiet down. General Zielinski is on the field. There are no urgent assignments. At least that's what I've been told. You must be the rising star I keep hearing about. I'm General Weiss." "No assignments? Surely something must have come up, at least in relation to the assault on the Petersburg base." "Nothing, based on the few leads we have. Such a successful assault could only have been accomplished with the help of a mole. ND simply does not have the technology needed to predict the weather, only leaving the possibility of insider assistance." "Was anything done about that?" "We've been searching for leads, but coming up dry. We suspect there may be a potential lead in the Baden region of Germany." "And with that, we'll be one step closer to putting an end to global anarchy, right?" "Excuse me?" "We will eventually put an end to ND's plan to bring about global anarchy, correct?" "Are you serious?" Sam just stares at him. "My boy, you seemed like the brainy type. I thought you'd have figured it out by now." "Figure out what?" "The world you live in is already in a state of global anarchy. It's been in that state ever since long-distance travel has been in use. Since ancient times, essentially." "What?" "How else can you explain that an act which brings the death penalty in one region is encouraged in another? That one territory's sacred ritual is another's blasphemy?" Sam just stares at him. "Okay, I'll simplify it for you. How can you explain that killing and eating a dog in one part of the world is seen as entirely normal, whereas in another, it's a crime that lands one a lengthy prison sentence? Simply put, the moment world travel became a reality, so did global anarchy." "Then, what am I even fighting for?" "A stable society in Ein's image. Many will either be unable or unwilling to participate in these enclaves, but you have a first-class ticket for it." Sam just stands there in disbelief. "I expected more from a rising star like you. The newer generations keep getting duller and duller, I see." He then turns back toward the Outlook. "Dismissed." Sam sulks for a good while, eating little and lying in bed for weeks, rather surprisingly without any reprimand during this period, although at one point he is notified about his next mission. East Germany, ASAP. Chapter 24. Control. Sam enters the main office. There, he is greeted by a friendly face. "Thanks for showing up on such short notice." "I had nothing better to do." She then turns on the projector to display the intelligence on the assignment. "This is a tricky assignment and one we would normally reserve for more specialized operatives, but time and availability constraints give us no choice but to send you." "Go on." "In a few days, there will be a hybrid convention in Ruttlingen. One of the main attractions, bearing the nickname Big Bad Wolf, is said to have ties to the local ND chapel. He very rarely makes public appearances, making this a golden opportunity, particularly when taking into account the rumors that suggest this particular chapel is one of the strongest in Europe. We believe he may have a lead on our mole." "So how am I going to get in?" "By transforming." Whoa, wait, surely there has to be an available furry operative." "We have very few as it is, and those within reasonable distance would be recognized immediately." "I'm not turning just for one assignment. This is insane." "The transformation does indeed require several days to complete, but we have no other choice. There are no other missions in the foreseeable future. I strongly recommend you take it, given you have a history of requiring disciplinary action." "So this is what I have to do now? Turn into a freak for the rest of my days for one mission, just because of a bit of friction?" "The process is entirely reversible, and in fact, rollback is almost as fast." "Fine, I'll do it." Go to the medical station in our infirmary. Note that the process takes several days, and discomfort may occur. With that said, apart from the need to resort to the transformation procedure, we expect this assignment to be an uneventful one.
I've heard that before, and it wasn't exactly the case.
The entire city is under strict Ain supervision, with the overwhelming majority of its inhabitants either neutral or actively supportive toward our cause. Just because it doesn't feel that way to you, no one in the upper echelons wants repeats of events like Atlantis or Petersburg. Time is wasting. Go.
Sam walks to the medical wing. While somewhat hesitant, he takes a plunge and sits down on the auto-surgery chair. He is partially sedated. His 2 nanokits are filled once, only for the contents to release into his body immediately. Then they are filled again with contents meant for more gradual absorption. After a few minutes pass, Sam gets up from the chair and exits the room, only to be greeted by Joan herself.
You actually did it.
What did you think I was going to do? It's not like I can lie about something like this. Why are you here anyway?
I'm only human myself. I'm not immune to fatigue, or in this case, hunger. That, and I wanted to make sure the procedure was successful.
Sam looks at her curiously.
In the past, we've seen complications occurring, sometimes as early as the end of the main operation.
To be entirely honest, I don't feel very good. I feel the need to go to sleep.
That's perfectly normal.
Sam, being in pain, then slowly walks to the barracks. Once inside, he looks in the mirror and fails to see anything different about his appearance. He then collapses in bed. As he wakes up the following day, he feels great pain. He lets out a whimper, and then he wakes up and goes to look in the mirror. Lo and behold, his body is now covered in thick hair, and his nose is starting to resemble a snout. Even the sounds he is trying desperately to rein in resemble the cries of an animal rather than a human. He opens his comlink and sees a message from Joan. He plays it.
If you would rather not expose yourself during transformation, it's alright. Food can be delivered straight to your room. Also, don't worry about a lack of exercise. Given your very bone structure is under significant strain, working out would do you more harm than good right now. Rest. It is a difficult process.
Sam doesn't think twice. His next few days are split between eating his delivered meals and resting, all while taking the odd look in the mirror to track the progress of his transformation. After every nap, his nails thicken and form claws. His hair gradually turns into a thick coat of fur. His nose becomes a proper snout. His ears move toward the top of his head. His hands and feet become webbed. The food he receives is testament to his condition. From the start, Sam can still chew, just not very well. Only 2 meals, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The first day, some soup and cheesecake. Nothing that requires too much chewing. The next day, a hot dog and some macaroni and cheese. The third day, a sandwich in the morning and then some rice with a steak in the evening. Sam literally wolfs down the latter meal. He then approaches the mirror and takes a good look. He had become a hybrid, a furry, a gray shepherd on 2 legs. Sam was no longer human. He then exits the room. Immediately those in his vicinity look toward him, some overtly, some more subtly. Sam then walks toward the briefing room. On the way, however, he sniffs out a plate with some meat on it. The soldiers right next to it are having a conversation.
Ah, man, I just can't eat it all, man.
Are you becoming a vegetarian or some shit?
No, I just don't need it.
You skipping work?
No, I'm simply not that hungry anymore.
Then notify HQ like a more modular course. They'll understand. As the conversation takes place, Sam shows no restraint and sticks his nose into the bowl. Quality fresh meat. He immediately starts chomping on it, but just 2 seconds later, he feels a hand grabbing his ass. The next moment, he turns and growls.
Hey, looks like we got a touchy boy.
Nice fangs you've got there. Sam still looks at him angrily.
They'd look even better behind a muzzle.
Sam is still growling.
Maybe you should try showing some consideration before you steal a hard-working man's meal. Don't bother, he's a literal fucking animal. Sam stares at them while they leave. Coincidentally, Joan appears within the minute. My, you don't look bad at all. Woof. Better yet, you're just in time. The event takes place tomorrow. In the meanwhile, train. Make sure you can hold your balance, and be sure to practice your attacks. Pure instinct will only get you so far. Woof. Good luck out there, Teddy. Sam decides to immediately head for the training room. There he practices walking, which proves to take little effort. Then he practices his attacks, where he starts rather clumsy, barely managing to stay on two legs, but has meaningful success learning the ropes of going on all fours to build up strength and leap on the enemy. Once he finishes training, he goes back to sleep. The next morning he decides to train some more, as the event takes place in the evening. On the way, he is essentially catcalled. My God, how cute. I want him in me. Ooh, cuddly boy. Psst, come here, boy. Sam looks at the last one. The particular operative is sitting down. I have something for you, boy. Sam looks at the operative. The man is extending his closed fists in front of him. Sam can sniff out food. He then stands still. Sit. Sam sits. Good boy. Come here. Sam approaches him and then sits his head on the operative's crotch and wags his tail. Aw, you're sweet. Here. He gives Sam the piece of cheese, which he nabs immediately. Sam then licks the operative's nose twice, but then he remembers he has training to do, so he turns his head and gets back up. Woof. Do your thing, buddy. Sam then leaves. Man, I need to get one. Sam heads outside. The weather is cool and the sun is already set. As there aren't many people around, he feels relieved to not necessarily be the center of attention. Of course, on the way he does receive looks, some cordial, others curious, and even the odd disapproving one. But he is essentially left alone, which suits him. He finally approaches his destination, Die Tanzfuchse. The building is surprisingly large, and the front is host to a massive neon sign showcasing a furry fox doing the can-can. There are also two bouncers, both lions. Before entering, Sam notices a sign right next to the door. It reads, To all species who engage in auto-scent anointing, particularly urination, please be aware that such behavior is forbidden inside the premises, with the exception of the restrooms. Failure to comply will result in ejection from the premises. Repeated failures will result in permanent exclusion. We might be animals, but we have standards. Signed, the administration. Sam then simply enters the building. The inside is shockingly spacious, and the tables are spaced out generously. The facility is divided into two, with the tables on the entrance side being strictly for drinks. The patrons come in many different shapes. Wolves, foxes, deer, horses, tigers, and many others, which Sam can't even notice as he is focused on his mission. The bar is placed centrally with a black bull as a barkeep. Sam heads there. The bull seems slow in movement and reaction, but notices Sam fairly quickly. Can I get some directions? What are you looking for? I'm here to see the big bad wolf. Who's looking? A contender for the title. Get in line. The fight is in the left wing, the bachelor section. In the meantime, here's your room key and a few food cards. Thanks. Just so you know, whether you win or lose, this bad boy skulking about. One wrong move, and you'll be on the receiving end of a train. Good to know. Sam doesn't think too much about what the barkeep tells him and moves on. To his fortune, the sections are clearly marked and visible from the center. There's the accommodation to the right side and the entertainment rooms to the left. He takes the left. Most of the doors are closed, but some are only halfway, allowing any casual observer to see what's happening inside. Out of morbid curiosity, Sam does take a peek inside one of them. You are tight, baby. Oh yeah, pound me and stay in me. Sam then moves on, but another scene catches his attention. Oh man, I have to clean my dick again, you filthy pig. This isn't our first time, Rico. I've been eating mostly rice. My back door can't be that bad. Why do I keep doing this? Because you're a rough bastard. Just be glad there's someone willing to sit still for you. Not a lot of demand for old pigs these days, so I'm taking everything I can get. Sam is disgusted by the second scene as he catches a glimpse of the dirty penis in question. Ah, fucking faggots! Sam then notices a downward staircase. The sign above it reads, Fight Club. For once, the stars aligned and everything was clear. Sam was hopeful and thus descended. The arena was little different than the boxing rings he had seen in media of times long past. The tribunes were full, and there was a ring in which the fights took place. The major distinguishing feature was that the rings featured large circles inside them, making going out of bounds much easier. Sam ignores the commotion as he enters and heads for the nearest desk, run by a black panther. I would like to enter. Sign here. Rules are simple. No killing, intimidation, and incapacitation only. Also, participants are strongly encouraged to eliminate their waste before entering. Any eliminations during fights are to be cleaned by the one who left them behind. Sounds simple enough. You would be surprised how often these rules are broken. Anyway, you're in luck. The legendary Big Bad is in town. Anyone who can win 3 times in a row is eligible to fight with him. Anyone that defeats him receives free patronage for a year, complete with the option to choose from a selection of escorts. Tempting. I do wonder, how come one can enter and even challenge a legend so easily? High risk, high reward. We've only recently managed to implement protocol to avoid deaths, and the pool of participants is limited. Furs are still a new thing, and their lifespans are short. I've been in the scene for just 5 years, and I'm eyeing permanent retirement. This is actually my first year as an organizer. I see. Anyway, enough rambling. Your first fight can be arranged immediately, but if I were you, I'd wait it out as long as possible. Why? You're clearly fresh. Take a look at some fights, if only so that you yourself can provide sufficient entertainment. So I'm merely a tool. Hey, you get free food and health services, and maybe a prize if you're lucky. The latter are not cheap, and even then, many shy away from the fights. Now go, you're holding folk up. Next in line. Sam watches a few fights, then participates. Round 1. The first fight with a ram is not very difficult. Sam growls at the poor thing, making it retreat until it exits the ring. An easy victory. The second fight is a bit more intimidating. Round 2. The second fight is a bit more intimidating. A bull almost twice his size stares him down. Sam stands still and stares back. The bull then backpedals, paws at the ground, and charges. He does this 3 times, each time being successfully dodged. The bull then charges a 4th time with all his might, only to be dodged again, only this time his momentum causes him to exit the ring, granting Sam the victory. Finally, Sam faces a bear. Round 3. At first he thinks he is dealing with an actual bear. Hello? Only for the bear to show his hands and respond, Don't worry, I'm human enough. The last qualifier fight proves to be the most difficult. Not only does barking and positioning not work, but Sam also has to dodge being swatted. One swat actually connects, and Sam goes berserk, going for the throat and not letting go. 2 swats actually hit, but they don't seem to faze him. The 3rd one finally gets him off, but Sam still sees red. The bear places his paw on his neck, and it's decently bloody. He then looks at Sam again, seemingly with fear, only to see a rabid stare. He then realizes Sam is readying to bite his spine, and just as Sam prepares to strike, the bear retreats outside the ring while screaming at the top of his lungs, Hunter! Hunter! Sam ignores this and launches his lunge, only to be met by several fighters and what seems to be a human with a tranquilizer rifle in the distance. One of the fighters muzzles Sam, and he recovers from his frenzy. The referee, a lion, moves away from the arena and calls him to the back rooms. Follow me, please. Once there, Sam notices the other predators eyeing him. The gentlemen are here to bear witness. So, I wanted to be clear, it's obvious that you transitioned recently, so this time you get off with a warning. Typically, once a hybrid shows bloodlust, it's disqualified. There have even been cases where they've lost their minds and the only solution was a final one. Sam panics and the lion sniffs him out. It feels like you still have humanity in you. This time, we can afford to bend the rules. The show was exciting and the bets were flowing. I haven't seen the audience so entertained in years. But you won't get away with it. Your next fight is with none other than the big bad wolf, a highly valued veteran. We can't afford to lose him, so you'll be playing with a handicap. You will not receive medical attention at the end. We trust the wolf, we've had him as a partner for years. And if I refuse, you'll be expelled and banned from the premises for life. Sam looked at them, and they looked serious, even ready to throw him out. So he decides to cooperate. So, a death match. For me. So be it. It seems I have no choice. Good. Take a break for a few minutes. We'll be waiting for you. Sam heads for his room. On the way, he notices a small group of various animals closely together. A few rams, bucks, a bull, and even a stallion. One of the bucks approaches him and tells him, "My, you are a catch." Sam growls, but this doesn't seem to scare the lead buck. "Don't worry, little doggy. We won't take long with you. Consider our invitation an initiation." They then leave, with the bull bumping his shoulder. Sam continues for his room. It is modeled after a regular hotel room, but has a large vacuum in the corner, presumably to gather fur. He sits down on his bed and thinks to himself, "Man, this is kinda cool, but it feels wrong. Still, one more fight and I can go back to normal. No more growling, barking, just normal." He then heads back for the ring. The referee notices him. Just in time. The crowd is going crazy. As he enters the ring, in front of him stands none other than the big bad wolf, a gray beast with golden eyes and the kind of unhinged stare that sends chills down one's spine. And to make matters worse, it was on two legs. Sam is frozen momentarily. The sight of the creature awakens dormant genetic memories of his ancestors fighting packs to protect the flock. Thankfully, the countdown begins and cancels his state of trance. But once the countdown ends, the wolf instantly lunges and almost grabs his throat. Sam dodges at the last second, escaping with only saliva on his throat instead of blood. Sam tries staring the wolf down, but the wolf's stare remains unhinged. Then the wolf lunges at him again, only for Sam to dodge. Except the wolf seems to have accounted for that and bites down on his spine at the back of his neck. Sam feels as though any mistake can be his last and falls to his side. To his surprise, this move confuses the wolf and results in his spine no longer being held. But he feels blood running down his back and realizes any mistake could very well be his last, or at best lead to paralysis. So he backpedals to the edge of the ring and sidesteps while staring down the wolf. After a whole minute, Sam decides to take his chance and lunges at the wolf. The wolf dodges but is a bit surprised. Then Sam keeps sidestepping for a bit. After a few moments, Sam closes in on the wolf step by step. Once they are in each other's faces, they bite at each other's snouts for a solid minute, until they back away from each other, each left with a bloodied muzzle. Sam licks his own face as much as he can, while the wolf stares at him. Only this time, not so confidently. Sam has an idea. After a few moments of licking his wounds, he approaches the wolf slowly again, only this time, once face to face, Sam stands still for a few moments, and the wolf tries to bite his neck, only for Sam to dodge and bite the wolf on his lower stomach. He succeeds at locking his jaw onto the wolf, then rips out a small patch of skin, leaving the wolf bleeding and without one of his nipples. This scares the wolf, as that bite could have been on something more important. And now Sam stares him down again, only confidently. Seconds later, the wolf runs away, speeding through the corridor as the crowd goes wild and shouts, "Get the wolf! Get the wolf!" Sam takes the medal from the referee and starts following the wolf's trail. Through drops of blood and the wolf's distinct odor, Sam has no difficulty following the trail and eventually finds the wolf on his knees, supporting his body on a crate in the back alley. Just as he approaches, the wolf raises his tail sky high, but is too weak to move his body. Sam then approaches him. "Come to claim your true prize? Do it already." "It's not you I'm interested in." "What?" "I'm here looking for a certain mole." "You must be one of those iron lapdogs. I'm impressed by your strength and dedication. Pity it's gone to waste." "Excuse me." "There's dozens of moles from Ain to ND these days, and most of them are smart enough to start anew. You'll never find a specific one, but I'll be generous and let you know they hide in the forests." "That's it?" "That's all you're getting from me. Now do it already, before I change my mind." "I told you, I'm not interested in your body." "You might come to regret that. If you fail to prove you're dominant, you'll be taken for a submissive. You've been warned." "Yeah, sure." Sam re-enters the building, only to suddenly wake up in his bedroom with a killer stomachache to boot. He gets up and heads for the bathroom and lets out a load that causes a loud splash in the toilet bowl. He does feel better, but just as he reaches for the flush, he notices the toilet water is entirely white. No! Sam heads for his bedroom and takes off the cover only to discover a black dog staring at him. "Morning cramps, huh?" "What happened last night? What happened last night?" "You don't remember? Odd, you didn't look drunk. In short, it was a gay old time. Here, let me turn on the TV." The wall-mounted display was turned on. On it, Sam saw himself repeatedly sodomized by various members of the gang he had bumped into before on that same day. Fast forward, please. Some of these members had done Sam several times. Finally, the stallion takes pity on Sam and offers himself, wherein Sam immediately enters him and stays in him for several minutes. "I came in afterward," pun intended. "Unlike the others, I thought you wouldn't mind some after-hours affection. Can I be left alone?" "Ah, oui. Until next time." The door is closed and Sam collapses into the fetal position, alternatively crying and howling. He had been violated. Instead of a mutual love, his first ever sex has him repeatedly being used by freaks of nature. After a few hours of sulking, he storms out of the building. Right as he exits, the bartender shouts, "Hey, you forgot your prize!" But Sam keeps going without a single break until he reaches the nearest Ein facility. There, at the head desk, he is lucky enough to find Joan. "I want back to normal!" "Well, we have additional information, thanks to your success, but the detransition process is rather painful and costly. Are you sure you wouldn't rather stay in this form?" Sam looks at her with a combination of rage and disbelief. "Stare me down all you want, the decision doesn't belong to you, or me. If I were you, I would stop making threats, however veiled, return to my quarters, and await the official decision. Alright?" Sam says nothing more and heads for his room. He sulks for a few hours, but to his great surprise, he receives a communique saying his detransition has been given the green light. The process proves painful and chaotic, lasting a week, during which he molts and is in a constant state of excruciating pain as a result of the changes taking place in his body. But in the end, Sam returns to his human form. A few days after fully recovering, he receives a call to action. "If you're ready, what might be perhaps the most important mission in your lifetime awaits you." He heads to the war room. On the way, he overhears a conversation between two agents. "Oh, where did that cute little wolf disappear to?" Oh dear, not everyone adapts to that life. Leave people be if they change their minds. But I want it to be knotted. What a shame. Sam trembles with disgust relatively discreetly, but moves on. In the war room, Joan and a few others are waiting for him. Chapter 25. Calamity. The debriefing begins in the war room. Good, you're all here. We will have to defend the nuclear power plant in Neckar this time. We have reports that ND are preparing for a massive assault. Every single double agent in Europe is reporting mobilization across their facilities. They're throwing everything at the wall. What's the situation with the defensive systems? There are pairs of anti-air and anti-infantry for every direction of the compass. What about ground vehicles? This is where you come in. The good news is, you will be piloting the new Centurion Mark III battle armor. And the bad news? Is that they are effectively functional prototypes. They have many flaws, and at one point the project was on the verge of being cancelled, but our research teams eventually found their footing, and, thanks to a few surprising breakthroughs, have managed to get back on track and meet their milestones.
A quick rundown, please.
Be patient, that's exactly what follows. The original Centurion was a complete failure. As you can see here, it was an imposing construction. Unfortunately, this came at the cost of everything else: armor, weapons, ammo, even mobility. The Mark II was much smaller, but still had deficiencies in weapons and ammo capacity.
And the latest revision?
The Centurion Mark III is an all-purpose battle armor designed for long-range combat. Anti-aircraft and anti-vehicle capability is provided by the Bolt missile system, while general anti-air and anti-infantry is provided by the dual HK-525 machine guns.
What are its weaknesses?
The Mark III is no glass cannon, but the armor system is not built to withstand sustained fire regardless of the type of projectile used.
Anything else?
The armor is purpose-built to implode in case of critical damage. This was done to prevent collateral damage to any defensive maneuvers, as direct offense was never the goal of the project. The numerous attempts to create an ejection chamber all resulted in additional weak points. As of right now, the Centurion does allow for an emergency evacuation, but the process requires 30 seconds to complete. This is its primary flaw, and was on track for being fixed, but we do not have any other heavy weaponry at our disposal on such short notice.
Where does that leave us, both in the best and worst case scenarios?
In the worst case, you will have to plan your evacuation carefully ahead of time, as even with the implosion-driven design, the explosion of the armor has a radius of up to 10 meters. In the best case, you should complete the mission unscathed, as the aim assistance systems are effective up to 5 kilometers for large targets and 2 kilometers for smaller ones. Ammunition is sufficient to face a small army per unit. The best part? The Centurion is equipped with an energy shield, which may very well save your lives if used correctly. It doesn't last very long, but the energy cells recharge automatically, which means it can be used repeatedly if needed.
Is that all?
The armors have restricted mobility, another flaw that continued development would have alleviated.
So this is it, the final showdown.
The fate of Ain and the peoples of Europe depends on you. All 4 agents reach and board their Centurions. While waiting, they ask each other,
what are they going to attack us with first? Planes or troops? Does it matter? We have everything we need.
It's not the same. The planes may be armored, the troops can be crushed. But if enough of them enter the plant, the whole of Europe will be irradiated to such an extent that Chernobyl will look like child's play in comparison.
But they don't have that much time to think, because immediately battalions and dozens of bomber planes spring into view.
Contest, who can take out the most?
Leave it for the end.
They start shooting and shooting, but dozens of planes and hundreds of soldiers attack. Bullets and missiles fill the air as planes drop like flies, and the corpses pile up. But inevitably, one of the armors is successfully hit by a missile.
Focus on your sides. I'll handle it.
ND was sending everything they had. Each soldier threw himself at the battle armor with reckless abandon. Heinrich's armor suddenly gave way under the impact of 12 missiles, all striking simultaneously. Come on, come on, come on! But because of the delayed ejection mechanism, a minute after his armor system malfunctioned, all 3 of them heard an implosion, followed by a short death scream. Ah! Heinrich, you bastards! The pressure builds as the waves continue, but after a few more minutes, they seem to end. Unfortunately, this only happens while another armor is hit by a flurry of projectiles. Herman is more fortunate as he manages to eject, but the launch activates just a second before the explosion, leaving him slightly burned and unconscious. Sam loses focus for just a few seconds, and his battle armor also fails, but in his case, he activates the ejector without fail and even escapes the machine unharmed. Joan's armor is the only one left standing, as it was further back. As the waves end, Sam goes and tries to wake Herman, being covered by Joan. Just as the two get back on their feet, Sam spots a single man in the distance and decides to follow him. "I think it's an informant!" "Sam, no, it's a trap!" But Sam doesn't listen to her. He follows the potential informant for a few minutes, moving away from the plant, entering the forest, but eventually loses sight of him and then is knocked unconscious out of the blue in the middle of the wilderness. Chapter 26. Deceit. Sam wakes up in a hospital. The first thing he sees is a familiar face. "Are you awake? Good." "Where am I?" "Freudenstadt settlement, deep in the Black Forest. You should be glad I found you rather than someone else. I covered your iron interface as best I could. Someone else would have made sure you woke up in the middle of the forest." Sam senses the disappointment in his voice and says nothing. "Try to assimilate here. Unlike the settlements in the east, we don't tolerate crazies here. The same applies for active iron agents. This will be your last chance to join our ranks. You have good in you. I can feel it. Don't make me regret my decision, please." He leaves. Sam puts his hand on the back of his neck, and indeed, the metal was completely covered, and the area probably looked like a bump, even to those who looked closely. He gets up and leaves the hospital, being the only one there, and is greeted warmly outside. "Hello, I'm Adi. I'm taking care of the newcomers." "Sam." "Samuel or Samson or—" "Just Sam." "Okay, Sam. Eddie told me this isn't the first time you've been accommodated in an ND settlement." "I didn't stay long last time, so a recap wouldn't hurt." "That can wait. We need someone to go check on the cattle and you're the fastest around here. Surely someone else can. Just watch them for a bit until the cowboy arrives. The man's old and had an emergency. You'll see, they won't hurt you." Sam is not sure, but he nods. The two leave the building, and then Adi guides him. "See that hill? Go over it, and somewhere further along, you'll find a herd. I have some errands to run. See you later." Sam goes over the hill, then goes down a little, and sees them. He sits down on a stump. After a few minutes, one of the cows comes up to him and stands in front of him. Sam takes heart and slowly reaches out his hand to scratch her under the chin. She raises her head happily, and then licks his arm. "Yes, dear, Uncle Sam loves you." In the meantime, most of them had sat down. After a while, a middle-aged gentleman appears, relatively clean and well-groomed. He addresses Sam nicely. "You're free, young man. Thanks very much." Sam nods and turns toward the building. There, Adi is actually waiting for him. "I heard you lived alone for a while." "Yeah, a few years." "Do you think you could help our cooking and maintenance teams? We have gaps, and the work itself only takes a few hours a day." "The apartment didn't fall over my head while I was alone, so I guess so." "Perfect. I'll show you around the building. You can take a short break. Then I'll ask you to introduce yourself to one of the teams." Adi shows him where all the important rooms are: the kitchen, the storeroom, the bedroom, and the dining room. Sam enters his room and sits down for a while. After a short while, he goes to the kitchen where fortunately he's not overwhelmed with work. He's instructed to bring in some ingredients, check the food, without even having to take it off the fire, since the head chef is there. As a final requirement, he is asked to take the cauldron to the dining room and sit himself down. He sits down at a smaller, more secluded table, with this being a new environment for him. After a while, Adi comes up to him. "I heard good things about you, that you're hard-working, serious." "I do my duty, and then I go about my business. I don't get how I'm special." "Then you're dealing with all kinds of addicts and deviants. Any sign of honesty is commendable." "You work with such people? How come?" But he's interrupted by a passing lady. "Going through the motions, Adolf? How's it going?" "Better than usual." "Ah, cute young one. Good luck." The lady disappears as quickly as she appeared, and the two return to their conversation. "What did you want to ask me?" "Adolf, like Hitler?" "My parents couldn't decide what to call me. Mom wanted Adrian, and Dad Adolf. Both seem to have something in common, but yeah, I'm a typical authoritarian. You're one of the few I can talk nicely to and get results with at the same time." "I feel flattered." The food comes, and they start eating, and therefore talking more with pauses. "Initially I thought you'd have problems too. The neutrals who come looking for ND are usually proper scumbags. They drink, cause scenes, don't do any work. Disasters. We used to have problems with iron agents too, but luckily now we recognized them right away." From that moment on, Sam knew he wouldn't be there for long, even with the camouflaged interface. But he doesn't say anything and keeps eating. "Eddie's a good boy, so we thought we'd give you a chance if he says he knows you. He usually brings us good people." Sam chokes a bit while eating. "There was once a boy who ran away from a Carpathian settlement. Rumors say he ran away suddenly. I was wondering why at first, but then I found out he had been subservient to Nick the Sot." The two finish eating. "If you don't mind, I'll tell you about him another time. Fatigue and food have pretty much finished me off today." "Don't worry about it." Sam stays a little longer to finish his meal, then goes to his room, where he manages to sleep without much trouble. The place seemed peaceful, and it mellowed him out as a result. The next morning he wakes up to an unprecedented commotion. Women with children in their arms or behind them, men rushing to work. Many of them wave to Sam. The settlement was full of life. The rest of the day goes by without any problems. Sam was a perfect cook's assistant. The frequent breaks didn't bother him at all, especially since he already had access to old cookbooks and magazines, so he could get inspired and prepared to improve over time. At dinner, he sits down in a corner again, and Dottie joins him. "How was it today?" "Pretty good." The food comes immediately, but it doesn't stop them from chatting. "Lots of people around here. I've seen young people, children, young people with children." "Ah, yes, our settlement has become famous for the lifestyle it offers. A pleasant balance between work and rest. It attracts sensible neutrals. And it avoids Nick the Sot type incidents." "You didn't get to give me the details about him yesterday. Can you tell me his story now?" "Ah, yes, what happened to him, downright tragic. In his youth, Nick was a professional through and through. He could easily herd hundreds of sheep, dozens of cows, and often he would milk them in the evenings as well." "And how did he end up such a scumbag?" "That's what I'm getting to. In spite of all of his hard work, he forgot to take care of himself. His failure to mingle, coupled with the lack of hygiene, left him isolated at work. And as time went on, the frustration of not having a woman got to him. And that led him to drink. He became a proper drunkard in record time. And from that point on, he became a lost cause." "Tragic indeed." "And with age, he became unbearable, even by the more lenient standards found in Eastern Europe. The results were catastrophic. The community in question is very small now, and even if some would be tempted to blame him, the truth is that ND itself is to blame. The only silver lining in all of this is that no community allows such a thing to happen anymore. Almost everywhere there are mandatory breaks and social events. And for those that don't comply, Total fanatics can take over patrols, or they can join the expeditionary forces, black armors with crosses and or crescents, depending on the region. Whoa. Yeah, the world is without mercy these days, but little by little, we're adapting. I'm really glad about that. Adi finishes eating and stands up. We'll talk in the next few days, okay? Sure. But the next few days, Sam insists on working overtime and he doesn't even see Adi. In return, he receives interested glances from some young ladies, but the traumas of the past and the fact that he doesn't feel ready for that step make Sam ignore the opportunities to mingle. One day, right before he leaves, he is accosted by the chef. Hey boy, can I ask one last thing of you for today? Yeah. The chef hands him a tray. Take this to the infirmary. You remember where it is, right? One of our newer arrivals is suffering from childbirth complications. She needs all the help she can get. If she's even alive, that is. Sam takes the tray. On it, some greens, whole wheat bread, some chicken breast, and a large cup of water. He reaches the infirmary almost instantly. To his fortune, a single bed is occupied. The woman is still breathing and currently sleeping, head away from him. He places the tray on the nightstand and tries to head to his room when his arm is grabbed all of a sudden. Please, don't leave. Sam turns towards her. You! I recognize you. Me too. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. My time on this earth is running short. Speak your mind. You're probably wondering how I got here. Sam focuses on her. As time passed, I realized that perhaps my mother was right. She was always with Andy, but I wouldn't hear it. Not after hearing her talk with her friends every other week about a mother dying in childbirth. Or not long after. How ironic. I've ended up in such a position all the same. So why did you leave Ein? It took me a while to figure out that maybe they weren't all sunshine and rainbows either. Did you know they have a blanket ban on family building for all but their highest elites? A ban! The only option you have, even as a veteran, is to ask for a hybrid escort, not even a human. And if you're considered worthy, maybe you can get a trip to Eden, or a similar location for the real deal. They're a death cult. People are dying mostly by their hand, and they don't even conceive filling in those gaps. Just death, death, and more death. So the vampires at the top can watch the world burn forever and ever. I just wanted a normal life. Like in the early 21st century. What was that like again? Groups of girls would hang out, talk to boys, spend time with them, and then choose the one they like best. Sam pushes away her arm. So that's your greatest regret, not fornicating? What stopped you from going beast then? No, it's not like that. I just wanted to meet people. For me, even hybrids gave me violent reactions. I'm allergic, you see. Even if I wanted to, it was never an option. Oh, shut up. So that's your great regret? Not being a slut? First of all, that's disgusting. Second, what do you think brought us here in the first place? Just so you know, for most of history, marriages were arranged. The modern era was an anomaly, one that ended badly. I just wanted a normal life. I just wanted normal. Normal. The last cough had left her motionless, staring at Sam. She had died, and he was the last straw. He decided to simply leave, as certainly someone would notice otherwise and perhaps blame him. One morning, he is woken up later than usual by a young woman shouting, "Saturday!" Sam pushes aside the window curtain and notices a strong sun. He runs to the kitchen, but is only asked to carry a cauldron to the dining room, being rewarded for the extra work earlier with a completely free day. He estimates that it's lunchtime and sits down in a more secluded area, as usual, only to be greeted by a familiar face. "I thought you had disappeared." "No, I just worked overtime." They ready their plates and eat. "Still, don't overdo it. Better you take it easy. It's better to adapt to this ever-changing world." "And what do you know about the outside world?" "More than you'd think. I'm actually part of the expeditionary forces." "What?" "I know, it seems hard to believe at first, but until a week ago I was everywhere but Germany. I was on various borders, ending battles and recruiting people." Sam is surprised that he managed to avoid him for so long. "The world is changing constantly, and fortunately, Ein doesn't look like it'll last in its current form. Yes, they maintain the illusion of power, but in reality they have no future. They actually don't allow their members to build up nuclear families. Can you fathom that? An organization made up of defectors and rejects, and that's the elite. The regular members. God Almighty." "You have my attention. Keep going." "You don't want to know what those wretches do in their free time. Even the neutrals are starting to get fed up with their demands. Even more so, their abuses. At least the Sultanate demands a fixed tribute and leaves you alone. Ein insists on controlling you outright." "But Ein are an ETA." "Right, they're worse. ETA at least expunges the filth, like wolves clearing the forest. Ein infiltrates and leeches off you, sucking your blood. In the most painful way in the long run. At least with ETA, things end quickly. Plus our settlements aren't very big. Those lunatics prefer large-scale slaughter. The moment you defend yourself, they're no longer interested in you. That's why we actually have troops to begin with. Not to expand, but to keep ETA at bay." "You're sure you're not with Light as a side gig?" "I'm not. The rest really don't matter. I can assure you not one of them will be long-lasting. Maybe the Knights of the Cross, but they are too few in number. Eddie is a knight. The fact that he likes you is a big deal." "Yeah." Adi notices his sudden sadness. "What's the problem?" "It's hard. I feel like I disappointed him." "Oh, don't knock yourself over it. The Knights are very selective, and you need a certain amount of seniority with ND to actually enter." "Is that so?" "Yes, don't worry. You know something? Come with me, and I'll show you something. Maybe you'll relax a bit." Sam follows him, and the two of them end up in a secluded room in the basement of the building. Adi unlocks and opens the door slowly, and the generator is revealed with a few solar panels next to it. Sam also sees various electronics in a corner of the room, even electronic entertainment. "What do you think?" "Whoa. A pet project of mine. In time I hope to bring ND, or at least our settlement, back to the 22nd century AD, as it should be." "Wait a minute, aren't we in the 59th century?" "No." Sam is downright amazed. "I see you fell right into Ein's trap, and you're one of the cultured ones. How do you think advanced technology and mass media still exist? Did you really think so many books, and especially movies, can last for millennia? You didn't think it through, no. We're somewhere around 2109. Sam just realized he was lied to shamelessly. That was the most successful of Ein's moves, blinding populations through ignorance and or disinformation. An uneducated people is easy to control. The general lack of culture allowed their meteoric rise, but you'll see, this strategy will come back to haunt them very soon. My little project exists just for that. And at some point, the illusion will break, and people will realize that we can return to civilization, at least one inspired by those of the 20th, 21st centuries. Peace on Earth. Wait, inspired? Don't think that they were perfect. Obesity, fake jobs, leeching, all the current big players eliminated them. It was necessary in order to survive. But now we have the opportunity to create something truly special. Sam rests motionless for a moment and says nothing. He had been lied to in the most vile way. By his supposed guardians. Come on, stop sulking. Look, tomorrow you can come hunting with me. See how it is. What do you say? If you insist. Good, I'll drop by your place first thing tomorrow. But first I'd like you to move a little so I can lock up. Sam moves and starts heading toward and eventually reaching his room. He can only sit motionless after the latest revelations. In the evening he eats dinner, and at night he hardly manages to sleep at all. In the morning he is awakened, but he is visibly sleepless. Morning! Oh God, we are sensitive. Look, this time I'm asking for a coffee for you, specifically. Since it's not native to Europe, we don't have much, but I don't like seeing you in this state. Okay, thanks. They go to the dining room. Adi talks to the head chef, and in a few minutes he returns with a mug full of a hot black liquid and puts it on the table. Sam rushes to drink. Oh, thank you. Wait. Sam looks at him blankly. Add milk and a little honey, otherwise you'll spit it out and we fail to achieve anything. Sam only then notices that on the coffee tray there was also a small mug of milk and a jar of honey. He added a hefty teaspoon of honey and then emptied the milk into the mug until it almost overflowed and then stirred. Then he practically drank it in one go. Strange, but it works. What will this do again? It wakes you up. In theory. Let's hope it works in due time. We're not going to stay long, and we're going, okay? Sam nods. After a few minutes, they start and go right outside the perimeter, but not by much. They sit down. Adi checks his equipment. He has a bow, several arrows, and a few knives on him. After a few moments, he hands Sam a military knife in its sheath. Oh, thank you. Sam takes out the knife and looks at it. I'm not used to using something like that on living beings. Oh, shouldn't be the case. I just gave it to you just in case. Then he says in a more joking tone, just don't stick it in my back, okay? Sam nods. Then the two of them start walking until Sam breaks the ice. Listen. Adi responds in a nervous tone, but somehow quietly. Whisper, please. Weren't ND supposed to be animal lovers? Having herds after all. Yes, but rabbits and deer can get into the fields, and rather than let them get used to that and starve us, it's better to control their numbers. They have enough vegetation they'll manage, and if that isn't enough for them, tough shit. We get to eat organic and fresh. They walk around for more than an hour, but they also don't notice anything, so they give up. Well, today wasn't meant to be. Let's leave it for next week. The two of them return to the settlement together. The rest of the day goes by as usual for Sam, but in the evening he receives a very noisy transmission. Agent Sam sending special delivery in the area. Sam, as clearly while whispering as he can. Are you crazy? The signal is very poor and I've successfully infiltrated this base. Give me a break for a bit. Deserter. Soon. Settlement. Sending. Drone. Tracking device. Next. Okay, I'll look for a drone. Sam out. The next few days go by as usual without incident. But one day, while he's going outside for a breath of fresh air, Sam sees a drone flying right above his head and going over the hill. He follows it and ends up where he first watched the cows. They were there, along with the cowherd, but luckily, the cowherd had fallen asleep next to one of the ruminating cattle. He noticed a small package, opened it, and quickly put it in his pocket. But the cowherd noticed him. Excuse me, what are you doing here? I was, stretching my legs, out in the open. At some point you get tired of the stale air. Oh, okay, but be careful. Sometimes the herd just wants to be left alone. You understand, right? Yeah, thanks for the warning. Sam looked around and noticed that the packaging had already disappeared. Even if it was a little suspicious, at least he hadn't been exposed. Yet. The next few days went by normally. He still saw Adi, but he didn't talk to him since he had received enough info for now. But one day he heard two women talking while he was sitting at the table. My sister thinks she saw a shepherd on two legs these days. She had seen it while tilling the soil. You'd think those devils would disappear once and for all. From what I've heard around town, besides not living long, most are infertile. Thank God there are few of them, plus many change their minds and become human again. Yes, but if those natural ones have a hard time reproducing, those who transformed, or especially those who detransition, never succeed. Just think of Marcel. He's been trying for 10 years and hasn't had a single child. How do you know? My sister was a nurse at the fertility clinic. She said that 3/4 of male infertility cases were detransitioners. One shock would ruin their odds, but 2 would finish them off. Sam couldn't take the conversation anymore, and he'd finished eating anyway. That night he couldn't sleep. He was afraid he'd become infertile himself. The next day, he's a little clumsy at work, but luckily not to the point of causing an incident. The head chef notices and lets him go sooner. But while he's eating dinner, the same 2 women are discussing, again, major topics. I don't understand why management is still afraid of Ein. Well, don't they infiltrate with relative ease? Not really. You can figure out they belong nowhere. What do you mean? Well, most of them move from one place to another, right? And that means they get bought easily if you make them stay put, or they eventually reveal that they are not from the place but travelers. So there are no more problems like before with them staying and gathering information. Exactly, they reveal they are nomads. And our troops deal with them in an instant. Sam runs to his room again, but this time the women notice him. That evening he receives a transmission, but this time it is relatively clear. It seems that you have successfully infiltrated the Freudenstadt settlement. We have information that an informant will pass through the area in the next few days. Use the spider on him. HQ out. Sam takes out the spider. It's in the shape of a capsule. He presses it and sees 4 legs come out and an eye opening in the middle of the capsule. He presses it back in so it doesn't drain the battery. The next morning he's greeted by Adi and a small group. Morning, today is a special day. We're not going back until we catch something. I really wasn't expecting that. Shouldn't I get ready? Oh, not necessarily. Eat and we'll wait for you outside. The group starts moving. Sam notices, however, that they're the only ones in the hallway, and one of them has a backpack that's more likely to be issued to Ein soldiers. So he activates and throws the spider at the potential informant, and luckily it hits his backpack without even being noticed. After eating breakfast, Sam joins the group, and they walk for miles without stopping. They reach a place with several stumps and sit down. Maybe we'll have better luck today. Sam can't help but draw attention to the deserter, a young blonde with blue eyes. What's with that backpack? I haven't seen that model much. It's my old bag. Why do you ask? A souvenir from the past. It stands out. I don't think I'm the only one with this model. Wait a second. The atmosphere changes suddenly. I was told that an Ein loyalist might have infiltrated. Quiet, Hans. Eddie saved the boy. Are you questioning a knight? Seriously. In that case, I want to check something. Hans walks towards Sam, but he dodges. No! You have something to hide, boy. Hans approaches and reaches for the back of Sam's head, but Sam starts a fight outright. The 2 grapple, eventually slipping and rolling down the hill. Once they get up, the fight continues. Meanwhile, Adi and the other 3 arrive at the scene. Stop! Sam turns to him, but Hans takes advantage of his moment of weakness and kicks him in the back of the head. Ah, you fucking... But with that kick, his chip is in sight, and after the hit, the holographic visor flickers, even broadcasting. Recalibration in process. Sam had been found out. Hans runs away, but Adi is stunned. With a tear running down his cheek, he tells Sam, "Go away. Please." The hunting group returns to base. Sam had been hurt to the core by the incident. The only real father figure in his life, and he had betrayed him. After a few moments, time Sam needed to come to terms with the new situation, he runs toward the informant, but after a few minutes, he can't see anything. It was clear he had escaped. Just then, he receives a transmission through his visor. Don't worry, mission accomplished. Having limited resources, in the worst case scenario, the bag will be equipped by another deserter. You will receive directions to the nearest unit immediately. Dismissed. And yet, the feeling of betrayal had eaten away at Sam. Even though he theoretically owed Ein, he couldn't come to terms with the thought that he had disappointed the only man who had trusted him and wanted to support him. But out of inertia, he sets off on his journey. Chapter 27. The Prodigal Son. Sam decides to take a detour through suspected ETA territory. He walks carefully and uses his AI vision so he can find his way as effectively as possible. Small metal signs are attached to some trees, forming a trail. Sam follows this trail and finds their base, a few old, poorly maintained shacks. But he figures out something isn't quite right. He walks another 10 minutes and finds himself on the outskirts of an abandoned city. The thick vegetation makes it hard to distinguish, but it is visibly an old city. He sees a few ETA commandos lazing around, but then, being early evening, it's easy for Sam to not become spotted. He follows the main road and reaches what looks to be an old city hall. There he can see two figures inside. He decides to approach them. He takes a good look at both. One of them is an ETA commando, and the second man, none other than Constantine. The boys are getting really bored, sir. You really are insatiable. Dozens of churches in small towns and it's still not enough. Let's not forget the green light for Brussels. Okay, we'll wait a little longer, but something big had better come up soon. Otherwise, a certain balance is necessary, and I'm not exactly God. I promise I'll do my best. Okay? The commando nods and leaves. Meanwhile, Sam falls to the ground and grabs his head with his hands. Ein and ETA together. The revelation is too much for him to bear. But he doesn't have the time to contemplate it too much, as the commando leaves seconds after, and once he is out of sight, he hears Constantine speak. You can come out now. Sam doesn't even think, he just walks to the man. I was aware of your presence. As a commander, I am obligated to know the position of my men. Speak your mind, my son. Why are we doing this? Our friends at ETA help maintain the balance. If the world cannot accept being enlightened by a gentle hand, then perhaps leaving them at the mercy of the elements is the right call. So anyone that doesn't accept Ein's rule is only worthy of indiscriminate slaughter, is that it? Watch your tone, young man. We need a contingency, and most efforts to extend a hand to ND, sometimes even to neutrals, were complete failures. So we became satisfied with accepting their defectors. Sam leaves. He keeps walking as he is still a few kilometers away from the nearest Ein facility. He was already in an unknown town, and just as he was on his way, he sees a fertility clinic. Keeping in mind the rumors that hybrids and detransitioners were sterile, he decides to take a test. Lucky for him, he had a universal payment card, which he presents at the desk. A test for me, please. After me, please. Even better, he has not asked any questions and is simply led to the room. Make yourself comfortable, everything you need is at your fingertips. Sam undresses, then prepares to do the deed. Most fortunate for him, visual aids were available, but as he browses through them, nothing seems to help him become erect. Until a picture of a horse hybrid shows up. He is disgusted with himself for becoming excited at such a sight, turning the display off as soon as his member is workable. He masturbates dispassionately, only helped by the fact that he never truly had an outlet, making the process last little. But just as he finishes, the image in his mind was that of a horseman. leaving him wondering whether the test results mean anything in the end. He then hands out his ID number and sample without saying anything and heads straight back to the barracks. The front desk doesn't waste his time. No missions currently available. In your current condition, rest is the only thing we can recommend. Sam listens to the advice and reaches a personal room where he rests on the bed. He tries to sleep to no avail, only to be awakened an hour later by the test results. He is infertile. He breaks down crying, as now he is, in effect, a dead end. Any chance of normalcy is now completely out of his reach. As he sulks, he reaches into his pockets and finds the knife handed to him by Adrian, and considers using it on himself. But seconds later, his room is stormed and the female higher-up shouts at him, "Oh no you don't! You are our tool! Tool! Get that for your thick skull!" Sam is shocked to the point of paralysis, during which time the knife is taken away from him, never to be seen again. Several hours later, a female operative calls him out. He is in a fetal position in his bed. Come on. But Sam refuses to move, even after a subtle shock. Move! The shock is intense this time, but he still doesn't move. Are you deaf or just pretending? Even after a few high-intensity shocks, still nothing. The female agent leaves the entrance. A few minutes later, a soldier arrives. "Hey, your tracking device works. We found him. Care to join? Would be a good use of your energy." Sam decides to listen and enact revenge upon that mole, if only to redeem himself somewhat in the eyes of the organization. Chapter 28. Retribution. Sam and the soldier leave the building, as a van awaits them outside. "Details on the way." Sam enters and says nothing. The van starts moving. "In a few minutes we will reach a more secluded corner of the Black Forest where, as far as we can tell, Mad Mel is hiding. From the very beginning, the man approached missions rather unconventionally, but he had great results and was an extremely loyal Ein agent for 2 decades. His slip-ups were overlooked and he was given opportunity to recover, but unfortunately, he ultimately chose to betray us. The good news is the information leaked to ND and perhaps others hasn't been new for several years. The bad news is the man was high-ranking and knew the organization inside out. Thus, others can predict our movements if they do the necessary calculus. An elite ND platoon is probably waiting for us to give us a warm welcome. At least the mission is simple. We get in, eliminate any resistance, and claim the traitor. Sam raises his hand. "Yes, Agent." "Why wasn't he immobilized from the very beginning, or outright knocked out? Wasn't that the purpose of the chips in our heads?" Mel had an old model, which could be disconnected from the network very easily. Being active and high-ranking for a long time, it would have been inappropriate to force him to adopt the new model. Even if he was a simple soldier, we don't force those with seniority to be reimplanted with newer chips, as a sign of good faith, especially since the operation is risky. The rest of the way goes without complications. They reach the edge of the forest, everyone gets out of the van, and heads towards the signal. After a minute, one of them is shot down. "Thermal vision, now!" Even with the enhanced vision, the battles are fierce, due to the movement speed and endurance of the ND soldiers. They were highly trained, and their armors impressed with their endurance against iron projectiles. After about a quarter of an hour of fierce fighting, they managed to knock down the elite troops and even get the previously fallen soldier back on his feet. He heads for the body of a woman. Look, they also have women on duty. But once he leans towards her, a smoke bomb hits him and the shockwave knocks him down. "Not again! Ah! Kill them all! Fuck the outcome! Blow their brains out!" The soldiers shoot at some bodies from a distance. Others get up and return to the fight, albeit with difficulty. Sam notices a figure running away. "Go after him! We'll take care of the commandos! The area is supervised! You will not be surprised! Run!" "You sure? Scout's honor, now go!" Sam runs, and he runs and runs for minutes after the informant, until the two reach a dead end. For a moment, the informant seemed cornered.
I can go die in a fire. I'm not going back.
The battle raged on, and the defector fought back with all he had, but Sam kept inching towards the former enforcer, dodging bullets and explosives. He refused to give up and eventually got in close enough to see his adversary in full. Upon that moment he was fired at, and hit in the chest with a burst. But at the same time he hit the defector in the knee strongly enough for him to collapse. Ah! The moment he fell, Sam lunged on top of him, immobilizing the former enforcer.
Stand still, fucker!
Once in position, Sam decides to take the helmet off the defector.
Let's see who you really are.
Upon the unmasking, Sam couldn't believe his eyes. It was the same man that had long ago detained Auntie right in front of his eyes.
You're Mad Mel. I've heard of you, seen you. How does someone like you have such a change of heart?
I can't accept anyone who doesn't obey like a good dog, who wants to think for himself. You either stoop to their level and become a lowlife living from people's misery, or become processing material. You were one of their favorites at one point, but now the tables are turned. Maybe you remember one Annie. Kid, I've detained so many folks it all blends in. Not that it matters anyway. Oh, and by the way, say hello to Mary for me.
I don't see the point. You're coming with me.
Guess again. Boom. In a moment's notice, Mel's suit explodes and sends Sam flying away. He is sent 12 feet into the air and lands on his left shoulder.
Fuck!
Despite the heavy injuries sustained, he gets up and starts walking toward the extraction point, contacting HQ on the way.
HQ, heavy injuries sustained. Medevac.
Available. You've got company, too. Both support teams sustained damage, although not quite to the same degree as you.
How is it that we weren't informed of the explosive suits?
Because we had no clue ourselves. The defectors were off the grid, remember? I must admit we should have expected that, however. A spiteful end for a spiteful group.
Whatever. Something about a break mentioned right before this operation. I might need it, so I can at least recover correctly.
Not quite yet. You will be given time to recover, but the next assignment is key and must be pursued immediately.
Fine.
After an arduous walk, Sam reaches the van. He climbs in, next to his brothers in arms, and off they go. Chapter 29. The Inevitable. While in the van, the soldiers decide to break the ice and converse. What was HQ thinking? Am I the only one still in one piece? Sam is holding his shoulder.
Probably. Really, it's a matter of priorities. Is the mission complete? Yes. Are we still alive?
Yes. Can we recover? Yes. That's all that matters to them. Speak for yourself.
Come on, trust me, as long as you still have your dick and can get it up, everything's gonna be fine.
Fuck you.
Sorry, darling, I don't bottom.
Hey, enough with the taunting. Have you guys heard there's going to be a major operation soon? Sigma tier. Don't those only happen once every decade? Can confirm. Probably something big.
Hold on a second. I'm Sigma. How come you guys know before I do?
Technically we shouldn't, but on the way to deployment I overheard they're greenlighting one. They plan to send a single man in and brief him on location. Must be critical if they're willing to go that far. You said you were Sigma, right? Looking forward to your last mission?
Last mission? What the fuck?
Sigma missions are key to Einstanding, the torching of Moskva, the leveling of Washington, the Grodno riots, all Sigma operations.
These were all one-man ops? Some sort of suicide missions?
These missions are entrusted only to the most capable of Ein. KIAs are extremely rare. It's the after that's worrying. A lot of veterans either go crazy or off themselves or both.
Whew. Sounds promising. Let's be optimistic for a moment. Could you define scenario 1, please?
A one-way trip to Eden. Or Germany. You say that like there's difference between them. For a moment, an eerie silence emerges. Sam is just sitting down and thinking. His train of thought is subject to interruption, however. What is it? Nothing else smart to say? Sam looks at him angrily. Let him take it all in. It's heavy shit. Besides, we're almost back to HQ. Sam then returns to a state of dismay. All his efforts, all the suffering, just to become another mindless hedonist at best, or a hollow shell that seeks death. Perhaps the defectors were right. Perhaps the only solution to ending the world's predicament was uncompromising resistance. But their fate was a daunting reminder of just how powerful and omnipresent Ein really was. Yet for a moment he couldn't help but envy them, for they had died meaningful deaths. Not long after, the van stops, and the soldiers disembark. Sam goes as fast as he can to the med bay. He enters, but no one is in sight. Just a nano chair. He sits down and is fully anesthetized. Upon waking up, he sees Mary right in front of him. Ready? You're a sight for sore eyes. Couldn't wait until I got up. It's important. A Sigma operation, is it? Word travels fast, it would seem. Yes, come on already. You're no longer sedated. Sam gets up and follows Mary into the briefing room. Unusually, there are no documents displayed and the room is dark. You sure you called me for a debrief? Looks more like you're preparing me for execution. You're being sent into Asia. You'll be briefed on location. Due to the sensitivity of this operation, impromptu execution is key. All the equipment is already on site. You'll simply go there, contact our operative, and follow his instruction. You aren't being very specific. It's a sensitive operation. And it isn't just a once-in-a-decade, but rather a once-in-a-century opportunity, both for you and Ein. If you say so. A high-speed self-driver is waiting for you in the yard. Board it within 24 hours, at your discretion. There's no set departure time since we actually need the element of surprise. Sounds good. In that case, we're done. Be ready for anything. This is a critical mission. Good luck. Understood. They both exit the room, and Sam ponders going straight for the transport, but his growling stomach had other plans. He decides to pass by the food court. Upon arrival, he sees the soldier from Bravo enjoying something to eat themselves. He orders food from the vending station and joins his brothers in arms. Bon appetit. How come you're still around, fellas? No reassignment? We've only been here for a few days. You know, at one point, things slow down. Maybe you can figure it out, but there's no need for constant peacekeeping. Hey, let him be, Ben. He might have not caught a break, but he's also retiring early. If you had some discipline and dedication, you would have been discharged years ago. I do things my way. You think Ein would show some gratitude to their loyal enforcers? Alex eats while talking. They do, for fuck's sake. We have breaks, don't we? I did more missions than this kid and he retires earlier than me? Rank is a thing, you know. Oh, fuck off. You're being cuddled and you know it. Have you considered finishing your meal before going off on a tirade? Oh, fuck you too. The discussion seemingly ends suddenly, as they all switch their attention to Ben. See what I mean? They all return to eating. Upon finishing the meal, Damien asks, Hey, we're going for a round of training. Joining us? Nah, I want to get it over with my next mission. Suit yourself. Sam would exit the building and head for the nearest transport hub. After a short walk, he would make it. He noticed a single transport, yet there was someone sitting right next to it. He approaches the transport, only for the man to get up and ask, You here for a mission? Yeah. Safety first. Sorry. Sam is rendered unconscious. Chapter 30. Search. Sam wakes up in a crowded transport surrounded from every single point. Instead of his uniform, he is now wearing nothing more than a t-shirt and shorts. His revival is accelerated by a strong, even overpowering smell of curry, among others, causing him to cough lightly. A close-by passenger greets him. Hello, sir. How are you? Hi. Good. Not many European travel anymore. Business, pleasure? Business. Working man. I have own business very hard, but survive and make a living. I'm happy for you. Train is arriving in Marjat in 2 minutes. Please prepare. You are out from the beginning to the end. What happened to you?
I guess I overworked myself.
Ah, yes, too much work bad. Need rest on occasion. Arriving in Marjat. The doors open and the seemingly overwhelmed train empties. Take care, sir. I must go now. Have a nice day.
You too.
As Sam exits the train, he notices a level of crowding he had never before seen in his life. Neither in any filmed work or in the flesh. It was surreal, but then he remembered he was there to do a job, not admire the scene. Thankfully, he had found a handwritten note in one of his pockets. It said, "Find the Sikh in the market." He starts wandering about, visibly confused. Just after exiting the station, he is approached by a guard.
"Excuse me, sir. Do you need help?"
"Yeah, I need to go to the nearest market. I'm looking for someone."
"Are you on a mission?"
"Yeah." The guard extends a closed fist. Sam reaches out and takes the item, placing it in his pocket.
"Good luck, sir."
"Thank you." He then walks around a bit more and enters a back alley. Sam takes out the item. It was a visor extension. He equips it and then follows the path to the market. The streets were crowded to no end. But the market did not take long to reach. He then asks the nearest vendor, one selling tools, for help. "Excuse me, I'm looking for a Sikh."
"No Sikhs here, go north."
"Thank you. Are you not interested in some tools? You look like working men." "Maybe later, I'm in a hurry." He then leaves for the other market, taking the most direct route possible, which led him both through main and side streets. On the way, he sees more crowds, and then some slightly more vacant spots where the odd cow grazed. Other spots, some which he couldn't completely avoid, were filthy with what he assumed was human waste. But after a good walk through several streets, he had made it. An old man wearing a turban caught his eye. He was watching a tool stand, but his head was looking downward, seemingly in shame. Having no better idea, Sam decides to engage with him. "Good day, sir."
"Good day, young man. What is it you wish?"
"I was told to find a Sikh. I'm on a mission, you see." The Sikh looks at his wristwatch, then responds,
"Come with me, young man."
He closes his stand, and then the two walk for a while until they reach an old shack near the waterfront. The old man goes inside alone, and upon return hands Sam a keyring together with a note.
"You have all you need. Good luck, young man."
"Thank you." The old man then returns into the shack and closes the door. Sam looks at the items, noting the address, and then starts to head off. However, just as he starts moving, he hears a gunshot from the shack. He fears the worst, but given no directive, sets off thinking there is nothing he can do about that. After another short walk, he reaches a skyscraper billed as Environment Research Center. He enters without issue, but notes an eerie desolation. The note mentions he should go inside the basement. He enters one of the main elevators, but looking at the buttons, he sees no lower floor indicators. He then investigates the facility, finding a service elevator within minutes. He enters it and descends. A long hallway awaits him. He walks to its end, and after a turn, enters a control room. Inside it, multiple monitors show the active city going about its business, but beneath it lay a control panel, which the note he received clearly mentioned. He was to flip all the switches, then press the large red button to the right. What for? Upon a quick investigation, he notices on some of the monitors barrels filled with what he could assume was some kind of toxic gas. He was to execute a biological attack on the entire city. But just as soon as the realization hit him, he is contacted. "So, are you ready? Know what you need to do?" "Are you sure this is the right call?" "Do this and you'll spare a lot of people a lot of trouble, yourself included." "I don't know." "We've been building up to this for years, both you and the assignment. You know what you have to do. You can do it." "You sure it'll work? I don't recall seeing a dome,
and would very much like to avoid being caught in the middle of the spread.
Don't worry, the ventilation system is set up to maximize ground level spread.
If you say so.
I'll guide you through it if you really want me to.
Sam thinks for a few seconds. Just a basic check.
He flips all the switches. Good, now press the red button.
He then presses the button. Looking at some of the monitors, he hears pressure releasing.
He had done it. Very good, see? Wasn't so hard now, was it? Now, get back to the main lobby and take one of the main elevators to the rooftop. A transport should be with you shortly.
He then walks all the way to the main lobby. He enters one of the elevators and presses the button to get to the top level. On the way up, he looks to the streets and sees people dropping like flies. Absolute chaos ensues. Those trying to run, face covered or not, collapse just like the rest. In one corner, a crouching mother is rocking her baby slowly, until she too succumbs and falls over. With each moment, more and more people die, and there's less and less movement. Normally, such a realization would be hard-hitting, but after all he had been through, it was just another task for Sam. A few moments later, the elevator stops at the highest office level. When the doors open, a hulking man dressed in thick armor, several times the size of Sam, grabs him by the throat and throws him like a rag doll toward the windows, seemingly in the hope of throwing him out the window. But Sam grabs onto some furniture, which infuriates the man, who then fires a grenade at Sam. He narrowly evades it, and then decides to focus. With his perception of time increased, he runs headfirst towards the man, looking at whatever he can use to fight him. From the front, nothing is obvious. He continues rushing him, in the hope that an evaded hit can signal potential weaknesses. The man tries to punch him, but he misses, and Sam notices an older-style assault rifle lying around. He grabs it, but is then hit by another punch he fails to notice. He is flown across the room but manages to hold on to the weapon. While scurrying, he checks the magazine, and luckily for him, it's full. Better yet, it was extended, which meant he should have enough ammo to take the man down. He focuses again and opens fire upon the Hulk, shooting in multiple spots, but the man is unscathed. He then rushes the Hulk again, lets him take a swing, evades it, then moves behind him. To his fortune, the helmet is separate from the rest of the armor, and he takes it off as fast as possible and throws it away. In the meanwhile, however, he is hit by an elbow to the face, and is then hit again, being punched and sent flying. After that hard hit, he is blasted with a grenade, scrambling his electronics and making them worthless. For a moment. But he is able to get up and away just fast enough to not be stopped. After a few moments of finding decent cover, he then emerges to take a shot at the heavy's head. But being spotted, the shots he does fire are stopped by a force field the man summons with his left arm. He then fires another grenade which Sam avoids, but after escaping it, he stops for a second to think. Wait, what am I doing? I could bounce them back at him. He then reveals himself again, both to put his plan in action and keep him from finding his helmet. Here, dickhead! The Hulk fires a grenade at him, which Sam bats with his rifle back at him, disabling his electronics. The man is shocked, and within moments, a burst is fired at his head by Sam, killing him instantly and making his large body hit the ground, causing a small tremble. Sam slowly approaches the body, weapon at the ready, looking through the sight, but relaxes once he sees the Hulk is well and truly dead. Good riddance! He then walks around, searching for the way out. Luckily, within moments, he finds the executive office, wherein he finds the executive elevator. He takes it to the rooftop and is greeted by the helipad. His transport had not arrived yet, however. He walks to the edge and takes a look downward. Beneath him, nothing but piles of corpses. Just moments later, a helicopter approaches and lands. Mary descends from it. Hey there. She passes by him, then takes a quick look downward herself. The helicopter will take you to the nearest major iron facility. Congratulations, you did it. Sam just stands and looks at her. You're free now. She extends her hand toward him, but he doesn't react.
She notices and stops extending. Nothing to say? Suit yourself. We'll be waiting in the chopper, but don't take too long. It's only a matter of time before gas particles reach us. They're unlikely to kill at low concentration, but it'll still suck. She then heads towards the helicopter, taking the co-pilot seat. Sam still stands still a few moments, but ultimately realizes the futility of adverse actions at this point. He just climbs in and is taken away. Epilogue. It was over. Our hero was entirely free. He could go where he pleased and do as he pleased. All the time in the world, all the possibilities within his grasp. And yet there was nothing left for him to do in this world. The closest semblance to a meaningful life was simply beyond his grasp. But as he sat and pondered, one escape emerged. He would return to the one place that rejected his access and see whether it was possible to gain entry now. After taking several planes and trains to reach his destination, he had finally made it after hours of travel. The memory well. He knew there was no turning back now, as there was nothing to turn back to. Whatever would happen to his body no longer bothered him. Having failed in everything but being a good servant for Ain, he sought peace, and hoped that whatever would follow his decision could perhaps make the world a better place. As such, without further hesitation, he walked toward the center of the well, sat down and connected his visor to the machine. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he could hear the machine going into motion, the seat being covered by a tube, the engines running harder. Would this redeem the abhorrent acts he engaged in? Would his memory be a great or horrible one? It wouldn't matter, for likely no one would even remember his input. Only a vague listing of his operations would remain, and even there, he would only be listed as a numbered operative. Perhaps that was for the best. Either way, his journey, like that of countless others, had come to an end.